This boy, not yet 15, was already called the Grim Reaper, for each day he allowed a white serpent to bite him and then used its venom to temper and nurture his soul. From an early age, he had been captured by a secretive assassin organization. There, together with other children, he was forced to undergo hellish training that compelled them to become heartless, cold-blooded killers. Yet on the eve of his very first mission, the assassin's hideout was discovered. Enemy martial artists stormed in and slaughtered everyone inside. Only one managed to escape alive. Him. From that moment, Pyo-Wol's journey of vengeance against those who had massacred his comrades began. The story begins on the streets where a fair is being held, and a 14-year-old boy named Wool is satisfied with what he's gathered. Now that he has what he needs, he has to find somewhere to sleep for the night. He is an orphan who aimlessly roams the land. As he makes his way out of the fair, he runs into a giant, mysterious man. He is afraid, as he feels threatened. His intuition is correct as he wakes up in the darkness. There isn't a single ray of light. He tries to move, but he quickly realizes he can't. He can't muster any strength to get up. He starts shedding tears as he tries to figure out how he ended up in this situation. All he can remember was his encounter with that mysterious man earlier. He remembers the man saying he looks useful. Our boy realizes he must have something to do with why he's there. He doesn't recall making any enemies, so he concludes the man must have some sort of goal. He is unsure how much time has passed, so he tests his memory. Though he was an orphan, he can remember his age, his name, and both his parents' names. At this point, he's been in the dark so long that he doesn't even know if he's awake, and he begins to cry. He is scared and lonely, and doesn't know how much longer he'll have to suffer. He hasn't even had anything to eat and starts to believe he will either die of starvation or insanity. He wonders if the man's plan was for him to die of starvation. He starts crying again, as he feels he has not done anything to deserve this torture. But suddenly, he gets a sensation in his hand, and he can't believe it. He finally has some movement and is also having an easier time breathing. His bodily senses are returning. He can smell the damp air and feel the cold ground. This leads him to conclude he's underground, and off in the distance, he can hear water. He tries to gather the strength to move his body to drink water. He fights through the paralysis and begins crawling toward the water he hears. He knows he has to fight to survive. He finds his inner strength and keeps crawling. He finally reaches a stone wall where he hears the water coming from. A small stream of water is coming from the wall and Wool drinks what he can. However, he still can't see in the dark and accidentally slices his finger on one of the rocks. Feeling defeated, he falls to the ground and passes out. He wakes up as he lies on the ground and senses someone's presence. The guy questions why he is fighting so hard to survive, asking what is so great about his life that he struggles so much and suggesting that he should just give up. It says if he gives up, he will be at peace by getting free from suffering for once and for all. This gets Wool thinking about whether he'll be at peace if he just let it all go, but he doesn't think so. He's going to survive and does not let this idea sink in. The stranger tries to tell him he's just wasting his strength, but Wool knows he won't be at peace if he dies like this. He wants revenge on the one who did this to him without any reason. Our hero decides to fight to stay alive, and it will all be worth it once he gets his revenge. The guy asks if he wants revenge, and Wool shouts yes. The stranger suddenly disappears, and Wool couldn't sense that it was a hallucination of himself. His conscience succeeded, as our boy just needed a little push to not give up. He manages to sit upright and approaches the stone wall again. He feels the moss on the wall grown by the underground water and tries to eat it without any idea if they are edible or not. However, he goes for it, and as expected, the moss tastes terrible. But he doesn't feel sick from it, so he goes back to eating more to feed this hungry body and survive. Our boy is now more than determined to do whatever it takes to survive. He needs to keep reminding himself so he doesn't quit. Wool now has the energy to stand and tries walking around the room. According to his measurements, his space is roughly 9 square meters. As he paces the room, he hears an iron door opening. The sudden sharp beam of light nearly blinded him. However, he doesn't sit back and walk towards it, wondering if it is some sort of help. But he sees a shadow of someone leaving him food, and immediately closes the opening. Wool smells the food and rushes to it. Although he can't see it, he smells the rotten fish, pork, and tea leaves. He received a few variations of leftovers and guesses there's more than one person involved. Just the 5 different leftover dishes and room space idea give our hero a vague estimate that 5 managers must be holding this place, and more than 5 people must be trapped along with him for a specific purpose. He just can't figure out why, but he can't hold off any longer and devours his plate of food. He'd much rather be eating scraps than that moss he had earlier. Now that he's done eating, he has to devise a plan. 4 months have passed, and he has taken this time to increase his strength. They provide him with food once a day and never say a word. He has yet to see a glimpse of a possible escape. He thinks he will go insane in a situation like this, but his eyes are beginning to adapt to the darkness. He can now see fragments of the pitch-black space around him. Sometimes, he wishes he couldn't, as he finds he doesn't live there alone. He notices something from the corner of his eye and assumes it's just more insects, but little did he know it was actually a snake. The snake gets a hold of Wool's arm and begins hissing. The snake bites into his arm without giving our boy a chance to defend himself. Wool shrieks in pain as the venom stings his flesh. His whole body is beginning to feel like it's on fire. The pain is unbearable, but all Wool can do is lie on the ground and suffer the poison running into his blood. Wool's meal arrives, and our boy grabs the bowl as he hopes eating will replenish some of his health. He refuses to let himself die no matter what. Time passes, and Wool is faced with the snake once again. He feels his body change during the detoxifying process. One improvement he noticed was his vision. He can now see things in front of him more clearly. Wool sticks his hand toward the hissing snake, believing the snake bite may have made him stronger. He's heard of stories like these before. He hopes to become resistant to the snake's venom and potentially gain a weapon, so he allows the snake to bite him again. He feels like his body is on fire, and this time, his entire arm gets swollen red. The guy wonders if he has done the right thing, but he notices the pain isn't as bad as the first time. He stares into the eyes of the snake as its eyes have degenerated from the darkness. Though its eyes are bright, it's an exceptional hunter that uses its stealth to consume its prey, sometimes even using sound to incapacitate its prey. Though they get a bad reptile, snakes are not greedy. After they finish their meal, they don't make the mistake of chasing their prey away by intimidating them. The snake slithers away, leaving him with a new attribute of poison resistance. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake, and Wool can't believe what's happening. He observes that the door has opened. He rushes to the door and sees more rooms down the hall, which are quite far away, so he has never heard a sound from them. He peeks into one of the rooms and gets a big whiff of rotting flesh. He analyzes the body and assumes the person is around his age. He also wonders if it's the same for the other rooms. He makes his way down the hall and faces the door again. The handles and bolts were removed, but he can open the doors. On the other side of the door, he sees a boy and a girl who seem estranged. Without saying a word, he walks past them and searches through the additional rooms. He sees more corpses, and the girl finally asks who Wool is. She asks him where he came from as she can't see who Wool is in the dark. Our boy introduces himself and says he is trapped in the adjacent sector. He asks for their names. She says her name is Yoel, and the boy's name is Song. Wool doesn't need to know more and demands they follow him. He says there are probably more places like this, and a few meters down, he runs into another door. They decide to follow him, and another group of people is on the other side of that door. They are all shocked to see each other, but Wool notices fewer people starve to death in this sector. The people in this sector opted to take their own lives instead. He also noticed there were more bowls of food here than where he was. Wool tries to think of why they would be discriminating between the sectors. Yo calls for Wool's attention and says this group was trapped around the same time as them. They continue walking and reach another area underground with a door. Wool opens the door, and they are blinded by the light. They think they're about to go outside at first, but then they realize they're being blinded by a torch. Once their eyes adjust, they cannot believe what they see. It looks like an underground village. They walk through the structures and see no one inside. Wool concludes it must have been made in a hurry because the structures are flimsy. As he tries to figure out the purpose of this village, one of the girls from the new group calls for him. Her name is Lee Min. She says she'll be in his care from now on. Min gets closer to Wool and asks if his eyes are always like that. This village has no mirrors, so Wool is not sure what she's talking about. She tells him his pupils are red, and he figures they must be from the snake bite. Min wants to know what Wool is thinking about, but he won't share any information. This doesn't stop her from talking, and she tells Wool he's different from the others. Wool asks how, and the girl replies that all of them are confused, and that he is the only one who is thinking. Yo interrupts and asks what they're doing. Min says they're just talking, and Yo says the others have decided to group up. Yo asks if Wool is going to stick with them, but Wool isn't sure he wants to group up with anyone just yet. Yo and Song get offended, but Wool says right now just isn't the right time for him. She has no choice but to accept Wool's decision. On the other hand, Min is eager to join the group, but Wool knows they've been isolated for too long. There's no way their cognitive thinking is in the right place. Wool walks away and decides to just watch from afar. After a while, Wool notices several cliques have already been formed. There's a group with Yo and Song as leading members, Kang leading a group, another guy Jung also forming a group, and Yongsun leading another. Then there's Wool, a kid who doesn't belong in any group. The other groups are talking and they're wary of Wool. They believe he might have killed everyone else in his sector, and that's why he doesn't want to join a group. Wool doesn't mind those guys and walks towards one of the walls. He thinks that this underground lair couldn't have been built that long ago. With the amount of moss on the walls, it seems the place is old but is reused again. This could only be the work of someone extremely wealthy. Suddenly, a hole opens in the ceiling and everyone looks up. A basket is descending from the ceiling. The basket reaches the ground, and it's full of food. A few others try to dig right in, but Yo stops everyone. She says they should try to distribute the food evenly so that all the representatives of the groups can come forward to distribute it equally. And before anyone says another word, Wool also says he needs his share. Wool reaches in for his share, and Young stops him. Young says no one may take food from the basket without his permission. Little does he know, he just made a big mistake. Wool pulls his hand back and gouges Young's eyeballs. Blood gushes out of his eyes, and everyone is in shock as Wool slams Young to the ground. Wool dares Young to say something to him again, but all Young can do is scream in pain. Wool isn't backing down now and digs his fingers in deeper. If the others weren't afraid of Wool, they definitely are now. Yo asks Wool nicely to let go of him, and at first Wool refuses, but Yo promises that no one will touch his share of food. Wool gets up and stares down at Young. Wool grabs his share of food and walks away. Time passes, and Wool still watches from afar as he's eating. He feels they're being tested right now for useful children, and that they'll continue to be tested until the captor's goals are met. And if this continues, many of them will die, and turn against our hero. Yo approaches Wool and asks how he's been. Wool knows he has no friends here but tells Yo he's been watching them. Wool knows how important Yo is to the others. She eats the least after securing the most food for her group, and stands out most among the other leaders. Yo asks our boy if he still sleeps alone in his dark room. Wool has been because he's trying to grow more tolerance for venom. The snake bites are no longer painful to him. As he talks to Yeo, the ceiling opens, and their meal comes. But when the basket drops, they're all confused. They've only been sent a small portion of food. Yeo can't believe it, but this is exactly what Wool was waiting for. He thinks to himself that it begins. Makno-sam was just a kid who made it through the final sector. He was part of Yo's crew, and honestly, he was the tiniest one in the group. But he always held his own because he was super determined. Sadly, Mac was found dead, and it really hit Yo's crew hard. Everyone felt the loss. But deep down, they couldn't shake the feeling that he didn't make it because he was the weakest among them. Yo and Song are set on getting revenge for Mac's death, and are on the same page with their plan. Wall knows they're targeting the weakest link from another group next. Things are heating up, and the food shortage has started a real war. After Mak from Yongsan's crew went missing, everything began to unravel. The nightmare escalated as people turned up dead night after night. First, it was someone from Yo's group. Next, it was from Young's group. Then it circled back to Yongsan's crew and someone from Kang's group. Nobody trusted anyone anymore, and things were getting a bit crazy. But Wool wasn't too stressed about the food shortage since he had his secret stash of moss. The taste was still kinda weird to him, but he was ready to do whatever it took to get through it. Wool's been hanging out alone in his dark room, but that's about to change. He hears some voices heading down the hall and figures there are at least 4 people. They're definitely not just wandering around for fun. Young and his crew are planning to take him out, so Wool quickly ducks into the shadows. Young thinks it's the perfect time for revenge. He's already taken out 2 guys after the fight, and now he's pumped up and ready to go after Wool. While they were walking, one of Young's crew suddenly felt a sharp pain in his leg, and he fell down hard as the snake slipped away. He couldn't handle the snake's venom and died quickly. Young freaks out and starts yelling for Wool. Wool quietly sneaks up on one of the guys and puts him in a chokehold. Young's anger has intensified, and he orders Wool to immediately release his friend. Wool contemplates whether or not it'd be a good idea to take his life for a second, but then he proceeds to snap his neck. Wool has taken out all of Young's guys, and now Young charges at him. But every time he tries to hit, he misses and ends up losing sight of Wool. Wool sneaks up behind him and says he won't be taking just one eye this time. Young scampers a little bit but asks Wool to wait. He tries to negotiate with Wool and offers to join forces. The whole situation throws Wool off, but Young thinks Wool won't last long without him. Young can tell Wool isn't into his offer and quickly flips the script by saying he'll be his minion. Wool steps closer, insisting there's no way he can trust him. Young tries to defend himself one last time, but Wool isn't having it. He squats down and lands a massive uppercut on Young, then goes on to put him in a chokehold until he passes out. Wool mutters to himself that he took Young's life because he still thinks he's too weak. After Wool's run-in with Young, the group kind of fell apart. Everyone else realized it was Wool who took them out all on his own. The other leaders were curious about just how strong this guy really was. One thing was clear. They definitely did not want to cross him. He was a smart and pretty ruthless dude. San couldn't help but think that Wool had a knack for putting the fear of God into his enemies. San is still chatting with his group about how bad things have gotten. There is no solution for food distribution. People are killing each other just to survive. Now everyone is a murderer. They know Wool has taken out Young, so nobody dares to mess with him anymore. San looks at his crew and tells them to back off from Wool. When someone has nothing to lose, they're the scariest of all. His crew gets where he's coming from. Then, another member of the group comes running in and spills that 2 kids from Yo's crew got kicked out and are holding a potato. He says they gotta hurry before those kids munch on it. San can't believe they're about to go all out for a potato, but he tells everyone to prepare. So, San and the crew head over to the red house and spot the two with their potatoes. The group is itching to make a move because they're clearly ready to do whatever it takes for that potato. San tells them to go for it. The two see the group charging at them and try to make a run for it, but something feels a little off to San. With where they are, they're definitely at a disadvantage. One of the kids with the potato lets out a whistle, and suddenly Yo's crew comes in to attack. San yells for his group as they get hit hard. He tries to tell them to fall back because they've walked right into a trap, but more members are rushing right at him from behind. San is surrounded, and Yo and Song relish their big fish catch. They realize they could cut down the number of people to feed right now. San is furious about getting pulled into this mess, but he knows he can't take them all on by himself. San pleads with them to let him live, at least for now. Yo wishes she could, but they just can't spare the food. San starts to panic, and Yo tells him he would have done the same if he were in her shoes. Then she turns away and tells her crew to take him out. Her team goes at him with their sticks, but San is quick on his feet and fights back, taking down anyone who gets too close. While Yeo walks off, she glances up and spots Wool still keeping an eye on her from a distance. Our boy has picked up some of Yeo's tricks, using the landscape to their advantage, finding shortcuts, and setting up defenses that make it really tough to break in as long as the security is decent. Our hero is thinking about whether the kidnappers have turned this spot into a copy of the original place they took the kids from. It seems likely they're trying to get the kids used to this new environment, while they're caught up in a life-or-death struggle. Wool thinks they might end up using these in a place like this one day, and if there's a big house like this, it probably belongs to a powerful family or some big-time person. The consequences will be massive if they attack this place recklessly. Wool concludes that's why they're using them. They are tools they can throw away after using them once. They were thrown into hell, and their nature has been demolished. They are being raised to be assassins. After wiping out San and his group, Yeo's crew is pumped, celebrating like crazy. They're glad to be on her side, and even Yeo's joining in, feeling on top of the world. She's sure no one's gonna mess with them now. Min's really shaken up by everything. It's like everyone around her's just numb to the murder, and she can't get how they're acting like everything's fine with blood on their hands. She starts crying and brings up the kids this group killed, and it really hits hard. The ceiling starts to open up, and everyone's caught off guard since this delivery is a bit early. Yo tells her crew to grab as much food as they can. She's super excited, thinking they'll finally have enough to eat. But then she spots Wool out of the corner of her eye. He's not as hyped as everyone else and seems a bit suspicious about something. When Yeo glances back, she finally understands why Wool looked that way. Instead of a basket of food, a bunch of masked guys have come pouring out of the hole. Everyone's a bit thrown off at first, but then the masked guys jump right in and start pounding on them. While everyone gets beat up, Wool lies down and tries to hide. He thought it would happen sooner, but he couldn't wrap his head around why they were being so aggressive towards him for no reason, which just made those wild kids even angrier. Despite that, our guy decides to keep quiet and not stir the pot because he doesn't want to attract any unwanted attention. Wall then spots 3 guys in nice clothes standing in front of him. He feels these are the real bosses calling the shots for the masked guys. The real ones stop the beating with just a wave of their hands, and the main guy introduces himself as the First Sword. He tells the kids that their lives are basically in his hands now, and there's no escape from it. One of Yo's members tries to protest and instantly gets beheaded. All the kids are shocked to see blood splashes before their eyes. First, Sword warns that if anyone speaks up without his okay, they're going to face some serious trouble. Wool realizes that things are about to get different. Later, the real ones are hanging out in secret in the village. They're talking about curse poison. When you toss a bunch of poisonous creatures into one jar, they'll fight it out until only one is left. The last one standing has the strongest poison. These real ones are trying to figure out which kid in the group has the most powerful poison. The first sword is curious about which kid to watch out for, and the second sword jumps in, saying it's Yo. She's got the biggest crew and really knows how to get people on her side. If they don't break her spirit, she's only going to be a bigger problem later on. The first sword is insisting that Yeo gets extra attention. He doesn't want her even thinking about starting a rebellion. The second sword points out that Song and Kang are definitely worth checking out because they're really good at martial arts. Then, the first sword asks about Wool, the only survivor from Sector 1. The second sword mentions that Wool is still alive, and the first sword is impressed since Sector 1 had the toughest conditions and hardly any food. He insists they keep a close watch on Wool too. As the meeting wraps up, the first sword thinks about how there are just 6 years left to finish their mission. The Blood Phantom Group captain got handed an assassination job that spans 7 years, with a payout of 500,000 yangs. The catch? They can't leave any trace that links back to the Blood Phantom Group. One of the masked guys calls out the next challenge for the group. He says whoever gets to the flag at the top of the house first will score a 2-hour break, but the last one to make it will find out what real hell feels like. And just like that, the race was on. The tough days just kept coming for the trainees. They were stuck in non-stop training to turn them into lethal assassins. They had to do whatever it took to make it through, especially if they ever wanted to see the outside world again. And of course, Yeo snagged the win in the race. The real ones talked about the challenge from a distance. They get that Yeo is super smart and really brave. The first sword is curious about Wool, and the second sword says that Wool's just kind of average. He hasn't done anything to stand out from the crowd. This catches the first sword off guard because he thought there would be something extraordinary about Wool since he's the only one left from Sector 1. Still, he wants them to keep tabs on Wool. Yeo walks up to Wool, puzzled about why he's still going over the thunder-splitting cultivation technique when the instructors stopped making them check it out. Wool just felt like revisiting it anyway. Yeo thinks it's pointless and decides to head to bed. Our guy remembers what the experienced ones told him. They said the thunder-splitting cultivation technique is something a newbie like him can pick up pretty easily, but they still gave him 3 months to get it down. Once he gets the hang of the first step, his body will basically be reborn and able to sense chi and build up internal energy. Wool thinks that the others and the instructors just aren't getting the whole idea behind the technique. Since you can't really separate thunder physically, it seems like it might be about how fast you can think. He thinks that if he learns the technique with this perspective, he might actually get something new out of it. But he knows he shouldn't show off how much he's picked up. He can't afford to come across as either too amazing or completely clueless. Everything was going smoothly until Wool suddenly dodged a knife aimed at his throat, thrown by a guy named So Gyok-san. Wool can't believe another trainee would actually try to take him out. He asks San why he's doing this, and San just shrugs it off, saying he wants some real fight experience instead of all this fake stuff. Wool is thinking about taking up the challenge because the instructors really don't seem to care much, even after training them with swords. So he pulls out his blade, and San charges at him, saying he better do something quick or he'll be done in no time. But San doesn't realize that our hero has really leveled up his fighting skills and easily dodges San's attacks. Wool can't believe how they're using blades and how much effort San is putting into this fight. But our guy has trained hard and knows how to handle all the blades. Out of nowhere, Sans jumps in and tries to stab our guy, but he easily pushes him aside. The mad trainer goes all out, throwing a bunch of fast attacks from every direction, but nothing works as he can't even nick our hero. Sans grits his teeth because his opponent is a seriously tough fighter too. He refuses to back down and tells Wool to join in the fight, and honestly, Wool is fed up too. Wool starts fighting back, and the instructor looks impressed. But San wants to see Wool really give it his all, so now Wool has no choice. He drops his knife and delivers a solid kick right to San's chest. While these two are having it out, the first sword is chatting about how much the group has leveled up with the second sword. The second sword thinks they'll only need 5 years instead of 7. Still, the first sword is bummed that his partner is underestimating their target. This target is the guy with the most talent in all of Sichuan. The first sword wants their trainees pushed even harder. Otherwise, they won't be able to stand against their main opponent, who will even annihilate them if they make a mistake. This is the very reason they are using these kids who had nothing to do with their assassination target. The first sword suggests pushing these kids into inquiring about deadly assassination techniques, even if most of them die while training. Wool's totally dominating his opponent in the fight. He snaps the guy's arm, and the kid just collapses in tears. Everyone's on edge, waiting to see what Wool will do next, but he just stands there and doesn't move. One of the masked guys walks up to Wool and asks if he was the one who did it. Wool says yeah, and suddenly, there's a sword at his neck. He didn't even see the sword come out and was totally blown away by how fast the guy moved. Wool is freaking out, thinking he might have messed up somehow. He knows he can't push back because to these masked guys, he's just a pawn who they won't think twice about hurting. The masked guy pulls his sword back and says that an assassin should never leave any evidence behind, no matter what. Breaking an arm like that just gives away who you are. He wants Wool to remember that for next time. Wool sighs a sigh of relief as the masked man walks off. 6 years later, one of the masked guys is strolling through the village, trying to find the trainees who are supposed to hide from him. He spots one and tells him that he'd be a goner if this were the real deal. Then he keeps searching for more. The trainer understands that an inexperienced assassin's turtle-breathing technique is hard to hide, no matter how much someone thinks they know. This technique is supposed to help a person blend in, but it's usually pretty obvious. He immediately picks up on another presence, marking yet another failed test. He keeps walking, trying to track down the last person in this area. The masked guy looks around but can't spot anyone. He starts thinking that someone might have messed up and claimed an extra person was in this test. He calls out for anyone still there to show themselves, and to his shock, Wool is right next to him, hiding out in plain sight. The masked guy can't believe he missed him. Wool totally nailed that test and asked for a break. He gets the go-ahead, but the trainer still can't believe it. Wool comes back to the house and runs into San and the others. San's all hyped to see him and asks what he's up to. Wall rolls his eyes at all the goofy faces San makes and says he's going to forget what his real face even looks like. San shrugs it off, saying it doesn't matter since they're stuck here anyway. But then Yeo jumps in and mentions that the food's been getting better. She thinks they're about to complete their mission soon. The story progresses, and we find the first sword sitting there, worn out and without his mask. He can't help but think about how much has changed in the cave over the past 6 years. They've trained 30 out of 300 folks to be assassins, and he figures that in this cutthroat world of Jong-Hu, any of them could take him out at any moment with their skills. He feels his time is running out and gets emotional about it. So the second and third sword stroll in, and they ask the first sword why he's got his mask off. He replies that it's been super restrictive after 6 years, and then he tells them they can take their masks off too. They sit together at the table, rejoicing as their time in the cave comes to an end. With only one final mission to send the trainees off for the kill, their freedom is finally within reach. The first sword asks how the trainees are doing. The second sword says they've outdone themselves, with some being even better than the instructors. He thinks it's a shame to just toss them aside after one use, but the first sword insists they have to. That's just how the mission is structured. He's ready to kick off the final stage and sets 3 journals on the table. They call in the trainees and lay it out. 3 of them will learn a martial art technique, and the other 27 will have to take out the ones who mastered it. There's a heavy vibe in the group as everyone quietly grumbles about how unfair it is that they have to fight each other again. The masked guys say this is the last training session, and once it's done, they won't make them go through this anymore before they leave this place. The crew is starting to question if this is legit. Yeo thinks it might be as easy as letting the 3 of them bail out for freedom, while Wool is really pondering their next move. If you pick up that martial art, just know that you'll be a target for others, and the techniques you'll learn are probably way more advanced than what you've already got under your belt. Wool jumps in and volunteers first, clearly getting greedy. Yeo can't believe it and asks Wool if he wants to be the scapegoat. Wool responds, saying that only time will tell if he ends up being the scapegoat or the one who's got it all figured out. A girl warns him to watch out since he's now everyone's main target. As time goes on, we notice that the second person who wanted to learn martial arts goes down. After Wool chose to take on the challenge, nobody else stepped up, so the group ended up having to draw lots. Song feels pretty awful about what he just did, but he doesn't really have any other option. Wall is the last one standing out of the 3 who had to figure things out. Song comes back to the group, and Min asks about Wool. It's been a minute since they last saw him, and they're curious if he managed to get away. Yeo's feeling a bit uncertain, and brings up that the last time she saw Wool was a few days ago, when they were training. They had a pretty intense session, and Yeo thought she had a good idea of how tough their final opponent would be. San thinks it might be easier to just get rid of the instructors instead of trying to deal with Wool. Song is on board with that idea, but feels like the real ones probably put some kind of restriction on them. Yeo adds that they can deal with the restrictions later, and should focus on finding Wool first. They finally leave the cave, and the whole time, Wool's been keeping an eye on them. He's surprised to hear they considered going after the instructors instead of him. Wool realizes the instructors might be after the others, and there's no way they didn't catch that conversation. He thinks this could be his chance to determine the real deal. Wall heads over to the base of the real ones. It's got a ton of guards, but he's confident he can handle it. He figures that if he mixes the turtle breathing technique with the thunder splitting technique, he can sneak around without anyone noticing. He strolls right past the guards without a hitch. He makes his way to the deepest part of the base, thinking that what he's looking for is in this room. Wall opens the door and steps inside. He starts hunting for clues to uncover some secrets. He wants to know why they're pushing them so hard to become assassins, and who's behind it all. While checking out the place, he spots a golden tube. He opens it up and finds a scroll with their mission. Take out Wu Gun Song in 7 years and get 500,000 yang as the reward. He can't believe it and is really curious about how amazing Wu Gun must be for them to train assassins for 7 years. He's trying to wrap his head around how taking out 270 people could be worth just one dude's life. Suddenly, Wool hears someone approaching and realizes he needs to bail fast. The first sword was hurrying down the hall. He quickly realized someone had been in the room when he kicked the door open. Wool had tried to tidy up, but it was kind of a mess. The second and third sword enter the base and run into the first sword. The first sword is freaking out because someone snuck in, and they need to find out who it is before that person gets away. They start brainstorming about who could have pulled this off, but then realize nobody's as skilled as Wool. Meanwhile, they do know that Wool is hiding right above them. They're shocked that Wool actually had the nerve to sneak into their base when everyone was out to get him. They talk about punishing him, but are worried it might spark a rebellion. The first sword thinks he has no choice but to pull out the hell flute. The second sword is shocked and points out that it's supposed to be a last resort, but the senior insists it's better to use it now to set the kids straight and show them who's really in charge. The first sword checks if everyone's in on the plan, and the second and third sword give a thumbs up. A bit later, the first sword stands at the cliff's edge. The trainees are clueless about what's coming next since they're still hunting for Wool. Nobody seems to be able to track him down, not even their top hunters. Out of nowhere, they hear a sound coming from an instrument. The noise hits them like a ton of bricks, and they all drop to the ground, shouting in agony. Min screams for help, feeling like the sound is poisoning her. Lying on the ground and crying, the others are feeling like their bodies are on fire when Wall shows up. He doesn't feel any pain himself and realizes they've triggered the restriction. Ol glances around and sees everyone else in pain. He starts questioning why he's the only one feeling okay. He wants to figure out what's going on, so he decides to try using some internal energy infusion on Min. It's a risky move, but it should be less of a problem since Min's also trained in the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. Ol checks out Min and finds that her internal energy is all good, with no problems at all. He keeps digging for any differences between them. They eat the same food, live in the same place, and practice the same martial arts. Then it hits him. Maybe the only reason for their differences could be poison. The whole thing seems to be about poison, and it finally shows why Wool doesn't feel any pain. He's built up a resistance to poison after getting bitten by that snake so many times. Wool's still trying to figure out how they managed to mess with 27 people at once. He thinks they probably mixed cursed poison into the food and are somehow triggering it with sound. He hears them shout for him and has to think fast. Wool decides not to run since he doesn't want them to discover his resistance. He still wants to keep his differences under wraps, so he drops to the ground and pretends to be in pain. Wool is found lying on the ground and someone calls for the first sword. He pulls out his sword and swings it down toward Wool, demanding to know what he was doing in his room. He also mentions that Wool has been really good at hiding his true abilities. The first sword draws his blade, saying it's better to just get rid of the nuisance now. But the second sword steps in, asking him to hold off. He explains they need Wool to finish the mission since he's the one who stands out the most among the trainees. The first sword gets really frustrated and insists that the other trainees are sufficient. But they both know that's not really the case. The second sword suggests they could use the flute to control Wool, since he's pretty much helpless against the cursed poison. The first sword likes that idea and tells the masked guys to hook everyone up with the antidote. Everyone's feeling better now that they've taken the antidote, but they still can't figure out what just happened. The first sword steps in and points out that all that pain was because of Wool. If he hadn't sneaked into their base, they wouldn't have gone through it. He gives them a heads up, saying if anyone ever messes up like that again, they should remember how much hurt they just went through. Later on, Wool thinks back on what went down. He remembers how the real ones thought he was totally powerless against the poison, but he's pretty happy that the snake venom knocked out the cursed poison and helped him dodge the restriction. Once again, Wool hears people coming down the hall. Min and the others are searching for him, and Yeo can't believe Wool would want to hang out in a gross place like this just to train. Yeo thinks Wool doesn't really have a choice but to hide away, especially since everyone else dumped all the blame on him. San is getting restless and shouts for Wool. Wool suddenly shows up out of nowhere and wants to know why they're looking for him. Everyone's freaked out because of him, and he asks again. Yeo brings up the restriction, mentioning he wasn't around when everyone passed out, but showed up right after they woke up. She figures that the restriction barely affected him at all. When Min thinks back to the times she was hurting, she realizes that she got through it because someone shared their inner strength with her. She can't help but wonder if that someone was Wool. Wool finally comes clean and admits he does know. He tells them he's fully aware of the kind of limits they set on him. Yeo is pushing for answers, but Wool is reluctant, wondering why he should bother helping and what's in it for him, and gets really mad and says this isn't how you treat your buddies. Wool jokes that real comrades wouldn't attack each other with so much hate. San gets where Wool is coming from and promises to see him as a buddy and friend, no matter what. Everyone can tell he's not fully convincing, and Wool says he has to do more to earn San's trust. He compliments Wool on his cool silk mask work and says having someone like him around would be great. He invites Wool to join the floral performance troupe if they ever get their freedom and offers to help out. Yo mentions that if Wool pitches in, she'll consider him a friend and promises her group won't treat him badly. Feeling a bit left out, Min chimes in that she would never turn her back on Wool. Feeling fed up with all the lies, Wool blurted out that the restriction is actually cursed poison. When they asked him to explain, he said they had all been poisoned by a type of nasty organism that usually just hangs out in their bodies. The problem is it kicks into gear when it hears the sound of the hell flute, releasing the poison that spreads through their blood and starts messing with their organs. Yo asks how Wool can handle the poison. Wool explains that he's usually pretty resistant to it, so it doesn't hit him as hard. He mentions that he's shared all the info they need, and they should be able to figure out how to get rid of the cursed poison by themselves. Wool isn't keen on spilling the whole truth since that could complicate things a lot. Yo appreciates the info and tells him he can reach out if he ever needs help. Wool mentions he might take her up on that offer someday, and they both head off in different directions. Min stops Wol and tells him her actual name is Lee Seolman. Wol's a bit confused about why he should even care, but she just wants him to keep it in mind. The first sword tells everyone they're finally leaving the cave today. The trainees are pumped but still kinda skeptical about it. He calls out to Yeo, making her the one in charge of leading everyone out. She gets what she needs to do, and then a basket lowers down from the ceiling. As the true masters head out, they can't help but think about how many of their trainees will make it. They trained them really well, but now they're up against a martial artist who's super talented, the best in the Jianghu. The first sword feels a sense of relief, knowing his job is finally done and he can kick back and retire. The real ones finally made it out, and the trainees were super excited because this was the day they'd been waiting for forever. Yeo steps up and starts putting together their escape plan. Wol is relieved but can't shake the feeling that it all seems too good to be true. Yeo walks up to Wol and asks if he's all set for their mission. Wol replies that he is and brings up the cursed poison. Yeo mentions they were detoxed because Min knew a lot about that stuff. Most of the others have finally headed out, so Yeo says it's their turn to leave now. The basket drops one last time, and they climb on. As it rises, Wol looks down at the place he spent the last 7 years. It was so deep underground it might as well have been hell. As they near the exit, Wol considers ripping off his arm sleeve. They need to shield their eyes since they haven't seen sunlight in forever. The others catch on and do the same. The light gets brighter as the basket goes up, but they finally make it out. As they were trying to take a look outside, a guy walked up to the basket and said proudly that they must have cooked up some good ones. Wol's eyes were still adjusting, and the guy mentioned that the person who ordered them would be happy with their assassins. Although he couldn't see him, Wol thought the guy's voice sounded totally emotionless. Wol feels this guy is high up in the ranks just by the way he speaks. He figures he's probably the captain of the Blood Phantom group. It turns out he's right because this is Ju Young, the captain. Ju Yuang tells everyone to get ready to head over to Clear Wind Manor. Wol glances back at Ju Yuang as they get led to the carriage. He's got his voice locked in his memory. Once they get to the manor, Ju Yuang tells the trainees that this is the spot where they'll get used to the outside world. He told them not to drop their guard because he would handle the fallout himself if they did. Wol ended up in a dorm with Shinnok and San. Wol lets his new roommates know he's washing up at the well. After a nice bath, he feels pretty refreshed and decides to chill in the grass, soaking in the beautiful scenery. He ends up spending the night out there and wakes up to a gorgeous day. The other trainees are checking out a flower that's new to them. They can't believe they got to see something so amazing again. As the trainees were celebrating, the captain showed up just in time to throw a wrench in the party. Ju Yuang dropped some weapons right in front of them and let them know they'd be getting these soon. He made it clear they needed to keep them safe because they'd be using them pretty soon. After a bit, Ju Yuang catches up with the first sword at the palace to give a shout out to his uncle for all the effort he's put in. The first sword says he was just doing his job. Ju Yuang mentions that the Blood Phantom group is thriving because of the first sword's efforts and wonders how he can show his appreciation. The first sword replies that there's no need for favors. If it weren't for the last leader, he'd probably be dead by now. Ju Yuang offers his uncle the chance to retire, and the same goes for the second and third sword. These are the words the first sword has been waiting to hear for 7 years. He then confesses to his nephew that the trainees are just too good to waste after just one use. Ju Yuang shares the same belief but says he has no choice. The relationship with the trainees has to end here. The first sword asks Ju Yuang if he knows who requested the objective. Ju Yuang says he doesn't know, but there's no reason to question anyone willing to pay 500,000 yang for a request. Ju Yuang sees the Blood Phantom group as the next big thing in the assassin world. If they pull this off, they'll totally outshine the White Spirit group. After the meeting, Wol is getting ready for his mission with San and some other assassins. San asks him if he's feeling nervous, and Wol admits he's a bit on edge. But since they've been through a lot together, San can totally tell when Wol's not being honest. Wol thinks San is acting all nervous because he won't stop talking. As usual, San gets all defensive about it. He claims that all he really wants is to get back at someone for the last 7 years he's been through. The group of assassins is now gearing up for their mission. They've just been informed that they'll be sneaking out to a new location. This is exactly what Wol has been looking forward to. They venture out into the night, trailing the fourth sword. The fresh recruits are keeping pace with him, and he's seriously impressed. Clearly, they've been trained up well. It's a shame to think about how much their skills would go to waste if they ended up being tossed aside. They finally get to their spot, and the fourth sword tells everyone to lay low for a bit. The group hides out, and he starts talking about their mission. He mentions that once they make it up the mountain, they'll find a manor that looks just like the one they used to live in underground. In the midst of the buildings, the guy they're after is inside the Bright Moon Palace. The assassins are itching to get going since they know that place like the back of their hand. Wol is the only one in the crew who realizes that their target is Wu Gun. We cut to a woman named Yang, who's lost in thought while checking out some flowers. One flower catches her attention. When she reaches out to touch it, it suddenly vanishes. Yang is still trying to wrap her head around what just happened when she hears someone calling her name. It's Seol, the leader of the Ma sect. Ran asks what Yang is doing outside all by herself. Yang just shrugs and says she is enjoying the nice breeze. Ran asks her if she still holds a grudge. She replies that it's not really that simple, but her life is at stake with this request. And honestly, she would have preferred to sit this one out. Ran is really annoyed and isn't cool with Yang's attitude. She reminds Yang that she was the one who helped her when she was just a nobody on the streets. Ran makes it clear that she better not expect to be let off the hook after everything she's done for her. Yang feels sorry and doesn't want Ran to be upset since it's not good for her health. Ran mentions that they'll go with their original plan if they don't get a response today. Yang is on board, as she's always ready to follow her master. When the chat wraps up, a messenger bursts in with some exciting news. They let Ran know that the proposal got the green light. This is awesome for the sect, and Ran tells Yang that their sect's future now depends on how well she does. Yang tells her not to worry at all. Ran can't help but feel bummed that she has to use someone as talented as Yang just as a political pawn instead of having her as a successor. The messenger asks Ran what they should do about the other issue. Ran wonder if they're talking about the goal for 500,000 Yang. Only time will reveal what Ran has planned for the Blood Phantom group. Wall wakes up, wondering if it's still morning. He knows the mission isn't happening until tonight, so there's still some time. He tries to go back to sleep, but something feels off. Out of nowhere, a spear comes down and hits one of the other assassins. Wall is in total shock as he realizes they're under attack. The story keeps going, and we see a monk named Yu Jin jamming his spear into the ground, trying to figure out if something's up. He yanked the spear out, and it ended up stabbing a trained assassin who was hiding underground. Jin realized his suspicions were spot on as assassins were hiding in the mountains. He quickly told his crew the Qingqing sect was under attack and ordered them to find and eliminate the intruders. Wall realizes that he and the others are in a tough spot. They all agree that getting out of there is their best bet to stay safe. The monks start jabbing at random spots in the ground, trying to catch an assassin using their skills. One of the monks gets a bit too close, and the assassins leap into the air. They're thinking about scattering and regrouping once they break free from the trap. But the monks aren't going to let them get away that easily and start chasing after them. Jin hurls his spear at one of the assassins and takes him down. He quickly asks for another spear and takes out another assassin right after. Snagging yet another spear, he claims another one. Seriously, this is turning out to be a piece of cake for Jin. Wool's crew is dropping out one by one, and now Wool's the last assassin standing. Jin makes a desperate throw, and it's coming straight for Wool. But Wool snatches the spear midair and whips it back with insane speed. The spear zips past the other monks and barrels right toward Jin. While the monks turn to check out the spear zooming past, Wool sees his chance to go after the group of monks nearest to him. The spear is flying toward Jin so quickly that it just barely clips his ear. This infuriates Jin, and he demands his men hunt Wool down until he is lifeless. Completely outnumbered and without his partners, Wool decides it is best to run away. An injured assassin is on the ground, pleading for his life, when Jin walks up to him. He begs for mercy, but Jin ends up taking his life instead, pointing out the dumb mistake he made by trying to attack the Qingqing sect. As Wool runs for his life, he's trying to figure out how the monks found out they were hiding. He suspects someone might have spilt the beans, but he's the only one who knew their target. It could have been the Fourth Sword or one of his guys. They bailed before the ambush happened. They only let them go after to cover up who took out the Wu gun. The monks finally catch up to Wool and hit him with 2 arrows. Wool goes down but struggles to get back up. He didn't spend 6 years underground just to go out like this. He starts to wonder if there was some drama within the Blood Phantom group, or if the person who asked for him just changed their mind. The only thing Wool knows for sure right now is that the Blood Phantom group has ditched him. He reaches the end of the path and needs to hide, but he's leaving a bloody trail behind. When one of the monks tries to figure out where he's been, Wool drops down from a tree and takes him out. Now he's on his own, with a bunch of monks hot on his heels. Stuck with no other options, he dives into the river. After making it out, he spots a message on one of the rocks. It tells him to head 400 meters north. Wool continues along the path and discovers another message with a shorter distance. Wool is getting closer to the spot. With all the blood on the rocks, he thinks the person who wrote that code is hurt pretty badly, but he can hear people off in the distance looking for him. Wool starts to think that these messages might be some kind of trap. He notices that at least 7 different clans are involved because of all the uniforms he sees. Out of nowhere, he senses danger and drops to the ground to dodge a hit. Lying there, he glances up and spots Min. She didn't even notice she was going after Wool. She's really glad to see him, but she's seriously hurt and suddenly falls over. Wool tries to grab her, but he misses. With all the blood she's losing, he's starting to think she might not pull through. He asks where everyone else is, and she replies that most of them are gone. Wool wants to know about Yo and Song, but Min says she has no idea what happened to them since they all went their separate ways. She remembers how they stepped up and told everyone to run while they held their ground. They were true leaders right until the end. Wall gets really emotional as he watches his friends lose their lives. He lays Min down and tells her she doesn't have much time left. He asks if she's scared to die and if she wants to live. Min says she wants to live and asks if Wall can help her. He tells her he can't, and she replies that's why she's ready to give up. She knows her body is pretty beat up. Min is just glad she won't have to go through this alone. She asks Wall if he'll stick by her until the end. Holding back his tears, he promises he will. Min can't believe this is how it all wraps up after everything they've been through just to survive. She wants to know who did this to them, and why anyone would be so cruel. She hopes whoever is behind this feels the kind of pain she's feeling right now. Wall tells Min it was all about Wu Gun. She's curious and asks him to explain what he means. Wall says their target was Wu Gun from the Qingcheng sect. Someone hired the Blood Phantom group to take him out. That's why they were kidnapped and trained as assassins. Now that they're not useful anymore, they're just trying to get rid of them. Wall tells Min that if he can make it through this, he'll find out who messed with their lives. He's dead set on tracking them down and getting revenge, even if it kills him. Min can barely take it in. She feels like time's running out. She tells Wall that she wants him to stick around for her. As she's slipping away, she asks him to say her full name. He does, and she thanks him for it. All Min wanted was to hear Wall call her name before she went. As her spirit leaves, Wall promises to wipe out whoever did this to them. Back at the palace, Zhu Yuang is checking out a message. The fourth sword tells him that the assassins are totally cornered and won't get away. As Zhu Yuang reads on, he sees it's a shame to just toss the assassins aside after everything they've gone through. But now he's got word that their mission is off, so they're pretty much useless. The fourth sword is curious if that means the palace might be in some trouble, and Zhu Yuang assures him that they won't be able to find this spot. He thinks it's better to just chill here until the storm passes. Then, the fourth sword asks if Zhu Yuang really has no idea who the requester is. Zhu Yuang responds that he can figure it out, but he has to respect some boundaries. Zhu Yuang isn't worried about it since they shot over a message, which was cool. But then the fourth sword looks at the message and completely freaks out. Turns out there was some tracking incense mixed in, and just like that, one of the real ones goes down. The palace is under siege. The first sword steps up, warning the attackers to fall back, saying they're outmatched. But they refuse to back down. One of them shouts to take down all the assassins and break the commandment. The fourth sword tells Zhu Yuang they need to retreat, but Zhu Yuang refuses, saying he can't leave because they're here for him, and there's no way they'll let him escape. Fueled by anger, Zhu Yuang says they've crossed the line and gets ready to fight. He charges at them, cutting through like they're nothing. He warns them that if they bite, they'll get devoured. Zhu Yuang tells everyone to hang in there a little longer, but then he hears someone in the distance say he's not getting that chance. Out of nowhere, the guy drops a ridiculously strong attack. The opponent tries to block it with a heavy sword strike, but it's way too much. He ends up coughing up blood and stumbling back, completely shaken. He can feel the power and asks who the hell this guy is. The woman scoffs, offended that a lowly assassin would dare ask her name. As she steps closer, Zhu Yuang suddenly realizes who she is, Zhonghua, the life-ending toxic heart. Just as Zhu Yuang is about to ask if she's the one who put out the request, she cuts him off, warning him to keep his mouth shut unless he wants her to rip out his tongue. She gets ready to make her next move. Zhu Yuang finally pieces it all together and realizes that the person asking for help was from the Ime sect. Now he's kicking himself for not digging deeper into who it was. This mistake has led to a big mess, but he's not about to go down alone. Zhonghua is fed up with Gu's optimism and launches another attack. Zhu Yuang manages to block it again and fights back. Zhu Yuang charged at Zhonghua, his blade slicing through the air with quick, precise swings. Zhonghua met him head-on, deflecting each strike with sharp counters as their weapons clashed, sending sparks flying everywhere. The room buzzed with energy as they went at it, neither one giving an inch. Finally, they broke apart, both standing their ground, ready to jump back in at any second. Zhonghua is impressed by Gu's skill. She's glad they're fighting in broad daylight and has no chance to pull off some sneaky ambush in the cover of darkness. But she knows this has to end. She's determined to take him down along with the rest of the Blood Phantom group. With that, she unleashes a final whirlwind strike. This time, Zhu Yuang can't block it. Zhu Yuang knows he's staring death in the face and can't help but worry this might be the end for the Blood Phantom group. But then he thinks about all the blood, sweat, and tears he poured into building the group to stand toe-to-toe with the White Spirit group. That thought lights a fire in him, giving him the strength to keep fighting. Zhu Yuang and Zhonghua are really going at it, throwing some serious punches. Just when the fight is about to escalate, someone jumps in and takes a hit meant for Gu. The whole vibe shifts, in an instant, and everyone just freezes, not really knowing what to make of it. Zhu Yuang yells out for Elderly Master, totally lost about why she'd do this to him after asking for his group. She's in tears, accusing Elderly Master of betraying her, but elderly master is over it and cuts Ju Yuang off. Acting all confused, like she didn't have a clue what Ju Yuang was rambling about, she tells her group to wrap things up. The first sword takes a brutal stab from behind and goes crashing to the ground, shouting at the Ime sect. He realizes that ever since the elderly master became their leader, they've been building up their forces way too fast. He demands to know the name of the woman who just took him out. She tells him she's called Yang. He mentions that he heard one of Ran's disciples had amazing beauty and talent, so it must be her. Yang responds that those are just exaggerated rumors. The first sword takes his last breath and finds it pretty ironic that after being an assassin for years, he couldn't handle a disciple from the Ime sect. Meanwhile, Yang heads off to tell her sister that the first sword has been taken out. We then shift to the fourth sword being brought in front of Ran. The captives claim that he's the one who led the newly recruited assassins to the nearby Qingcheng mountain area. The elderly master asks him how many assassins he brought up the mountain. He replies with a question, asking why she wants to know. She presses him for an answer, but he insists he doesn't know. The fourth sword chimes in, saying that even if he did know, he wouldn't spill the beans, especially after all the chaos she's caused in his palace. Elderly master thinks his tenacity is cute and tortures him. She asks her question again, and the fourth sword involuntarily says he took 28 assassins. Elderly master got what she needed and asked how many assassins have been eliminated from the mountain. The woman says 24 have been taken out. Elderly master wants the 4 left eliminated immediately. While the palace is burning, elderly master turns to Yang and says that her role is super important right now. She mentions that she'll send someone to the Qingcheng sect to schedule a date for the wedding as soon as things settle down. Elderly master also advises Yang to get ready, both in her heart and body, for the wedding. She emphasizes that everything happening is crucial for the future of the sect. Wall is up on the mountain, checking out the monks from a distance. Their security's pretty on point at the entrance, so he's thinking about sneaking in from the inside. He figures they're eager to go down as natural enemies of the Zhonghu, so he might as well fit right in with that plan. In their base, a monk is gearing up to head out and collect some herbs. His friends warn him to be careful since things have been a bit wild lately. But the monk feels pretty confident that no one would mess with the Qingcheng sect. While he's wandering through the woods alone, he suddenly gets jumped and caught in a headlock by Wall. He tries to ask Wol who he is, but Wol just pulls out his sword. Wol ends up hurting him, and the monk can't believe someone would attack him on this mountain. Wol then asks if the monk is a part of the Qingcheng sect. The monk nods and Wol lets him go so he can ask a few more questions. He asks for the monk's name, and the monk replies that he's Dojin, a third-generation disciple of the Qingcheng sect. Wol asks Dojin about what kind of guy Wugun is, and Dojin freaks out, thinking he's talking about the Lone Star of Qingcheng. Wol's curious about why Dojin called him that. He explains that senior brother Wugun is the best thing the Qingcheng sect has ever produced. He's nailed most of their martial arts and is on some next-level skills. Dojin even heard that past masters from the Qingcheng sect are interested in him and are sharing their teachings with him. Wol is having a moment, thinking about how the Qingcheng sect is shaping up, and finally gets why they put so much effort into training for this crazy tough opponent. Dojin begs Wol to let him live since he's spilled all the info he has. But when he turns to face Wol, he freaks out. Wol is changing, and Dojin is suddenly really worried. He has no clue what Wol is up to, and when he looks back at him, he sees his own face staring back. Dojin starts to panic as he tries to figure out what Wol is planning. But when he locks eyes with Wol's dark gaze, it clicks, and Wol's about to impersonate him, and he totally messes up by trusting an assassin. Back at the monk's place, the guards out front are caught off guard when Dojin shows up again so soon. He says he's back because he forgot something. As he walks through the entrance, it feels like a whole new world to him. That's because it's actually Wol, who is transformed into Dojin. Wol sneaks through the base using his turtle breathing technique, looking for Wugun's room. Wol quickly figured out where Wugun lived. Inside the Shangqing Palace, a meeting was in progress. The Qingcheng sect leader asked if things were calmer outside now. His second-in-command, Wu Jin, replied that they're close to tracking down the assassins. The sect leader was still shocked that a bunch of assassins had the guts to attack their sect. Jin pointed out that this couldn't have just happened without someone pulling the strings. When the leader asked if Jin had any idea who it might be, Jin said they didn't have any leads yet, but he sent some of the disciples out to dig up more info. The sect's top warrior jumps in, saying that what just happened is totally unforgivable. He's determined to make sure it doesn't happen again. Jin reassures him not to sweat it. The sect leader brings up the war of heaven and demons, reminding everyone how close they came to losing everything when the Celestial Demon Union was about to take over Jianghu. That's when the amazing martial artist Li Gok stepped up and created the Providence Alliance. The Shaolin Temple, Wudang Sect, and Mount Hua Sect decided to join the action, and they seriously crushed it, reclaiming their past glory. On the flip side, the Qingcheng Sect and Ame Sect chose to sit this one out, sealing up their doors. They only ended up with the fancy title of Great Family of Sichuan, but can't really hold a candle to the others in practice. The sect leader says if they're really looking to catch up with the others, they can't slack off and need to keep their heads in the game. Jin reassures everyone not to stress too much. He thinks that if everything goes well, they'll be back on track in just a few years. The sect's top warrior is on board with that and asks how Jin's son, Wu Gun, is doing. He knows Wu Gun hasn't made any appearances lately and seems to be holed up training, focusing on atonement. Jin feels bad about not being able to raise his son the way he wanted. The top warrior of the sect reassures him, saying it's totally normal for a kid his age and that there's no point in apologizing for things that are already sorted out. Jin promises to get his act together. The warrior claims that no matter what people say, Wu Gun really has real talent. He adds that if Jin raises him right, Wu Gun will definitely keep up with the heirs of the three big sects. The sect leader jumps in and mentions he heard that Jin agreed to let Wu Gun marry someone from the Ime sect. Jin confirms it's true. The sect leader thinks marrying into the Ime sect isn't a bad idea and asks if the bride is Ran's disciple. Jin replies that she's actually his youngest disciple. He also mentions that there are rumors she's both pretty and smart, which could make her a good match for Wu Gun. However, he still has some worries because of Ran. The elderly master is really trying to catch up to the Qing Cheng sect, and if Wu Gun ties the knot with her, they might end up in trouble. That's why Jin has turned down the proposal so far. The sect's best warrior tries to ease his mind and points out that they can't keep being enemies with the Ime sect in such a tight area. After all, Wu Gun is their only shot at hope for the Qing Cheng sect, and he's getting some serious special treatment. Wall is hanging outside Wu Gun's place, and it's his first time seeing it for real. The layout is just like the one from the underground cave. The front gate locked, but Wool knows just how to get in. He jumps up onto the roof but hears two guys coming, so he quickly lays down. These two monks are complaining because they think Wu Gun is using his isolation training as a way to be with women. One monk's wondering if one of their disciples is with Wu Gun, while the other is just trying to hush him up. Wall can't believe it when he finds out that Wu Gun is bringing women into the sect. The thought of being around a woman in the sword training hall is just too weird for him. As the two guys walk away, Wall takes a moment to sort through his thoughts. He reflects that no matter where you are, there's always going to be someone who's different on the inside. As night falls, Wall gears up for his next move. He dashes along the building and sneaks inside, but he can't seem to find Wu Gun anywhere. So, Wall figures he'll crawl through the vents, hoping to track him down. In another room, swords are just scattered everywhere, and beneath the vent, a guy is laying with a girl. Wall peeks through the vent and recognizes the guy as it's Wu Gun. He can tell just by looking that Wu Gun is on a whole different level compared to the Blood Shadow group captain. But he's still just a guy. So Wall thinks if he hits him on the death pressure point, he could take him out. Wall starts lowering a rope from the vent, trying to carefully wrap it around Wu. Just as he gets the rope in place, Wu suddenly wakes up. Realizing he has to act fast, Wall yanks the rope. As Wu gets pulled up and is in danger of being choked, he quickly uses his hand to slice through the rope. Wu finally breaks free from the rope and stands right in front of Wall. He asks him who he is, and Wall responds by pulling out his blades. He charges at Wu, but Wu doesn't look worried at all. He raises two fingers and easily blocks Wall's attack, catching him off guard with his strength. Now it's Wu's turn to fight back. Wu doesn't hold back as he goes for another attack, putting all his strength into it. Wall is struggling to handle the insane pressure from this monster who's just fighting bare-handed. It feels like he might black out from all the energy he's trying to block. He can't wrap his head around how someone can do all this without any weapons. He knows he's running out of time to escape this situation, and it's only going to get worse. He tries another slice with his blade, but once again, Wu just stops it with two fingers. Wu takes a moment to give a shout out to Wall's skills. He asks our boy who sent him, but Wall can't catch his breath and doesn't answer. Wu chuckles and wonders if that girl's dad is the one who sent him. Wall just looks confused. The story takes a look at Wu Gun's life. He has got martial arts down as it just comes naturally to him, but honestly, he is not really into it. He starts to drift away from training, and then one day a woman spots how impressive his skills are. He used to be a total hero, a fighter like no other, but everything flipped when he met that girl. He went from being a legend to just another dude chasing after Justin's girlfriends, throwing away his honor like it didn't mean a thing. One night, Wu Gun met a woman who was not like the others, who usually showed interest in him. But things went horribly wrong, as he got drunk, lost control, and did something unforgivable. He hurt her in the worst way, and not long after, she ended her own life. As punishment, Wu was sent into isolation for a year. No action, no fun, just endless, repetitive training. It was dull, but since he had nothing else to do, he pushed himself to the limit. By the time that year was over, his skills were on a whole new level. Wu is now staring down our guy, who spent pretty much his whole life training to take him out. But Wu thinks Wall was sent by that girl's dad to get revenge for her death and gets into a fighting stance. Wool, on the other hand, has no clue what Wu is talking about and can only zero in on how crazy powerful this guy is. It feels like every bit of energy radiating off Wu is intense and super scary, almost as if he's made up of a ton of sharp blades. Wu goes full speed at Wool, throwing a bunch of attacks. Wool is using up a lot of energy just trying to block them, but Wu doesn't let up as he's raining down strikes. And luckily, Wool's got some quick reflexes to keep him safe. Out of nowhere, Wool manages to sneak in a kick that connects right on Wu's head, which really annoys him. Wu counters and knocks Wool down, throwing his blades aside. Just when it seems like Wu is about to finish him off, Wool dodges the attack and scoots off to grab some blades. He launches one at Wu, but it gets blocked. He shoots a few more blades, but those just get deflected by Wu Gun too. It feels like everything Wool tries just doesn't get through, but he keeps pushing and suddenly fires off a couple more blades. Wool's attacks get shut down again, and then he pulls out this crazy ching-ching move, sending out 72 sword waves like a massive tidal wave. The other dude is just standing there, looking completely stunned as the waves slam down like there's no tomorrow. Wool knows he's in deep trouble. As Wu charges at him, he quickly vanishes from the scene and grabs the woman Wu was with to use as a shield. Wu is getting pretty fed up again, so he pulls off his technique and whirls both Wool and the woman into this crazy storm. Out of nowhere, Wool reappears right in front of Wu and tries to land a serious strike with his sword. While being attacked, Wool remembers what the masters told him about learning martial arts from that book, because you never know when you might get into a fight. He tells Yeo that only time will reveal if he's just a sheep or really a wolf. Then, Wool pulls off the secret technique he learned, targeting the guy he had to assassinate. Finally, he manages to block his moves like a pro. Wu couldn't believe it. Wool was actually holding his ground against a secret move from the Qingcheng sect. Wu threw punch after punch, but nothing landed, and it left him completely stunned. What Wu didn't know was that Wool had studied that technique. Like his life depended on it. Sure, Wool had his own moves, but this one gave him an edge. Confident as ever, Wool used the swift mind technique to weave around Wu's attacks like it was child's play. Wool has taken care of business and got back at the Blood Phantom group too. Now there's a ton of panic in the Qingcheng sect. The bells are ringing, and inside Wu Gun's place, Jin is a wreck. He can't wrap his head around how this all went down. Then, the sect's greatest warrior has a lightbulb moment. He tells the sect leader they need to get rid of that girl. The sect leader is taken aback when he hears someone suggest getting rid of one of their own disciples. The guy argues that Wu Gun's reputation is at stake. If anyone finds out he was hanging out with a girl during his isolation training, both their reputations would take a serious hit. This idea really bothers the sect leader. The sect's top warrior sees what's happened and says there's no point in dwelling on it. With Wu Gun gone, he knows their sect's reputation is on the line, and they need to act fast. He suspects someone hired the assassin, a person who stands to gain from Wu Gun's downfall and the sect's disgrace. The warrior insists they can't let that happen, no matter the cost. But as the sect leader tries to figure out a plan, their brothers chime in, saying that no matter how crucial the sect's reputation is, it can't outweigh the value of a human life. The sect's top fighter is saying that at this rate, there's no way they'll ever catch up to the Shaolin or the Wudang. Instead, the gap is only going to get wider, and they'll just end up being a nobody sect. While everyone thinks about that, Jin stands up with his son's sword. He walks over to the disciple and reminds her, as a member of their sect, she should get it. The disciple starts crying, and Jin tells her she should have stepped in to help him. She pleads for her life, but he thinks it's too late for that. The sect leader rushes over to Jin and demands to know what he's done. Jin explains that he really had no choice. Wu wasn't just a big deal for the Qingcheng sect. He meant everything to Jin. He couldn't just sit back and let his reputation go down the drain. Jin says he's ready to take whatever punishment comes his way for what he did. The elderly master just got some news at the Emi sect, and she can't believe an assassin actually took out Wu Gun. She's pretty mad that they didn't catch all the assassins. Her plans to take over the Qingcheng sect are now messed up since her backup plan isn't even needed anymore. Zhanghua is saying they need to track down and get rid of the assassin who did it, because that person might know some important secrets. The elderly master mentions that the Qingcheng sect has already reached out for help. She tells Zhanghua to round everyone up because they need to set up the inescapable net right away. Then she glances at Seol and comments that she must be relieved now that the wedding isn't happening. Seol shoots back that she's actually not happy at all since she just lost her husband. She's unsure if she's being teased, but the disciple keeps her cool and walks out calmly. Out in the country, there's a farmer taking a stroll down the road. He runs into two guys who are on the lookout for a criminal who's done something really bad. They ask the farmer who he is, and he says his name's Cheo. He lives in a nearby village and was just heading home after a day of working on the farm. The guys are curious why he's done for the day so early, and Cheo explains that he finished cutting weeds ahead of time. They decide to let him go, but as he walks past, one of them gets this feeling that something's off. He stops Cheo and questions how he managed to look so clean after farming. He figures that if Cheo cut weeds, there should be some evidence of it, especially on his sickle. The farmer gets nervous, and the men accuse him of being the assassin that the elderly master said killed Wu Gun. They fire off a signal and call for backup. The man's suspicions were correct as it's Wall. He orders his men to capture him. Wall finally shows everyone who he really is and jumps into action. It doesn't take him long to take out all the investigators. After putting the chief in his place, he gives the guy a hard stare and lets loose some glowing, stringy ropes that wrap around him, choking and pinning him down without breaking a sweat. It's like he's handling a deadly spider web. He asks about the elderly master. The guy explains that the elderly master is the abyss of 9 calamities and the head of the Ime sect. Wall questions whether she gave him a direct order. The guy says she told all the Ime sect disciples to help the Qingcheng sect catch the assassin, no matter what. Wall wonders if the Ime sect has always been this helpful to the Qingcheng sect. The guy shakes his head, thinking that his backup should show up any minute now and he just needs to buy some time with Wall. Wall is trying to figure things out. It has to be someone who knows Wu Gun and isn't as skilled as him. Someone who can stick with a plan for 7 years and has enough money to throw at it. Wall decides it must be the elderly master. The Ime sect's backup finally shows up and charges toward Wall. The guy thinks he's saved and starts gloating, telling Wall it's over for him. He even throws in another threat but doesn't get to finish his sentence as our boy's had enough and slices his neck mid-sentence. Then, without missing a beat, he sends his strings flying and wipes out the rest of the attackers like it's no big deal. Back at the Ime sect, word came in that the assassin managed to break through the martial artist's defense and got away. This is a real headache for Zhonghua because it means the assassin is only getting stronger. It's hard to believe how dangerous an assassin can be against their trained fighters. She's determined they will chase him down with everything they've got, but then Seol steps in and says, "That's not a good idea." She says there's no way they'll catch him like this. Zhonghua asks what she means. Seol explains that the fact he hasn't been caught yet shows he's got skills that are better than they think. If they keep chasing him like this, all they're gonna see is him getting away. Zhonghua asks Seol for a better idea, and Seol suggests they try to figure out where he might go next. She has a hunch about his potential destination. Given that the assassin must be worn out, it makes sense he'd head back to a place that feels safe, probably the spot where he was trained as an assassin for a long time. She mentions they've found out that the Bloody Phantom group trained their assassins somewhere near Batang. Zhonghua is totally annoyed by how smart Seol is, but he admits that they've got plenty of supplies coming into the area. He says they're going to head to Batang and see if they can beat him there. They're quick to track down Wall and are hot on his heels. They know he's hurt, so they figure he won't last much longer. He thinks he can shake them off by running up a wall, not realizing how they keep predicting his moves. When he glances back, he locks eyes with Seol, the brains behind this whole mess, and realizes he's really in trouble now. Wall is making a run for it, trying to shake off his pursuers as he dives into a dense forest. After a bit, everything goes quiet, and he starts to think maybe they've given up on him. But when he glances back, he sees a huge blast coming straight at him, followed by a massive explosion. As the dust settles, the Qingcheng warrior steps forward. He knows his attack was reckless and brutal, but his rage drowns out any second thoughts. Still, he needs to capture Wool alive, and figuring out who ordered the hit is the real priority. He tells his crew to check if Wool is still alive, and up above, Zhonghua spots him and rushes in to attack. This lady's got some serious strength as she throws a lightning blade at our guy, causing another explosion. Everyone is on edge, waiting to see what happens next. The Qingcheng warrior notices that Zhonghua is not holding back and is aiming to take him out. She gives the order to find the assassin, making sure he has nowhere to escape. While searching, they find an entrance leading underground and assume that's where Wall went. The Qingcheng warrior orders his disciples to climb down the rope, reminding them the assassin must be captured alive. Watching from the shadows, Zhonghua tells her disciples to follow suit, but her orders are clear: the assassin doesn't leave alive. Both groups head down and are completely taken aback to find out this is where the Bloody Phantom group trained their assassins. Then, the Qingcheng warrior makes a wild discovery when they come across a perfect copy of the Qingcheng sect. Zhonghua spots the building and starts to feel anxious. A Qingcheng sect disciple catches sight of it too, and gets really mad. He tells his master that they can't just ignore this. The warrior realizes this means Wu Gun's assassination has been in the works for a while, and there's no way they could keep a spot like that hidden without some help. He figures someone must have been protecting them all along. Zhonghua just stands there, totally speechless. The warrior starts laughing like a total maniac, and tells his disciples that catching the assassin is their top priority right now. He makes it clear that they have to nab him alive. The disciples nod, getting what he means, and set off on their mission. Zhonghua steps up and says she'll rally her own group to do the same. The warrior reminds her that she needs to catch him alive too. He adds that she can do whatever she wants with him after that, but he has to be taken in alive. Zhonghua nods, feeling a bit nervous, and agrees to his request. As she walks away, he mentions that if the assassin ends up dead, he's going to be really upset. It seems like someone's been looking down on their sect. He's planning to track them down, even if it means going after one of the 5 great sects. Zhonghua feels a bit uneasy. She can tell he's suspicious of the Ime sect since they're not even looking at each other. She's sweating, anxious to find the assassin before the Qingcheng sect does, because she knows she has to act fast, no matter what. As Sial walks into the cave, she instantly feels a chill of danger. This place belongs to the assassins, and while everyone is itching to catch the guy, she knows both sects are way out of their league here. Meanwhile, the Qingcheng warrior stumbles upon the real one's base. He looks around, impressed by how huge this place is. As he explores the base, he starts to doubt that the assassins built this all by themselves. He can't figure out who might have helped them create something like this. Finally, he makes his way to the last room in the base. The warrior strolls in and starts searching for hints right away. He runs his hand along the wall and feels a hidden pressure plate. That triggers a secret spot on the wall, revealing a golden tube inside. He opens it up and checks out the message inside, which turns out to be a request to take out Wu Gun. The guy is absolutely livid because he can't believe someone wrecked the Qingcheng sect's future for a measly 500,000 yang. Fueled by pure vengeance, he's ready to obliterate the Blood Phantom group. That's when he spots an even bigger hole in the wall nearby. He steps inside and finds a table with a book on it. But this isn't just any room. It's a pit crawling with thousands of snakes. Ignoring the danger, he heads for the table and picks up the book. Turns out it's a manual from the infamous Nine Demon School. He picks up the book and thinks that the Nine Demon School is the clan that vanished ages ago during the War of Heaven and Demons. While he's mulling this over, the search for Wall is still on. Meanwhile, the Qingcheng sect disciples spot some grains of rice on the ground, and they get the feeling that Wool is close by. They remind each other to stay alert because you never know when the assassin might strike. As they move on together, one disciple lags behind. He notices that the creepy darkness hangs around, even with their lights. He realizes he should have stuck closer to the group because out of nowhere, Wool drops down and chokes him to death. The other disciples totally miss it because they're still shocked that the assassin was living underground. One of them figures the assassin must have pulled a sneak move in his fight with Wu Gun. He can't wrap his head around the idea that Wu could have actually lost a fair fight, and Wool's not cool with that, so he handles it his own way. The others see their friend go down and instantly realize that Wool is right there with them. One dude freaks out and starts running around hoping to spot Wool. Not the best idea though, because he ends up all alone in the dark. The rest of the crew panics and breaks apart, which gives Wool the perfect chance to take them out one by one. One dude hangs back, trying to act tough even though he's totally freaked out. He's yelling for Wool to come out and face him. Wool decides to mess with him and snuffs out all the torches. The guy is so scared that he ends up wetting himself right before Wool steps out of the shadows and takes him out for good. The other group of disciples is really struggling since their footprints are leaving marks in the ground, making it tough to track down the assassin. Ming, a disciple from the Qingcheng sect, thinks that if his only goal was to run away, he could have easily done anything to escape and hide. But instead, he's brought his enemies right into the territory he knows best. He thinks Wool is trying to take a stand in the place he knows best. Ming is eager to be the one to catch the assassin because it would really boost his reputation in the sect. He starts giving orders to the other disciples, telling them to team up in pairs, and above all, he warns them to stay alert. Ming takes a step and suddenly realizes he's triggered a pressure plate. He shouts for everyone to watch out as a barrage of arrows comes flying at them. The disciples try to fend off the arrows with their swords, but there are just too many, and a bunch of them get hurt. Ming barely dodges the arrows himself, completely caught off guard by the trap. He's upset to see some of the disciples injured. He glances up and notices more traps looming overhead. Ming yells another warning, astonished that anyone could live in a place filled with traps like this. Meanwhile, a guy is perched above, keeping an eye on the chaos below as the others scramble to figure out where he's hiding. The story goes on, and the Qingcheng warrior is staring at the thousands of snakes in the pit. He thinks these snakes were probably gathered for research by the Nine Demon School. He can't help but wonder if this cave used to be the Nine Demon School's headquarters. The disciples of the Ime sect are in chaos after their defeat, and some are missing. The ones who are left are freaking out, worried that Wall might strike at any moment. Zhonghua steps up, trying to get everyone to calm down. She shouts for them to cut out the panic, reminding them that the assassin is injured and won't make any reckless moves. It's vital for them to stick together instead of scattering. Meanwhile, Wall is feeling the pressure from his injuries and decides to take action, quickly taking Zhonghua out in an instant. But she picks up on the tension and realizes something isn't right. As Wool gets closer, she quickly spins around to defend herself. It's a face-off with Wool. Zhonghua grabs Wool's hand and tries to strike with the other one. He goes for Zhonghua's eye, jabbing with 2 fingers, and she yelps in pain. but that's all he manages to do. Wall was totally surprised by Seol, who now has her sword digging into his side. He realizes that she has some serious skills because the way she attacked was spot on. Seol isn't really used to getting compliments, though. She then tells Wall to give up, but he just laughs and has a different plan. He tries to go after Seol, but she sees it coming and dodges like a pro. Wall gets up and pulls the sword out of his side. He glances back at Seol and asks if she'll let him go if he gives up. Seol pauses for a moment, but Wall knows she won't. He points out that if she were willing to show mercy, she wouldn't have taken out the rest of the Blood Phantom crew. Seol asks Wall how much he knows, and he casually replies that he's aware she, the Abyss of 9 Calamities, is connected to everything. Jeonghwa, not wanting any secrets to get out, immediately tells Seol to kill him. After a moment of hesitation, Seol admits she's not exactly a fan of her master either, but she owes it to her fiancé, Woo Gun, to take revenge. With that, she unleashes a powerful surge of energy at Wall. Wall knows that going up against Seol directly would be a terrible idea, but just as he's about to back off, he gets hit by a burst of energy. Jeonghwa realizes this situation is really bad for the Ime sect, so she decides to take matters into her own hands, but the greatest warrior steps in and tells her to move aside. Jeonghwa insists on trying to save the Ime sect one last time, arguing that they need to take out the assassin before he can unleash any magic. The greatest warrior isn't really sweating it. He squats down to chat with Wool and asks him why he went through with it. He figures that even an assassin should know right from wrong. Wool opens up to the greatest warrior, explaining that he was taken to the cave when he was just 14. He didn't get the chance to tell right from wrong back then. Wool mentions that being trained as an assassin meant he didn't really have a choice in the matter. The greatest warrior notices that Wool isn't showing any empathy at all. Wool's eyes are full of anger, and the greatest warrior thinks he could have been a great ally if he'd had a better upbringing. So, the greatest warrior pulls out a tube and freezes Wool. He discovered the request to take out Woogun. With that, the greatest warrior asks who asked for the hit. Wall says he has a hunch. Then he asks the greatest warrior if he stopped them from going after him because he was thinking of the same person too. The greatest warrior glances back and Jeonghwa looks like she's about to be sick. A group of Qingcheng sect disciples rush over, asking if their master needs assistance. The greatest warrior turns to Ming and asks what happened to the others. Ming explains they didn't make it as they got caught in the assassin's trap. Frustrated but determined, the warrior knows what he has to do. Rising to his feet, he looks at Wool and says a quick death would be far too kind for you. He grabs Wool by the foot and starts dragging him, determined to make him suffer a pain worse than hell. It's the only way he can offer even a shred of atonement to those Wool has killed. Meanwhile, Wool silently wonders who's going to make up for the 7 years he's lost. The warrior brought Wool right to the bottom of the real ones. Holding onto Wool's foot, he looks down at the pit full of snakes. The warrior gives Wool one last shot and asks if he's still not planning to make things right. All Wool can do is laugh at that. The warrior knows exactly what he has to do. He looks at Wool and tells him he has no place in this world. Without hesitation, he throws Wool into a pit of snakes, wanting him to suffer a painful death while paying for his sins. Turning to the others, the warrior says it's time to leave the cave. He orders the entrance sealed so no one can ever use this place again. Wool is left alone to die in the snake pit, and the snakes waste no time sinking their fangs into him. But as the starved snakes take turns attacking, Wool doesn't even flinch. Instead, he starts hissing back at them. Grabbing one of the snakes, he shows them who's boss and bites its head clean off. Time goes by, and Wool ends up spending years all by himself in the cave. He managed to escape the snake pit and picked up martial arts moves from the Qingcheng and Ame sects by reading the books left behind on the dead bodies. After so much time hanging out with the snakes underground, Wool started taking on some of their traits. Wool has totally changed as he's got lighter skin and hair now. His body went through a lot after switching to a snake-only diet. Right now, he's just waiting for the chance to get back at those above ground. In Batang, there's this guy who just got tossed out from the top floor of a brothel. Wool is the one who did it, finally out of the cave. He's telling the boss he needs 3 days to himself, and she's not taking it well. She's confused about who this guy is and where he even came from. One of her guards tries to intimidate Wool for tossing a martial artist from the Sapphire House in Batang out of the window. But Wool couldn't care less and takes on both guards with his soul-reaping thread. The woman looks totally shaken since Wool just took them down with a simple flick of his wrist. She couldn't remember ever seeing anyone like him in Sichuan. Now she definitely saw Wool as way more than just an ordinary guy. The boss quickly asked for Wool's forgiveness, saying he could hang around as long as he wanted. She promised to get him anything he needed and begged him to let her guards go. Wool paused for a moment, but all the boss could think about was how calm his eyes were. To her, it felt like she was staring down a massive snake from the rainforest. Wool said he just needed 3 days. He freed the guards and asked if everyone could please leave him alone. The boss agreed to his terms and asked what his name was. He replied, I'm Pio Wool. After 3 days, Wool is finally set to bounce from the brothel. When he first stumbled out of the cave, he was totally bare, but the boss was chill enough to hook him up with some clothes. They even packed him a lunchbox for when he starts feeling hungry. As Wool walks out, the boss is still trying to wrap her head around who she just met. Her employee explains that Wool is just a guest who happened to drop by their brothel. The boss can't help but think that a new star of death has popped up in the Jianghu. Wool takes a break on his journey to grab a bite and escape the rain. He finds himself enjoying nature, something he's really missed for so long. It hits him that 7 whole years have gone by. He knows he can't forget his past, but he realizes that if he keeps holding on to it, he won't be able to move forward. To truly break free, he feels like the Qingcheng sect and the Ame sect need to pay for ruining his life. Wool figures if he heads to Chengdu, he might uncover more about those sects. Wool is chilling on his break when a group of people walks up, looking for a spot to escape the rain. Once they're under the roof, they start arguing about how soaked they are. After tossing blame around, they notice Wool just sitting there, watching them. They're a bit shocked to see someone else up in the mountains. The woman quickly tells Wool he's really handsome. The guy with her shoots back that she should be thanking him for getting them lost, which annoys her, so she tells him to shut it. Ranju turns to Wool and says it must be fate that they're all stuck under the same roof. She introduces herself as Ranju, and he replies with his name, Wool. She's totally smitten and kind of annoys him because she goes wild whenever a good-looking guy is around. Then, a guy jumps in and introduces himself as Daoshi, while a monk chimes in with his name, Huel. Ranju asks Wool where he's headed, and he says he's off to Chengdu. Coincidentally, that's where Ranju and the crew are headed too. She thinks it'd be awesome to travel together, but Wool seems a bit hesitant. They're a weird mix of people at first glance, but they all know how to work together when it counts. He's curious if Ranju is the main one holding it all together, even though she doesn't seem like the boss. Wool is up for it and decides to go with the flow. He feels like there's a strong bond or something deeper that connects them all, and he wants to dig into that more. They're all set to start their trip and manage to find a crew to hop on with. Daoshi mentions they'll be leaving in about an hour. Ranju starts griping about how uncomfortable rice cargo ships are. She loves getting under Daoshi's skin. Then she turns to Wool asking why he's off to Chengdu. Wool says he's got to meet up with someone. Ranju's curious and presses him for more info, so he explains he's meeting up with folks who owe him a favor. She asks if he's in debt, and he quickly clarifies that it's the other way around because he's the one owed. Wool asks Ranju why she's going to Chengdu, and she replies that it's for business. Wool points out he doesn't see any goods with her. Ranju chuckles and says sometimes you can sell what you can't see. Then Daoshi jumps in and asks Wool which clan he's from. Wool tells him he's not in a clan, which surprises them. He asks if that's an issue, and Daoshi says it isn't, but he's definitely left curious about who Wool really is. Everything feels chill and peaceful out on the water. People are chatting and enjoying each other's company. Wool is soaking it all in after being alone for so long, but his moment of calm is cut short when Ranju starts pestering him. She wants to know what's got him so lost in thought, saying he has this sentimental look on his face. Wool tells her to back off if she's just going to keep talking nonsense. Ranju laughs and teases that he's playing with her heart like a fiddle. Daoshi and Hyul are just watching, and Hyul asks if they should step in. Daoshi tells him not to worry, saying the powerful blood spider isn't going to fall for some guy's charms. He notes that everything she does is planned out, and even though she's acting all cute, she's still got a pretty nasty attitude, like a spider ready to pounce. Daoshi thinks Wool is pretty shady. Then suddenly the current gets super strong and messes up their trip. They glance out and spot an approaching boat. It's a gang of pirates looking to snag their rice. One of the sailors shouts for everyone to grab a weapon. They're definitely in a tough situation, but then Daoshi steps in and asks the sailor if he needs help. The sailor questions who Daoshi is, and Daoshi just replies that it doesn't really matter who he is. What counts is what he can actually do. The monk jumps off the boat and lands right on the pirate's ship. The pirates are a bit surprised at first, but then they rush to attack. Hyul takes them all on by himself, which leaves the sailors and his buddies stunned. This isn't anything Daoshi hasn't seen before, though. He tells the sailor it'll cost 500 yangs to settle this. Hyul doesn't waste any time after he makes his first move. He unleashes a flurry of kicks, taking down the pirates as if they were nothing, and he finishes the job on the last one who's still twitching with a quick hit. Once everything's wrapped up, he jumps back onto his ship like it's just another regular day. Daoshi gave a shout out to Hyul for his work, and Hyul suggested getting Ranju to handle it next time. Daoshi just laughed it off, saying he'd be glad if she didn't go all crazy on him for asking. They both looked around for her, and she was still trying to catch Wool's eye. Ranju begged Wool to stick around in Chengdu, but he insisted that he felt better on his own. The girl totally digs his laid-back vibe. As Daoshi and Hyul get their pay, they can't believe Ranju is still at it. Daoshi figures that Wool isn't your typical person. Anyone else would freak out in this kind of situation. He thinks only someone who's been through a lot of chaos could have that kind of look in their eyes. Ranju gives it one last shot and hits Wol with her puppy eyes. Wol is totally confused, and Ranju can't believe he's actually saying no. He tells her he's just not into poisonous roses, no matter how pretty they look. Her tears dry up fast because she's stoked that Wol thinks she's beautiful. That alone makes her happy. Meanwhile, Wol sees these folks as wanderers who sell their muscle for cash. They just flexed enough to get some rumors buzzing around about their skills in Chengdu. He's starting to wonder if that means there's some big conflict going down that needs these wanderers to step in. He doesn't think the Emi sect and the Qingchang sect would let any kind of fight happen in Chengdu. But then he wonders, what if things aren't going so well for them? He recalls his last moments with the Qingchang sect and the Ime sect. Wol wants to make them pay for their mistakes just like he had to. They finally dock the boat and are ready to head to Chengdu. Daoshi says they need to get there by morning and asks Wol what his plan is. Wol replies that he's planning to stay here for the night. Ranju looks upset and asks if he's really sure he can't go with them. Wol tells her he has something he needs to sort out on his own. He tries to give her a little hope and says he'll reach out when he gets to Chengdu. Ranju makes him promise, and he does. Wol heads out and makes his way into town, where he ducks into a lodge. As soon as he walks in, he catches some people staring. An employee asks if he's looking for food or a place to stay, and Wol says he wants both, but he'd like to eat first. They bring his meal over, but a group of guys starts chatting about his clothes from the other side of the room. Just when Wol is about to dig in, a guy interrupts him. This guy, Jang, introduces himself as the main escort for the Nine Treasures Escort Corps. He asks Wol why he's dressed in women's clothes if he's a dude. Jang claims he made a bet with his friends to figure it out. Wol casually replies that Jang just lost his cash. Jang, not backing down, says he still can't tell if Wol's being honest. Then his buddies challenge him to strip Wol so they can know for sure. As Jang gets tempted by the pressure, Wol flicks a chopstick right into Jang's eye. Jang's crew starts freaking out when they see him tearing up. Turns out he just got stabbed in the eye over a joke gone wrong and thanks to peer pressure. Wol does not hold back and thinks that since he cannot see now anyway, it is best to take out the other eye as well. Jang's begging for mercy, but Wol's already driving another chopstick in. Jang's screams say it all. Jang's friends finally come to help him out, but Wol grabs a bunch of chopsticks. He launches them and takes out the bullies in no time, basically blinding them. He tells them they need to own up to what they've done. Later on, in the village of Chengdu, Ranju and the crew are hanging out. They notice that a bunch of people in the streets are packing weapons. Ranju thinks it's the perfect chance for them. Hyul chimes in, saying it's one person's bad luck and another's good luck, calling it a real tragedy. Ranju, annoyed, tells him to chill. When Hyul asks why, Ranju calls out who's the most obsessed with money among them. Without missing a beat, everyone points at Daoshi, who snaps at them to knock it off. The group finally arrives at their destination, and Ranju is excited to see her captain, Muryang. He gives her a nod as his vice captain and mentions that she made it right on time. Hyul and Daoshi also say hello, pointing out how long it's been since they last caught up, and he responds with a warm greeting back. The four of them are chilling around a table, and Daoshi brings up that he needs some cash, especially after taking a long break. Muryang points out that the whole gathering was meant to tackle that. Daoshi, feeling unsure, asks if they're really planning to get involved in this. Muryang raises an eyebrow, wondering if it's too much for him, saying he can bail if he wants. Daoshi laughs it off and assures everyone he never meant to suggest he wanted to dip out. Ranju brings up the Qingchang sect and the Ime sect, wondering if there's some connection between them. Daoshi jumps in, pointing out that everyone knows about the ongoing feud between the two sects that's been going on for 7 years now. Muryang chimes in to say that no one really knows why it all started, but things have definitely escalated over time. The clashes range from martial artists getting into fights to huge battles, which have split everyone up across Jianghu and Sichuan. Muryang thinks a big showdown between the sects is just around the corner, but Ranju is curious about why they're even fighting in the first place. Muryang brushes it off, saying the reason doesn't matter. What's important to him is that this chaos might finally give him a shot at making his dream a reality. Later, we see Wol heading out of the lodge. The owner remembers Wol's earlier actions and starts to feel nervous, hoping Wol will just leave without any trouble. Wol walks up to the owner and asks who knows the most about what's going on in Sichuan. The owner is a bit confused and asks what Wol means by internal affairs. Wol clarifies that he's looking to find out what's happening between the sects. The owner suggests that Wol check out the workshop, especially the Fire Dragon Room. It's a place where Sichuan's artisans came together ages ago. They've been working with all the local sects for a while, so if Wol buys a weapon from them, they'll happily answer any questions he has. So, Wol heads over to the workshop. A guy starts shouting at his worker for using a hammer without asking, reminding him that he wasn't supposed to do that. He gives the worker a kick in the back of the head and tells him to stick to his regular chores. The guy yells at the worker to explain why he's just standing there and tells him to head to the back to finish up his tasks. He makes it clear that the worker isn't allowed to come back until he's called. Then he spots Wool watching the whole thing happen. The guy shifts his attention to Wool and asks what he's looking to buy. But Wool is more curious about what the worker did wrong. The guy admits the worker's behavior isn't great, mentioning there's a rumor that the worker is from the Tang clan, but he still tried to use the hammer without asking first. Wool asks if Tang clan descendants can't use hammers. The guy replies by asking if it's Wool's first time in Sichuan, and Wool says it basically is. Then the guy starts explaining how the Tang clan went downhill ages ago because they teamed up with the demon cult. Because of that, they got shut down by someone known as the strongest in history, which led to the clan's quick drop and fall. The Sichuan folks see the Tang clan as traitors to their community, so no workshop is willing to share their techniques with them. They're worried that history might just repeat itself. One guy says the Tang clan has to deal with the mistakes of their ancestors, asking why they chose to team up with the demon cult and claiming their fate is basically their own fault. The guy asks Wool again what he's looking to buy. Wool replies that he's on the hunt for a flying sword. The man tells him to follow him, saying that all the workshop's weapons are in the back. As they stroll to the back, Wool asks the guy if he's been getting a lot of orders lately. The man chuckles and says that their orders have shot up since the Ime sect and the Qingchang sect started throwing punches at each other. He explains that even though things are getting wild in Sichuan, their business is actually booming. He goes on to say that all the craftsmen in their shop are swamped with making weapons for different sects. While the guy keeps talking, Wool spots a descendant of the Tang clan getting beaten up nearby. The guys who are beating up Sochu think that the Tang clan fell apart because they didn't stick to the rules. They feel like they're showing Sochu where he belongs. While he's getting hit, he spots a dagger lying nearby on the ground. Wool walks up to the group and comments that people can be worse than animals when they let themselves be treated badly. He says that putting up with abuse makes you live like a worthless dog. Then, Wool turns to Sochu and asks him how he plans to live his life. The guys want to know who Wool is and tell him to leave, saying this is about the fire dragon room. Wool brushes them off and asks Sochu his question again. The guys are getting annoyed and start accusing Wool of ignoring them. While they're distracted, Sochu suddenly leaps up and bites one of them on the neck, taking him down. The guy is confused and asks what Sochu is doing, but Sochu just grabs a dagger and holds it right above his eye. The others are totally taken aback and start calling Sochu a beast. He stands up and points out that they've never treated him like a person, always seeing him as just an animal. He warns them that he is tired of being punched for no reason and threatens to cut the throat of the following person who messes with him. As the guys head off, Sochu starts to almost fall over from being so tired, but Wool steps in and catches him. Later, Wool walks Sochu home and takes a quick peek around his place, saying it looks awesome. Sochu, caught off guard by the compliment, wonders if Wool is just messing with him. Wool reassures him that his house is like a palace while his own home is more like a den full of snakes. Sochu thinks Wool is just trying to lift his spirits. Wool says he has to bounce because he's got plans. Sochu wants to know where he's headed, but Wool dodges the question and wonders why Sochu suddenly cares about what others are up to. Sochu chuckles and replies that Wool would have asked the same thing. Wool nods and explains that some people owe him big time since they used him, ditched him, and hunted him down. Curious, Sochu asks who these people are and if Wool's actually thinking about getting revenge. Wool lists names like the Qingcheng sect, the Ame sect, and a few others backing them up. Sochu can't believe it and says it's crazy, questioning if Wool really plans to go against all of Sichuan by himself. Wool just shrugs and admits he might be a bit out there. Wool asks Sochu for the flying dagger he lent him, saying he'll need it back. Sochu jokes around, calling the dagger a worthless piece of junk, but Wool stands up for it, mentioning he spent a whole tile of silver on it. Sochu then pulls out another weapon he had hidden under his bed and throws it to Wool, telling him to use that one instead. Wool is really impressed with how sharp, balanced, and tough the weapon is. He asks Sochu if it was tough to make. Sochu says it wasn't too hard to put together, but he had to keep it under wraps because he was short on time. Wool wonders if Sochu is really okay with giving it away, and Sochu reassures him that it's all good, adding how he's still mad at the Qingcheng sect and Ime sect for messing things up for the Tang clan. Sochu mentions that Wool was the first one to tell him not to put up with mistreatment, which makes the moment even more special. Wool thanks him and starts practicing with the weapon, picking it up really quickly. Sochu watches in awe, convinced that the flying blades seem to have a mind of their own. Wool decides to call the weapon the Phantom Dagger. As he leaves, Wool introduces himself to Sochu, who wishes him good luck in Sichuan. In Chengdu, Lady Wu is having a meeting. Thank you to everyone for coming after she reached out. The folks there reassure her that they're backing the 100-follower room, even with the pressure from the Qingcheng sect. Lady Wu sees their hard work and realizes that the Qingcheng sect isn't really powerful in Chengdu, which makes her feel a bit better. However, she secretly considers all men to be offensive barbarians. She recalls a summons from the Ime sect, driven by unusual actions from the Qingcheng sect. She tells everyone at the meeting that she won't be coming to the next one. The guys are super eager to join the Ime sect, even saying they'd hike up the mountain for her. Lady Wu feels pretty pleased, thinking they're just taken in by her looks. She starts dreaming about how she can get them to help her take charge of the Ime sect and run Sichuan. As the meeting wraps up, Lady Wu spots someone new in the crowd. Wool's bright eyes and fair skin kind of freak her out. She walks up to him, introduces herself, and asks for his name. He tells her he's Wool, but his icy reply gets on Lady Wu's nerves. She wonders if he's some sort of martial artist, and Wool just shrugs, telling her to believe whatever she wants. She pushes back a bit, but he cuts her off, asking why she's so curious about a random guy like him. He was not really disturbed by how Wool was talking. Lady Wu's guys wanted him to say sorry. Wool calls out their loyalty, wondering if they actually size up their opponents before trying to act all tough. The guy feels insulted and goes straight for Wool, swinging his sword at his head, but Wool dodges it like it's nothing. Getting frustrated and embarrassed, the guy tries again, pulling out the thunderstorm sword technique. The crowd starts to worry because their boss is about to use a seriously deadly move on Wool. The dude pulls out his sword and aims it at Wool's head, but Wool just steps aside like it's no big deal. Now frustrated, the guy goes all out, swinging like crazy, but Wool moves around so effortlessly it's like he's dancing, dodging every hit without even breaking a sweat. He even sneaks past the guy and ends up right next to Lady Wu. That's when the guy loses it and makes one last desperate swing. Wool turns around, looks him straight in the eye, and tells him his best move is still garbage. Then he grabs the guy, lifts him like he's a feather, and slams him into the ground. Lady Wu jumps in, telling Wool to let go of his anger and saying the guy was just reacting out of worry for her. Wool points out that everyone needs to own up to what they do. Lady Wu nods and says she'll take the responsibility for the guy. Wool notices she's kind of playing things to her benefit and can't help but smirk. Then, we see our guy and Lady Wu waking up in bed the next morning. Lady Wu asks Wool for a quick favor, feeling sure it'll be a breeze for him since he showed off his skills earlier. She tells him what she wants. She wants Wool to take out Nam Ho-san. The next in line for ThunderClan shares that not too long ago, their leader, Tae Janho, suggested a marriage between her and Nam Ho-san. They really put pressure on the 100-follower room and the Ime sect by saying they'd back the Qingcheng sect if the proposal didn't go through, which made things tough for both groups. Wool realizes that since he has no connection with the 100 Flowers room, Lady Wu thinks she can just pretend she doesn't know him if he messes up. She tells Wool that if he takes out Nam Ho-san for her, she'll put in a good word with her aunt and make sure he gets a nice reward. Wool is curious about his aunt's background. Lady Wu lets him know that she's one of the top disciples of the Ime sect leader and also the pavilion master, Zhonghua. This makes Wool think of his own amazing assassin buddy, and he smiles back at her. On Mount Emi, Ranju and one of her comrades arrive. The view from the mountain is breathtaking, but Ranju reflects on how meaningless it will be if they lose to the Qingcheng sect in the impending war. Ranju and her comrade are visiting the Ime sect for a meeting that includes Zhonghua, Yang, and the Abbess of 9 Calamities. The elderly master gets straight to the point, saying that a bunch of vagabonds wouldn't just spill blood for nothing. Ranju chimes in, agreeing that they can't take any losses, and notes that the group is asking for a whopping 500,000 gold yangs. The Ime sect disciples are furious, claiming that paying that kind of money is ridiculous. The elderly master steps in and everyone lowers their heads and falls silent. The old master is wondering if Ranju really thinks her offer will be taken seriously, pointing out that with the same amount of cash, she could hire a bunch of other groups. Ranju shoots back that none of those groups would be as tough as the Blood Cloud Corps. The old master pushes her, asking what would happen if they still said no. Ranju reveals that someone from their team has probably already made it to Mount Qingcheng. The elderly master lashes out at Ranju, accusing her of playing both sides, making her and her buddy cough up blood from the heat of the moment. The master demands to know the truth and what the actual offer is. Ranju finally spills the beans, saying they're just wanderers who sell their strength to whoever's got the cash, pointing out that their master will go with whoever pays even just one more yang. The elderly master is thinking it over, realizing the Qingcheng sect is already in a good spot, and bringing in the vagabonds could really tip the scales in their favor. She flirts with the idea of letting them go but decides not to, knowing she might need all the backup she can get if things blow up. So she tells Zhonghua to go talk to the vagabonds and work something out. Two guys are chatting about their business with the Thunder Clan, and they're both pretty fed up with how tough the clan is to deal with. One guy is venting about how worn out he feels every time they have to negotiate, wondering how much more the clan can ask for, especially since they've got all that grain stored up. They're calling the clan stingy even though they've got plenty of money. Wool watches from afar, waiting for the Black Cloud Corps to come back. Moriang is thinking about how tiring it is to stay neutral between the Ame sect and the Qingcheng sect. and he's considering retiring once everything settles down. Daoshi comes back, saying he got held up because he ran into someone he recognized. He reminds Muryang about that guy named Wol, whom they bumped into by chance while traveling. Muryang nods and admits he feels a bit on edge about it, suspecting it might be linked to the shaky situation between their two sects. Daoshi believes that Muryang's worry is something to take seriously, so he suggests sending some free members to follow Wol out of curiosity. Muryang thinks that's a smart move and agrees. At the same time, Zhonghua and the Ime sect crew show up. Muryang greets them warmly, seeing their visit as a sign that the Ime sect is ready to talk things over. Zhonghua warns Muryang not to try to pull any fast ones on her sect, or there will be serious consequences, even if it means delaying their fight against the Qingcheng sect. Muryang grins and invites them in, kicking off the negotiations. Zhonghua thinks Muryang's demand for trading rights beyond the Great Wall is ridiculous, arguing that wanderers should just focus on making money. She calls him too ambitious, but he insists that his goals are totally doable if the Ime sect takes control of Sichuan. Frustrated, Zhonghua loses her cool and slams her hands on the table, realizing that Muryang has the upper hand in this deal. Muryang grins and invites them in, kicking off the negotiations. Muryang is backing down a bit and is saying he'll give up his request for trading rights, the 500,000 gold yangs, and compensation for the broken table. Instead, he's asking for help to settle down by the Western Plateau. Zhonghua wonders if this was Muryang's plan all along. Muryang nods and explains that since they're vagabonds, no sect wants them close by. Zhonghua admits her sect feels the same way. Muryang points out that the Western Plateau is far enough to steer clear of any trouble and asks if she's on board with it. Zhonghua thinks it over and sees that while the vagabonds could be useful for a bit, she worries they might end up being more trouble in the long run. She comes up with a plan to use them as disposable help, figuring that if they set up survivors in a settlement far away, it would keep future problems to a minimum. In the end, Zhonghua decides to go along with the idea. Muryang is pretty pumped about how the negotiations went, realizing that he wouldn't have gotten such good terms with the Qingcheng sect. He offers to whip up a contract, but Zhonghua says it's not necessary because the Ime sect will stick to their word. Then, he asks if they're planning to head back right away, or if they want to stay the night, offering them a place to crash. Zhonghua decides to stay in the 100-follower room, where her niece is staying. Ranju suddenly bursts in with some urgent news, which really ticks Muryang off, and she wants to know what's going on. Ranju spills that the leader of ThunderClan has been killed. Muryang asks if they caught the killer, and Ranju says it doesn't look like it. She mentions that ThunderClan thinks the Qingcheng sect might be behind it. Tae, the leader of ThunderClan, shows up at the Qingcheng sect out of nowhere, bringing along some armed followers. The sect's disciples are totally thrown off by the surprise visit. The sect leader meets with Tae and asks him what's going on. Tae then reveals a coffin holding the body of his disciple, which leads the sect leader to express his condolences and ask if Tae suspects them of having anything to do with it. Tae gets really frustrated and asks the sect leader if he really doesn't get it. The sect leader, sincere as ever, says he honestly doesn't and asks Tae to break it down for him. So Tae decides to show him instead. He opens the coffin to reveal that it holds Namho-san, the leader of ThunderClan. They point out the wounds on the kid, clearly made by the Qingcheng sect's 72 sword waves. The sect leader starts sweating as he realizes that the wounds really do match the technique they were talking about. He's suddenly put on the spot, facing demands to stop making excuses now that he's seen the body. It's clear to him that his disciple is dead because of the Qingcheng sect's sword moves. They all agree it only makes sense that the Qingcheng sect is behind this. He suspects they figured out ThunderClan was planning to back the Ime sect by marrying into the 100-flower room and decided to strike first. The sect leader tries to calm Tae down and promises to look into what happened. But Tae isn't having it. He can't just chill when one of his disciples has been killed by their technique. He shows the evidence and pushes the sect leader to give an explanation right away. Then the Qingcheng warrior jumps in, clearly annoyed. He tells Tae he's being disrespectful for showing up uninvited and calls his accusations ridiculous. Without holding back, the warrior attacks Tae with the thunderstorm poem technique, questioning if Tae really thinks their sect is a joke to bring such claims. The sect leader is pretty upset with the top warrior for using violence. The warrior brushes it off, saying there's still time to fix things after taking out the threat. The leader can't help but notice that his younger brother has changed. He's gotten all reckless and aggressive. He used to be cold, but he was never this wild before. While the disciples check on him, Tai calls out the Qingcheng sect for using force to shut down any complaints. The sect leader doesn't know how to respond and tells his junior brother to chat with Tae once he's better. He also sets up some places for the ThunderClan warriors to stay. Then, the sect leader tells his disciple Cheong to look into what's going on in Chengdu because he feels like something's off there. In Chengdu, two guys are chatting about the whole situation. One of them wonders if the Qingcheng sect actually took out Namho-san, mentioning that sometimes martial arts clues can be faked. The other guy insists that top-notch martial arts leave pretty clear marks, and the 72 sword waves are way too unique to copy. They both think it's likely that the Qingcheng sect is behind it. They're worried that things might get pretty messy in Chengdu soon. Meanwhile, they have no idea what's really going on as the actual culprit Wool hangs out in a nearby room. Lady Wu walks in and starts examining Wool to see whether he has anything to do with Nam Hosan's death. Wool pretends he has no idea what she's talking about, acting all clueless. Lady Wu looks puzzled, convinced that Wool did something wrong. Wool brushes off the need to find out who the killer is, saying the main point is that Nam Hosan is dead. Then Wool grabs Lady Wu by the chin and leans in for a kiss. For a second, she goes along with it, but then pulls back, saying she's got to deal with an important guest. She talks about her aunt, Zhonghua, the first disciple of the Imi sect, who's come to the 100 Flower Room with her junior sister. Since Zhonghua is pretty high maintenance, Lady Wu has to take care of her personally. Wool asks Lady Wu what Zhonghua is doing in Chengdu. She mentions that Zhonghua is trying to hire the Blood Cloud Corps, a tough group of vagabonds with a smart leader. Wool is curious about how long Zhonghua plans to stick around, and Lady Wu figures her aunt will hang out at the 100 Flower Room for a while. While she's glad to see her aunt, Lady Wu doesn't really enjoy having her junior sister around. Once Lady Wu leaves, Wool thinks about what she said and suspects that Zhonghua's junior sister must be Yang. He remembers how cold and harsh she was, and wonders if he'll run into her again in Chengdu. Wool thinks the Qingcheng sect is probably in chaos after Nam Hosan's death, and he feels like he just needs to wait a bit longer to get his plans rolling. In a flashback, Wool is seen pulling off the 72 sword wave technique perfectly with Sanju's dagger, and brutally taking out Nam Hosan. Meanwhile, the Qingcheng sect's disciples show up at the scene to look into what happened. They realize that the technique definitely belongs to their sect. Chung thinks about the chance that an outsider might be responsible, but isn't convinced that anyone outside could actually master their secret technique. The disciples start wondering if someone might have figured out the technique from a leaked transcript. After some back and forth, they decide to stop speculating and follow the assassin's trail instead. Chiang briefly thinks about whether the culprit could be the assassin they ran into 7 years back, but quickly brushes it off, convinced that person is long gone. As they head to an inn to catch some rest, they bump into members of the Imi sect. Tension fills the air as both groups eye each other warily. Chiang says hi, but Zhonghua just laughs at him for ditching the mountains. He comes back at her, asking why she's not up there keeping watch, and lays the blame on her for kicking off a war. Zhonghua tries to shut him down, but he brushes her off. A younger girl tells Zhonghua to back off, but she's not backing down against the Qingcheng crew. Then she brings up whether the Qingcheng sect took out Nam Hosan, knowing he was engaged to Seol from the 100 Flower Room. Chiang throws some insults back, saying the Imi sect shouldn't be talking. Yang thinks about their past together and wonders where things went off the rails. She remembers starting this mess but never expected it to blow up like this. Her mind drifts to Wool, the mysterious guy behind the scenes, whose name she doesn't even know. As Yang sharpened her focus, she felt someone nearby but couldn't see anyone. Wool, hiding in the shadows, recognizes Yang's keen instincts. He reflects on how he sparked this conflict and feels pretty pleased with the chaos that's starting to unfold. Later that night, under a starry sky in Chengdu, Ranju calls Wool out for not being around. Wool ends up at a dinner meeting with Moryang and Daoshi. Moryang introduces himself as the captain of the Black Cloud Corps. Moryang tells Wool that he's heard a lot about him and mentions that Ranju is really interested in meeting him at least once. Now that they're finally face to face, Moryang notices how strong Wool is. He points out that even though Wool covers up his intense energy with his flashy clothes and style, he can't hide everything because there's still a weird amount of energy leaking out from him. Ranju is feeling pretty good about how things are going. Moryang cuts to the chase and tries to recruit Wool for the Black Cloud Corps. He mentions that a lot of people see the Corps as a bunch of outcasts, but he has this vision of turning it into a recognized group. To make that happen, he thinks they need to bring in everyone who's got skills. Moryang tells Wool he's ready to give him whatever he wants, even bringing up Ranju. He finds it amusing that Ranju acts like she doesn't care about Wool when she actually knows what's going on. Daoshi is super curious about how Wool will react and hears him say that the offer isn't really tempting. Daoshi can't help but laugh at that and apologizes for butting in before asking them to keep going. Moryang turns to Wool and asks what exactly he finds so unappealing, joining the Corps or dealing with Ranju. Wool shrugs and says he doesn't really like either, and he'd rather not touch food that's just gonna go bad. Ranju can't believe he just blew her off, and there's this awkward silence. Then Moryang just cracks up, saying he was just messing around. Moryang gets up and tells Wool he has no clue how important Ranju is. He warns Wool to stay away from their Corps and explains that while he likes chatting, the others are all about taking action. Wool shoots back that if Moryang ever gets beheaded one day while just walking down the street, he should think it was Wool who did it. Moryang gives a nervous smirk, but Wool quickly says it was just a joke, even though Muryang doesn't laugh. Later on, a disciple gives Chong an update. Chong asks what's been happening with the Emi sect. The disciple mentions that they haven't left the 100 Flower Room yet, but a few of their disciples are keeping an eye on things nearby just in case. Chong says they need to find the person who killed the Thunder Clan leader to get to the bottom of it and figure out their next moves. The disciple points out that the locals in the backwaters usually have the best info since they're well connected all over Sichuan. Chong's unsure about bringing them into this, but he decides to let the disciple make the call, and the disciple reassures him that he's all in for the mission. Looking into the night sky, Chong reflects on the unexpected involvement of multiple sects, including the Thunder Clan, Golden Heaven Clan, and 100 Flower Room. He worries about the problems that may arise if the assassin is not caught soon. While a spy keeps an eye on Wool, they're convinced Wool is inside but can't feel him around. Even knowing how powerful Wool is, the spy can't believe there's absolutely no sign of him. Not even a whisper. The spy sends a signal linked to Yang, who's the vice captain of the Black Cloud Corps. The ninja tells Yang that the top target hasn't done anything all night. With morning coming up, they're ready to shift gears from long-range to up-close surveillance. Yang nods in agreement and tells the captain to stay alert. The ninja heads off to pass on the message. Yang gets back to his work, trying to figure out what's going on with the gates at the foot of Mount Qingcheng. He remembers that the Corps can't use their full power there, so he thinks about luring the enemy down to the base of the mountain to take advantage of their 200 horses. While he's deep in thought, he suddenly feels like something's off, and he ends up throwing daggers at the ceiling. When nothing happens, he shakes off the feeling and decides it's just his nerves acting up. At the 100 Flower Room, Zhonghua tells Yang it's time to head back to Mount Ame. Yang wants to know why, and Zhonghua replies that her job is done since the negotiations went well, so Yang isn't needed anymore. But Yang doesn't want to leave just yet, because she's worried about potential trouble with the Qingcheng sect in Chengdu. Zhonghua suggests they could use the Black Cloud Corps as protection if things get dicey, and pushes Yang to just go along with it. After some hesitation, Yang finally agrees to leave in the morning. After Yang leaves, Lady Wu drops by to see Zhonghua and brings a bunch of snacks to keep her company. Zhonghua thinks it's really sweet and notices that Lady Wu seems a lot healthier now. Lady Wu shares that she's been hanging out with someone who's been a good influence on her. Then she starts to wonder if this guy might be linked to the killing of Seol, the Thunder Clan leader. Zhonghua looks shocked and asks if that's actually true. Lady Wu quickly says she doesn't have any proof, but promises to introduce Zhonghua to the guy once she feels certain about her hunch. Before Lady Wu can share his name, news breaks about Go's death. The disciples are pointing fingers at the Qingcheng sect, and the mood is tense. They think the sect sent an assassin to take out their guy, and Zhonghua is fired up and ready for some revenge. The next morning, Muryang and Yang head over to the Flower Room. Muryang fills Yang in on another Ime sect disciple biting the dust, which has him worrying about teaming up with them. Yang sees it as a chance to strengthen their alliance, but can't shake the feeling that having such a skilled assassin lurking around in Sichuan is a bad sign. Muryang thinks about how there's been a lack of assassin groups ever since the Blood Shadow group went down 7 years ago. He brushes off the thought that the Qingcheng sect might hire someone to do the job and wonders if a third party is involved. For a moment, Wool pops into his head, but Yang reassures him that Wool hasn't been active in days. Trusting Yang, Muryang shifts his attention to keeping an eye on the Qingcheng sect. Muryang and Yang meet Zhonghua to express their condolences. Zhonghua asks them to check out her disciple's wounds, which she thought were nothing serious at first. Muryang takes a closer look and realizes the cuts are way too thin and sharp to have come from a sword or dao. He considers that it could be from a silver wire, but isn't sure how it could leave the skin looking so intact. Zhonghua asks Muryang if he's ever seen injuries like these, even with all his experience, and he has to admit he hasn't. When she wonders if he has any suspects in mind, he briefly thinks of Wool, but quickly brushes it off and apologizes for not being able to give Zhonghua the answers she needs. Zhonghua asked Muryang when all his forces would be back in Chengdu. He told her they'd return in 2 days, but mentioned he was worried the Qingcheng sect might get suspicious if the cavalry rolled into the city. Zhonghua brushed it off, saying she didn't care, and planned to take them down quickly anyway. Muryang asks if she's planning to go all in right away, and Zhonghua replies that she already promised to give him what he wants, so he shouldn't worry. She makes it clear she'd rather die than share the sky with the Qingcheng sect. Muryang and his vice captain recognize her strong resolve, but no one notices the figure sneaking around behind her. As night sets in, the scene shifts to the hospital, where one of Muryang's guys is in really bad shape. Muryang is quick to demand an explanation. Ranju fills him in, saying they went looking for Wool and ended up getting beaten up pretty badly. Fuming, Muryang signals for more details, and Ranju starts telling the whole story from the start. Ranju remembers running into Wool while he was eating. Even though he clearly wanted some alone time, she approaches him with her usual expressive style and goes on to apologize for being rude during their meeting with Muryang. Wool brushes off her apology, which makes Ranju a bit uneasy, even though she tries to play it cool. She pushes him to think about Muryang's offer again. Just then, their chat gets interrupted by Yuk, and his arrival only makes Ranju more annoyed. Yuk says he's there to pick her up for Muryang, but she tells him not to get involved in her business. Yuk introduces himself to Wool and insists he isn't leaving. Ranju is getting more and more annoyed as Yuk keeps trying to chat with Wool. The big guy is eyeing Wool in a creepy way. Wool puts her foot down and warns Yuk to back off, or there will be trouble. He brushes it off and even has the nerve to try and touch her. Yuk doesn't realize what Wool is capable of and just stands there while she counts to 3. When she hits 3, she goes for him with chopsticks aimed at his eyes. But Yuk blocks the move with his arms. Yuk is furious and tries to hit Wool with a double punch, but he ends up smashing the table instead because Wool dodges out of the way. Ranju steps in, trying to keep things from getting worse, but he can't stop the fight from escalating. Wool jumps in swinging wildly, throwing down a crazy combo that lights up the whole room. Yuk barely has time to react before the ground explodes beneath him, leaving him stuck and gasping for air. Meanwhile, Wool just stands there looking fierce, while Yuk struggles to figure out what just happened. Wool really messed him up and then grabbed his head, digging his fingers into his eyes before trying to walk away. But our hero stays calm as ever and unleashes his soul-reaping move, sending daggers flying like it's no big deal. Just as they're about to hit, the Ranju's red aura lights up and slices through the chaos to stop them. She rushes to her blinded friend and tells our hero he's being stupid. She begs him to chill out because he's already gone way too far. She says she's not looking for any trouble, and that Yuk has already faced consequences for what he did. Wool just nods along and walks off without saying anything. Before he leaves, Ranju tells him to stop being so reckless, warning that his wild actions could lead to problems. Wool doesn't seem to care about her advice. He's more annoyed about his clothes getting messed up since they were a gift from his girlfriend at the brothel. Muryang listened to Ranju's story, shocked and angry about losing such an important ally at a crucial time. Ranju swore to make Wool pay for bruising her pride. Muryang agreed, saying they'd deal with Wool after settling things with the Qingcheng sect. With that, they split up, both heading off to regroup with the cavalry and figure out their next steps. In Chengdu, Chong is grilling the manager of the ignoble clan branch about who killed the young ThunderClan leader. The manager seems pretty stressed as he admits it's tough to track down the murderer, but he does have a lead. Apparently, the killer used some moves from the Qingcheng martial arts. Chong then asks if there are any outsiders hanging around the city, and the manager drops a name, Pio Wool. He's got a reputation for his dangerous charm, and his master is rumored to have skills that are off the charts. Chong asks if Pio Wool is mixed up in the murder, and the manager admits that his best guess. Chong takes note of the name, slips the manager some cash, and heads out. The manager smiles but still has some doubts nagging at him. Once he's alone, the manager starts second-guessing everything and picks up a book to learn more about Pio Wool's background. As he reads, a chill creeps through the room. A shadow darts behind him, but he catches on too late. A hand snatches the documents, and before he knows it, he's tied to the chair by Pio Wool's soul-binding threads. It hits him hard and he's in serious trouble. Pio Wool steps up, looking calm and composed. He gives the manager some credit for his hard work, but warns that spreading rumors without checking first comes with a price. The manager tries to explain that messing with him could lead to trouble, but Pio Wool's smile is icy. He replies that he's already aware of that, which is exactly why he showed up. The manager pleads for mercy, but Pio Wool just finds it funny and points out that the world didn't show him any kindness. Suddenly, the threads loosen up, and the manager goes for a quick attack with a shadow strike, trying to catch Pio Wool by surprise. But Wool is already one step ahead. The fight is over almost as soon as it begins. Before the manager can react, Wool wraps the thread around his neck and, with a quick motion, it's done. The manager's head is gone. Sitting calmly in the chair, Wool doesn't even flinch as blood splatters across the room. He grabs the documents and walks out, leaving the manager's lifeless body slumped in a pool of red. An explosion in Chengdu marks the growing conflict between the Qingcheng sect and the Ime sect. Buildings are on fire while Muryang watches the chaos unfold. Both sides are at their breaking point and are clashing hard, all because of some misguided revenge for assassinated disciples. Fire Dragon Remaster Po tries to step in and mediate, but gets caught up in the fight, which leads to his clan wanting revenge and escalating the war even more. Muryang takes a look around and realizes the Ma sect is in trouble with their limited forces. He calls in the Black Cloud Corps and gets ready to jump into the action. In the middle of the chaos, with disciples scrambling everywhere, Zhonghua corners Chong and accuses him of being behind her disciple's assassination. Chong fires back, saying it's their fault for provoking the Qingcheng sect and pinning the Thunder Clan leader's murder on them. Zhonghua denies it, insisting the assassin's techniques scream Chong's sect. Furious, she launches an attack, swearing one of them won't walk away alive. The tension between them is electric as their fight ignites. In the middle of all the chaos, Yang tries to protect a fellow disciple with just her hand, but it doesn't work out. The other girl is already badly hurt and collapses. Yang is trying to keep it together, but the pain is too much, and the girl dies in her arms. Feeling completely crushed, she holds her fallen friend close, thinking about how she didn't want to join the fight in the first place, and how many lives have been lost because of it. Another explosion pulls her back into the harsh reality of the battle around her. Moryang is worried about the incoming forces, and is concerned that the Qingcheng sect might have blocked their path, but he quickly brushes that off since it's not really in their style. He senses that something's up and that there's a plan to stir up trouble, so he sends Seol out to check things out since the people who went to gather the forces still haven't come back. Soaring over the chaotic battlefield, Seol can't help but think about all the craziness happening below him. It seems like someone's got these two factions tangled up in a deadly game, and he's trying to figure out who's pulling the strings. As he glides by, he sees buildings getting blown apart, and wonders if the mastermind is smart enough to steer clear of the collapsing chaos. He spots this sacred tree in Chengdu that overlooks everything around it. He climbs up the tree to see if someone's hiding inside. Just then, he feels this rush of blades coming at him, so he jumps off the tree. Seol caught something in the corner of his eye. Someone up in a tree dressed in a black warrior robe with glowing red eyes. Before he could fully process it, a swarm of daggers flew straight at him, every single one terrifyingly precise. Damn, this guy's good, he thought as he drew his weapons to block the attack. The technique was wild, maybe telekinesis. How's a master like this hanging out in Chengdu? The tree wasn't helping either, branches tangling him up like a trap and leaving him wide open. Next thing he knew, the guy was on him, arm tight around his neck, cutting off his air. As Seol gasps for air, the guy takes him out in an instant. After that, the man just goes back to watching the battle unfold from a distance. He's keeping an eye on things when Zhonghua goes down against Chong. Chong stands tall, looking victorious while Zhonghua is left really hurt. Yang rushes over, asking if she's okay, but she can't respond. He quickly gets her out of there and heads to the 100-flower room. Meanwhile, Chong watches them leave, and when his junior brothers come running in for help, he tells them it's time to leave too. Both sides pull back their forces. Zhonghua's injuries are pretty bad. This is just the kind of news that the guy in disguise, Wol, loves to hear. Moryang is insisting that Wol be brought to him right away, because he wants to handle the interrogation himself. Meanwhile, in the 100-flower room, two disciples are chatting about how bad Zhonghua's injuries are. While they're figuring out what snacks to grab, Yang tells them to get it together. She reminds them to check the defenses of the 100-flower room since the Qingcheng sect could attack at any moment. Plus, she wants a messenger pigeon sent to the main sect ASAP. Yang's looking to update them on everything that's gone down and call for reinforcements. In the 100-flower room, Yang tells the disciples to step up security since she thinks the Qingcheng sect might attack again. She has them inform the sect about the rising tensions and requests some backup. Yang thinks that the deaths of her student and the young leader of ThunderClan really cranked up the tension between the two groups, and it's gotten out of control. She's convinced someone is stirring the pot and trying to create trouble between them, but she needs to figure out who it is. Inside, Zhonghua is sprawled out on her bed, her injuries severe enough to keep her stuck there. The doctor tries to offer advice, but she shuts him down with a sharp glare and a threat to remove his head if he doesn't leave. He quickly backs out, leaving her alone to stew in frustration. She looks down at herself, hating how weak she feels. Rand's the last person she wants to step up for her, so she's determined to recover fast, no matter what it takes. The door swings open, and Zhonghua figures it's just the doctor again. Without even looking up, she tells him to beat it. When there's no reply, she glances up and asks who he is. The guy asks if she remembers him. Zhonghua is curious if he knows her. He smirked and said he hadn't forgotten her even for a second in the last 7 years. Then he adds something ominous about blinding her last eye to jog her memory. That's when it clicks for Zhonghua it's Wol from way back when. Wol runs into Zhonghua, who can't believe he's actually here. She reminds him that he definitely died back when the Qingcheng warrior tossed him into the snakehold. Wol agrees but says it's time for him to take her down. He confesses that he's the one who killed her disciple and the young leader of ThunderClan. Zhonghua gets really angry, saying he's just made an enemy of the MA sect, and starts questioning how he can be so fearless. Wol snaps back, reminding her that they're the ones who created him, and without them, there wouldn't be any reborn assassins like him. Zhonghua glares at him and demands to know what he wants. Wol shrugs and says he doesn't want anything, just to let her know what's in store for the Ime sect. Then, with a cold smirk, he declares his plan, to kill Cheong of the Qingcheng sect using the MA sect's ultimate technique, the snow cloud piercing strike. He's always joking around with her, just throwing it out there that Seol's go-to move is the snow cloud piercing strike. Zhonghua glares at Wol and threatens to kill him, but her body betrays her. She is too weak to move, let alone carry out her threat. The pain is unbearable and she cannot hide it. Wool watches her struggle and then coldly predicts devastating losses for both sects. With a sly grin, he vows to expose everyone involved, from the elderly master to the Qingcheng warrior, leaving no one untouched. With her last breath, Zhonghua curses Wool, thinking back on his cunning plan as she weakly reaches for his neck. Wool coldly warns her that he'll hunt them all down, no matter how deep they hide. Blood streams from her eyes as she realizes the full extent of his cruel plan, and she musters every ounce of strength to attack, but only to collapse unconscious. Wall looks down at her and reflects that she never should have created someone as terrifying as him. The story moves on to the Black Cloud Corps as they start looking for Wall. They realize that Wall managed to slip away before their surprise raid, but it turns out Wall paid for the room and never actually showed up. Ranju curses herself for being dumb enough to fall for Wool's good looks and swears she'll skin him alive if they ever cross paths again. Meanwhile, Daoshi and Hyul do their best to stay focused, but it's clear they're on edge, worried about whatever mess Wool might be stirring up next. In the Golden Heaven clan, two disciples take a break from their training to chat about the chaos happening in Chengdu. Suddenly, there's a massive explosion. They recognize the sound and flashes as the snow cloud-piercing strike, which makes them think the Ime sect might be involved. Inside, stuff starts to unfold right before the strike. Chiang is practicing martial arts but feels a bit off when Wool sneaks up on him. Chiang keeps it cool and asks what the unexpected guest wants. Wool introduces himself, and Chiang remembers hearing about him from the branch manager of the ignoble clan. Chiang is curious about what Wool's up to, and Wool says that sneaking around at night usually spells trouble, him included. Chiang then asks if Wool took out the leader of the Thunder clan, Seol. Wool admits he did, explaining that he had a grudge against both the Qingcheng and Ime sects, so he got them involved. Chiang pieces it together as this guy must have killed the Ime sect disciples too. He shoots Wool a sharp look, accusing him of holding grudges against everyone. But what puzzles Chiang is that he's never even heard of Wool's name before. Wool finally shows his true colors as the assassin that everyone in Sichuan sees as a public enemy. Chiang quickly realizes that this guy must be the one who killed Wu Gun 7 years ago, and he feels a surge of pride about it. Understanding who he's up against, Chiang gets ready to fight and warns Wool that he's made a huge mistake. He takes his stance and challenges Wool to try and make it out alive. Wool is just waiting for the action to start. Chiang charges at him with everything he's got, determined to take him down. But Wool stands his ground without any fear. He's got this soul-reaping thread wrapped around him, looking like it's protecting him for the fight ahead. Chiang doesn't hold back, unleashing his signature move. His blade cuts through the threads in one clean, powerful sweep, tearing them apart like paper. He smirks and believes it is already over as he moves closer to Wool. In his overconfidence, he fails to notice the threads silently creeping behind him and gliding through the air like ghosts. With a swift motion of Wool's hand, the threads wrap around Cheong and lift him into the air. He is completely trapped in a sinister soul-reaping web. Wool yanks the threads tight, and the snow cloud-piercing strike slices through the air. The hit lands hard and fast, leaving Chiang seriously hurt. Chiang realizes he is no match and uses his final breath to tell Wool they have created a complete monster. The disciples quickly blame the Ime sect, falling perfectly into Wool's plan. Driven by rage, they are already preparing for revenge. It doesn't take much as once a reason appears. Chaos erupts instantly. People start killing each other non-stop, day and night. Before long, any thought that someone might be behind it fades away. Nobody cares anymore because all they want is to kill the enemies in front of them. In no time, the entire place turns into a bloodbath. As Seol walks through the battlefield, it feels like she's stepping through hell. She tries to make sense of how things got this bad when Muryang appears, saying he has something to tell her about the recent killings and someone named Wool. Hearing that name stops her in her tracks, completely shocked. At Mount Eme, elderly Master grieves over losing Zhonghua. She finds out the killer's name is Wool, the same assassin who took out Wu Gun 7 years ago and is now stirring up the war between the Qingcheng sect and the Ime sect. Elderly Master is really curious about how he even found out about the Ime sect's snow cloud-piercing strike. One disciple who died in the cave had a secret manual, and Elderly Master thinks Wool might have gotten a hold of it. He's super mad and wonders why anyone would be carrying around a secret manual in the first place. But the disciple chimes in, saying she's just passing on the message, and they don't really know for sure yet. Elderly Master declares that the Qingcheng sect won't buy any excuses because they need to capture Wool. When a disciple steps up to volunteer, she shuts them down, saying she'll handle it herself. Her voice is firm as she vows to capture Wool and make him pay for mocking the great Ime sect. In Chengdu, Wool meets Sochu in the Fire Dragon room, where some guy starts messing with him. Wool quickly puts the bully in his place and laughs, saying the place hasn't changed, especially with Sochu still cranking out top-notch killing weapons. Sochu smirks and says those so-called noble types deserve whatever's coming to them. Wool turns to the boy and asks how he thinks people who make others suffer while pretending to be noble should be dealt with. Sochu shrugs and says, Wool can do whatever he wants, just as long as he kills them all. Wool nods, then casually snaps the bully's arm without hesitation. So he wants to show Sochu something cool. He grabs a guy and tells Sochu to check it out. Wool is all about letting Sochu see the dagger go right through the guy, and it brings Sochu a big kick of joy. Wool unleashes the soul-reaping technique with his dagger, wiping out the remaining nobles in the streets of Chengdu. They run for their lives, but there's no escape as the deadly dagger slices through every corner, leaving no one alive. He asks Sochu what he thinks, and Sochu, looking really surprised, says he can't believe the weapon is so powerful. Feeling thankful, Sochu bows and offers to help, asking if Wool needs anything. Elsewhere, ThunderClan leader Tae runs for his life and is chased by Qingcheng's greatest warrior, Zhong. Zhong unleashes a powerful strike, hitting Tae on his head and killing him instantly with a single hit. The sect leader's brother Sage Mu is freaking out about what Zhong just did. The sect leader, seeing Tae's beheaded lifeless, becomes furious about Zhong's actions and demands to know why he did that. Zhong explains that Tai gave him the reason for Chiang's death and promised he wouldn't let anyone involved get away with it. The sect leader is caught off guard by Zhong's intense anger and starts to wonder what went down in that cave 7 years ago. Zhong can't keep it in any longer and lashes out by saying they lost Rugun Sang because of the Emi sect's schemes, and now that Chiang is gone, he's seriously worried about Qingcheng's future. The sect leader attempts to soothe him, but he brushes off the leader's attempts to calm him and insists he can't stay quiet anymore, then takes off into the sky. The leader's brother, Sage Mu, is pretty worried about the trouble Zhong might stir up if he teams up with Jin, who's been isolated since his son passed away 7 years ago. Sage Mu has a feeling that if those two get together, it could lead to some serious chaos all over Sichuan. So he offers to dig a little deeper and senses something weird that might uncover the truth. The sect leader is on board with that and tells him to take some disciples along, just in case they need to handle Zhong. He really stresses the importance of helping him sort out his inner demons. As Sage Mu heads out, the leader reminds him that the future of the Qingcheng sect is resting on his shoulders. At some inn, two guys from the Black Cloud Corps are chatting about how crazy the prices have gotten for a night's stay. It's all because the conditions in Chengdu State are pretty rough, thanks to the Qingcheng and Emi sect messing things up. Wall is checking out the book from the Ignoble Clan's branch manager and stumbles upon details about the Black Cloud Corps, which is headed by Mayang. He makes a mental note to keep an eye out for Daoshi and Hayu. The info about Chengdu and Sichuan martial artists really impresses him, and he figures that memorizing it could come in handy. When he glances at a picture on the wall showing what the city looked like during the war, he thinks about the conflict and all the lives that were lost. But he doesn't feel any guilt for the deaths he's caused. His time stuck in that cave taught him one thing, which was to just survive. It's too late for him to change anything now. All he knows is to keep pushing forward, even if it means his end comes in flames. At the 100 Flower Room, the Emi sect disciples are running low on medicine while helping the injured and feeling unsure about getting more. Seol steps in, reassuring them that she's already arranged for a fresh supply to arrive by noon. She tells them to concentrate on treatment and recovery for now. Muryang is impressed by how resourceful Seol is and wonders why he hasn't heard of her before. Daoshi explains that the Emi sect's biggest talent over the last century had to stay under the radar because of Zhonghua's caution. But now that Zhonghua is gone, Seol can finally show what she's capable of. Daoshi thinks that if she takes over as the Emi sect leader, it could really make a comeback. Their chat stops when they sense someone approaching. Daoshi warns everyone about the unusual presence. When the door opens, it's Ran, the Emi sect leader who has just arrived in Chengdu. The Emi sect disciples greet her respectfully. Muryang realizes it must be serious if the elderly master is getting involved personally. Seol also shows her respect, and Lady Wu from the 100 Flower Room shows up right after, worried she might have messed up. The elderly master tells everyone to head inside and asks Muryang and Daoshi to join her. The two guys feel a bit anxious and wonder if it's too late to back out. However, they know they can't escape now. Inside, Seol fills the elderly master in on what happened with Wool. As soon as the elderly master mentions his name, Lady Wu looks pretty nervous. She asks her if she has anything to say, and when she apologizes, she presses her about her connection to Wool. She tells her to look him in the eye and accuses her of being restless just at the mention of him. Lady Wu stammers, saying she only wanted to use him and never expected things to turn out like this. She confidently offers to go after Wool herself, sure that he'll fall for her trap. Then the elderly master grabs Lady Wu and demands to know who ordered the death of the ThunderClan leader. He scolds her for thinking she could step outside her place among men. Lady Wu claims she'll live like a flower, but Seol senses something bad is about to go down and calls out to Ran. But it's too late. Ran kills Wu with a single blow of thunder through her head. Everyone is terrified after seeing the sight happen in front of them. Lady Wu lies lifeless. Seol unleashes her powers and insists the killing is unnecessary. but Moryang silently admires Seol's strength as she unleashes her true powers, while the elderly master smirks at Seol's reaction. She tells her she must learn that once exceptions are made, even just one or two, they will continue to be made. For any wrongdoing deserving death, the wrongdoer must die. The elderly master continues and says that one day she'll understand her stance when he rises to her level. She tells her to stop acting like a child, leave and take Lady Wu's body away. She mentions that the 100-Flower Room and the Emi sect share roots, so she will take them in again. Distressed by her actions, Seol leaves the room. Moryang starts to suspect that elderly master might have actually wanted to take out Lady Wu from the get-go, trying to get a grip on the 100-Flower Room. He realizes that not only is elderly master the toughest martial artist in Sichuan, but he's also pretty clever with his moves. Moryang figures that keeping control over her won't be as easy as he thought. The elderly master gives Moryang a call, letting him know she needs him to spring into action. Both Moryang and Daoshi are curious about what's up, and the elderly master tells them she wants the Black Cloud Core to track down Wool for her. Later, two disciples dispose of Lady Wu's body, leaving her in the forest where stray animals can eat her. After they leave, someone comes over. It's Wool. He starts picking up rocks and digs a proper grave for her. After he's done, he takes a moment to sit next to her. He tells her he's not going to apologize since they were just using each other, but he promises to get back at the ones who did this to her. Sage Mu from the Qingqing sect comes knocking on Jin's door. Jin's manager answers and sees Sage Mu there. Sage Mu checks in on Jin's well-being, and the manager is curious about what he needs. Sage Mu asks if he can see Jin, explaining that the Qingqing sect is in a tough spot and needs Jin's help. The manager gets it and goes to get Jin. Meanwhile, Sage Mu thinks about how Jin has shut himself away after Wu Gun was killed and let everything fall apart. This is kind of like how Jin feels inside. Finally, Jin shows up and greets Ha. When Sage Mu asks how he's doing, Jin says he's managing and invites them inside. As they catch up, Sage Mu reveals that the assassin who took out the Thunder Clan's Seol leader used the 72 sword waves technique. It is the same technique that got Jin's son. Before Sage Mu can dig deeper, Jin cuts him off and says he knows why Sage Mu is there. He confirms that the same killer took both Seol and his son. Sage Mu wants to know what Jin plans to do about it. Jin responds that parents who lose kids just go through the motions, and he's determined to avenge his son. That day, Jin's sadness turns into pure anger. In Chengdu, Wool is chilling by a well and practicing with his daggers and soul-reaping thread. He suddenly feels someone drawing near. He turns around to see it's Ranju, who greets him and playfully mentions that he's looking more handsome since they last met. Ranju says she was curious about what he's been up to and didn't think he'd be hiding out so close to the 100-Flower Room. Wool cuts to the chase and knows that since she's brought friends along, this isn't just a friendly catch-up. Daoshi and Huel show up with Ranju, greeting Wool and complimenting his keen instincts. Ranju then explains that this is his last shot to join the Black Cloud Corps. Wool questions what happens if he refuses, and Ranju replies that they'll have to fulfill their client's request to kill him. Their argument heats up as Hyul insists that Wool should just accept Ranju's proposal if he wants to stay alive. But Daoshi steps in to calm him down and says they're not here to kill anyone. Wool then asks if they'll back off the mission. Daoshi tries to strike a deal and mentions that he knows who Wool is and what he's done, and hints that he just needs to be a bit better at hiding. He explains that they already told the Emi sect Wool is dead, so if he gets caught, they can cover it up. Even if the Emi sect finds out he's still breathing, he'll be strong enough by then that no one in Sichuan will be able to take him down. Daoshi also tells Wool that the Emi sect is actually their client, which Wool probably already guessed. Wool calls out Daoshi for being willing to betray clients, pointing out that having credibility is super important for a group like theirs. Daoshi just laughs it off, saying that credibility doesn't matter with all the chaos going on in Chengdu. He admits he actually likes Wool and doesn't want to kill him, so he'd rather have him join the Black Cloud Corps. Wool isn't having it though, insisting that credibility is key for an assassin. As she listens to this, Ranju starts to think that maybe someone hired Wool to stir up trouble in Chengdu. Wool gets lost in memories of his friend Min's last words, wishing that those responsible would feel the same helplessness he did when faced with overwhelming strength. That's when it hits Ranju that Wool's client must be a woman. She thinks a guy would only throw himself into danger if a woman was involved. Daoshi makes a comment about her being sentimental and Ranju gets fiery, demanding to know who this woman is while throwing an attack at him. Wool isn't bothered at all by her attack, but it ends up shattering a nearby well and causing some chaos, giving them a moment of distraction. When they turn back, Wool has vanished. Moryang steps out from his hiding spot and reminds her that he told her chatting with Wool was a waste of time. He nods towards Wool, who's now just hanging out on a roof. He orders his men to kill him. Everyone pops out from the bushes and charges at Wool from all sides. Wool snaps his fingers, releasing his soul-reaping thread to take them all out in one go, Not feeling satisfied, Wool thinks to himself that Mariang must have brought way more people to try and take him down. Mariang chimes in about how many he's gathered, and Wool shoots back that they should have stayed out of his fight. But he's not fazed and gets ready to take them all on again. Two guys are chatting when suddenly they hear a big ruckus and see Wall running away from the Black Cloud Corps. They can't tell if he's just trying to escape or leading some crew, and they've never seen him before. Wall spots them and quickly comes up with a new plan, heading their way. He suddenly kicks one of them in the head, taking him down, and the other guy freaks out asking what he is doing. Wall silences him and then goes after another guy nearby, hitting him hard enough to knock him out for good. Bystanders start gathering around, calling him crazy. The Black Cloud Corps catches up, confused by what he's up to as Wool's plan kicks into gear. The crowd think that the Black Cloud Corps is connected to Wool and turns against them. Realizing they've been outsmarted, Ranju and Daoshi see that Wool's plan is to slow them down. Wall makes a break for it, leaving them to deal with the angry crowd. Ranju tries to explain what is happening. Hyul steps in and offers to take care of the bystanders. He tells Ranju and Daoshi to go after Wool. They urge him to stay safe, and Hyul promises he'll follow their orders. The crowd goes wild, charging at Hyul with a vengeance. Before long, a full-blown battle breaks out between the Qingcheng and Emi sects. Muryang, Ranju, and Daoshi finally catch up to Wool as they watch the chaos unfold below. Muryang can't believe a single assassin managed to turn a minor dispute into an all-out war. He asks Wool if he even knows what kind of mess he's created. Wool wonders if everyone has joined the fight, even those who are hiding out, and he realizes the whole situation has turned out even better than he expected due to the Black Cloud Corps. He feels grateful, declaring that the battlefield is about to get even more intense. Ranju, fed up with everything, pulls out her weapon and goes for Wool, but he dodges her attack without breaking a sweat. Daoshi steps in too, ready to put an end to this. He goes in with his weapon and Wool is quick on his feet, avoiding the strike and countering with his soul-reaping thread as he shoots daggers at Daoshi. Daoshi is surprised by Wool's quick and skillful movements, since Wool has finally decided to fight back, but he is determined to defend himself. However, Wool is done messing around. He sends a dagger from behind Daoshi, who sees it coming behind, but it becomes too late and cuts his arm off. Daoshi lets out a painful scream, while Wool surrounds Ranju with a bunch of extra daggers. She cannot believe how fast they are moving because it is crazy that she cannot even see them. Ranju notices Wool is acting way more serious than when they were fighting before. She looks up and sees him glaring down at Daoshi. She shouts for Wool to stop, but it's like he doesn't even hear her. As he's about to finish off Daoshi, Muryang jumps in and hurls his spear at Wool with everything he's got. Just as the spear is flying toward him, Wool grabs Daoshi and uses him as a human shield. Muryang's attack has just impaled Daoshi. Wool looks at the wounded Daoshi and takes off from the scene. Ranju rushes over to Daoshi, pleading with him not to die. As he starts to fade, Daoshi reassures him that he's not going anywhere. Tearfully, Ranju shouts for Muryang to chase after Wool. She says to catch him and rip him to shreds. Muryang is determined to avenge Daoshi and takes off. Ranju starts tearing up and leans her head on Daoshi, letting the tears flow. The elderly master is watching the chaotic battle between Seol and the Emi sect from a distance, feeling pretty confused by the whole scene. Seol insists they have to quickly rescue their ally, the Qingcheng sect, and get things under control ASAP. The elderly master agrees that things are worse than she initially thought. She tells everyone to move into the Fire Dragon Room. Once they reach the Fire Dragon Room, there's a knock from the elderly master and the Emi sect. The Fire Dragon Room master, Pio, realizes they're at a disadvantage if they open the door. Frustrated, the elderly master just kicks it down. Pio calls her a witch, which doesn't sit well with the elderly master. Pio tells her to have her team back off since this mess is between the Fire Dragon Room and the Qingcheng sect. He claims it's not the Emi sect's fight to jump into. Elderly master says everyone knows how the Qingcheng sect and the Emi sect are related, and when Pio tries to respond, elderly master tries to silence him. But Pio was ready. As Pio defends, he realizes he didn't know elderly master was this strong. A violent duel starts between both of them, but in no time elderly master hits Pio powerfully, causing him to cough blood. The elderly master has had enough and jumps up to deal her final blow. She says with this, it's over. Just as the elderly master is about to land the final blow, Zhang the Qingcheng warrior steps in and blocks her strike. The elderly master looks surprised, not expecting her powerful attack to be halted. She notices Zhang after such a long time and acknowledges him. Zhang comments on how weird it is to see each other again under these circumstances. The elderly master isn't thrilled to see him, and Zhang mentions he's been waiting 7 years for this moment. He remembers how his senior brothers turned down his plan to wipe out the Emi sect all those years ago, which could have brought them together much sooner. The elderly master picks up on the new, mysterious energy around Zhang, recognizing it as something powerful and different, almost as if he's had some kind of awakening. Zhang downplays it, saying he has just picked up some new martial arts skills. The elderly master reflects on how she never thought the Qingcheng sect had such deep and extensive martial abilities, especially one that feels so impure. Zhang urges her not to judge the Qingcheng sect by her own standards, arguing that its potential is way greater and broader than that of the Emi sect. The old master throws down a challenge, saying that even an assassin managed to make the Qingcheng sect look bad. When Zhang asks what she's talking about, the elderly master drops the bombshell that the assassin he thought he defeated back in the underground cave is still very much alive. She wonders if he even looked at the body, and Zhang realizes he totally didn't, admitting that's why they're in this mess. It's hard for him to wrap his head around the fact that he's actually alive. Elderly Master continues to explain that the assassin is responsible for killing the Sial leader of the Thunder Clan Zhonghua from her sect and Cheong from his, which implies that they have all been outwitted by one man. Zhang can't believe they're being messed with by just an assassin, but the elderly master insists it's true. He suggests they sort out their issues later after taking care of this assassin, who's probably up to no good right now. But Zhang isn't having it. He gets ready to fight and states that the person behind Wu Gun Hit is right in front of him, and he's not going to let this chance slip away. He gets the 7 swords of Qingcheng together to help the Fire Dragon Room kick out the Wicked Witch from the Emi sect. Slowly but surely, he moves forward with the Fire Dragon army by his side, facing a whole army. The old master thinks he's pretty stubborn and has definitely picked the tough path and must pay for his crimes with his life. They rush at each other, preparing for a big showdown while not too far away, Wool takes a break from his run. He looks off in the distance and sees the brawl between Zhang and Ran, and a grin spreads across his face. Wall keeps on running, and a group of people is chasing him down on horses. Moryang can't believe he's struggling to catch up, even though he's on a horse. He starts to wonder if Wool is somehow making energy threads, and then stepping on them in midair. Regardless of whatever method Wool is using, Moryang is determined to catch up to him and kill him. He suddenly flashes back to his Sealer days, remembering the first time he met Daoshi. It still stings that Wool killed him. Daoshi was like a mentor to him. Moryang calls for an attack, and the Black Cloud Corps launches its spears at Wool. Wool feels the spears coming and turns back to face them. Everyone is confused and wondering why Wool is charging at the spears as if he has lost them, and then out of nowhere Wool vanishes. As they scramble to figure out where he went, Wool suddenly appears right above them. When they look up, Wool unleashes his attack and starts killing them. He is slicing the heads of them with daggers. Moryang just got outplayed by Wool again. Wool's not backing down this time. He's surrounded by Moryang and the Black Cloud Corps. Moryang says he will make sure to kill him with his own hands. Wool looks a bit lost and asks if this isn't just how everyone lives, hinting that it's the usual way in the Jianghu. He points out that Moryang and the Qingcheng sect along with the Emi sect kill people all the time, and he questions how they are any different from him. He's just thinking out loud about how many folks the Qingcheng sect and the Emi sect must have sacrificed to get where they are now. Then he switches gears and brings up the Black Cloud Corps, asking if they really haven't taken out at least 10 times the number of people here just to keep their big group of outsiders going. Wool says he just set things up for them and wonders if everything's gone so sideways because of everyone's greed and ambitions. Irritated, Moryang mutters that Wool has really lost it. Then he takes a closer look at Wool's dagger and realizes it's shining brighter than before. He wonders if Wool has infused some energy into it to make it gleam. Moryang starts questioning what Wool stands to gain by showing off his weapon. All of a sudden, Moryang picks up on some approaching vibes. He can definitely tell one of them is Ran, the Emi sect leader, but the other one has a similar energy he can't quite place. Since Wool usually flies solo, there's no way they would be on his side. It turns out that Zhang the Qingcheng warrior is chasing after Ran. While they're fighting above Wool and Moryang, they spot Wool's dagger. Curious, they pause and wonder what's going on. Seol also realizes who's down there. When the Elder Master asks her if she knows who it is, she responds that it's the assassin Wool. Zhang is shocked that Wool is actually alive and can't believe his eyes. Zhang lets out a loud scream that makes everyone wince. He leaps down to confront Wool. Meanwhile, Wool is pumped that everyone's finally come together. He thinks to himself that they have no idea he's got a plan up his sleeve. The chase is still going strong as everyone tries to keep up with Wool. Frustrated from running, Zhang asks Wool how long he plans to keep this up. Seol can sense something is off. She tells the elderly master they need to stop because it feels like they are walking right into Wool's trap. But Ran is so focused on her own goals that she just brushes Seol off. No one can tell, but the elderly master is actually feeling overwhelmed by Zhang's martial skills. It is annoying that Wool is causing a scene right in front of her, and she can't let him get away. If Wool survives, it can completely ruin the Emi sect's already shaky reputation. For just a moment, she is pushed back by Zhang's strength, and now she figures she has to take out Wool to have a fair fight with Zhang. Out of nowhere, a bunch of arrows come flying in as they are caught in an ambush with hidden weapons. Moryang is confused about where they are, noticing traps everywhere. He discovers they have arrived at the Tang clan estate, which is the home turf of Wol's friend Sochu. Zhang is furious about being led there. Wol appears on the rooftop and he and Zhang share a moment, staring each other down. Just then, the elderly master chimes in and asks Wol what he's doing. Wol tells them they need to remember this moment because it's his unbreakable heavenly trap. Meanwhile, one of the Black Cloud Corps guys tries to sneak up on Wol for an attack. Wol counters by launching some hidden daggers at him. The guy manages to block a few, but he starts getting a bit overconfident. More daggers come flying at him, catching him off guard. He fights back against a few more, but in the end, he just can't keep up. He is killed and falls off the roof. Other disciples complain about the hidden weapons, but they believe it should have been expected in a place like the Tang clan village. Wol can't help but grin as he thinks back to the secret Sochu shared with him. Sochu also mentioned that there are some seriously dangerous hidden weapons out there. The Emisect disciples start freaking out, and even though Seal tries to calm them down, it is too late as more hidden arrows start flying in and take them out one by one. They begin taking the disciples out, and Seal warns them not to move recklessly. One of the disciples makes a break for it but ends up stepping on a pressure plate. That triggers a release of poisonous gas, and suddenly a bunch of snakes come out ready to put a stop to everything. The elderly master is done with all this chaos and calls out for Wol to come down. She wants to rip his head off. Wol says to wait as the best is saved for last. Not willing to wait as snakes approach him, Zhang becomes angry and starts blowing their heads off. He tells Wol he is the one who clipped the Qingcheng sect's wings, and he's ready to make him pay with his life. Wol wonders about paying with his life and questions if Zhang didn't make him pay for it 7 years ago. He thinks about how he's finally free of any debts in this worn-out world, and figures his only goal now is to collect what people owe him. Wol jumps off the roof and heads straight for Zhang. Wol is ready to confront Zhang, who stands his ground, watching him come closer. With his sword in hand, he prepares for the fight. As Wol approaches, Zhang swings his sword aiming for him, but the blow only slashes through Wol's cloak while he remains standing there. Zhang tells Wol he's changed a lot since they last met, except for his eyes. Wol responds that he's pretty much the same, just his eyes are different. Then, Wol's impressive appearance behind his cloak is revealed. Zhang pulls out his sword and tells Wol he won't let him get away this time. He readies his Azure Cloud Crimson Dawn slash, gearing up for an attack. Wol isn't backing down either. He charges straight at Zhang, getting his daggers ready to strike. He throws his daggers at Zhang, who manages to block them. Zhang can't help but admire Wol, realizing he's no ordinary assassin anymore. As their battle kicks off, Zhang can't stop wondering what kind of life Wol has led over the last 7 years. His skills are sharper than those of any martial master in Sichuan province, and Zhang is loving the challenge. It's been ages since he's had to push himself this hard, but he still wonders what kind of dark path Wol has walked during those years. Now Zhang stops and says, "All right." He powers up and prepares to deliver a final threat. "Let's see if he can stop this," he says as he rushes in. Wol becomes extremely alert. He sees the incoming lethal strike. The two clash, and Zhang feels something. He knows Wol won't escape unscathed upon receiving this attack. He's sure it will split Wol in half, although it makes Wol bleed from his mouth. As the attack calms down, Wol is chilling there and casually holding Zhang's blade between 2 fingers. Zhang can't believe what he's seeing. Then Wol tightens his grip and starts crushing Zhang's blade. Wol is all set to spill the beans to Zhang about what went down in that snake pit. He activates Jade Destruction and totally wrecks Zhang's sword. Zhang is super upset because that sword was a family heirloom handed down from his master for ages, and it had never even been scratched before. He is very furious and cannot believe how Wol manages to do it. After a fierce fight, to everyone's surprise, a blade is sent right through his chest. Wol is surprised because it wasn't from him. The elderly master has stabbed Zhang in the back. Zhang looks at Ran and tells him he did awesome. Then she says she'll handle Wol from here. Chapter 52. Zhang spits out some blood and stands up. Zhang can't believe the elderly master hit him from behind. She brushes it off, saying that in the Jianghu only the winner counts, and he should just blame himself for not dodging. Zhang turns to Ran, calling her out as the leader of the Emi sect and saying she should be embarrassed about all this in front of everyone. The elderly master chimes in, saying all the crowd saw was the Emi sect claiming victory and taking charge of Sichuan province. No matter what else happened, they'd only talk about that in the afterlife. Zhang starts shouting at her, demanding to know if she really believes the Emi sect will keep going strong. He insists that it's getting weaker, and it's all her fault. The elderly master asks if he's finished talking. Then she attacks him again, telling him to worry about the Qingcheng sect instead, because she is determined to make the Emi sect last forever, while the Qingcheng sect will crumble without its pillar Zhang. Zhang has taken a fall, and the Qingcheng sect disciples don't really know what to say. The elderly master then turns to Wol. She gives him a look and says she's sort of grateful because their actions really shook things up, and it was actually thanks to Wol that a crazy opportunity popped up. As thanks for that, She says she'll grant him pain that he won't forget even in death. As they face off, Wol points out that if she had not been so greedy, he would have happily lived a regular life just roaming around. He genuinely wishes he could have been a normal person. But her ambition turned him into an assassin. Wol charges at the elderly master and tells her to look at him and see the monster she made and how terrible it has become. Wol and the elderly master go head to head, trading some serious punches. Wol charges in with all his strength, trying to land a hit, but she blocks him with her spear. The sounds of their blows echo around them. Seol is worried about her master, but the old master just laughs, saying Wol doesn't stand a chance at this level. She then pulls out her golden rampant strike and unleashes it on Wol, causing a massive explosion. Wol braces himself with his soul-reaping thread as the dust settles. He manages to stay on his feet and readies his soul-reaping thread once more. The elderly master tries to attack, but Wol is getting the upper hand. As daggers flies toward him, she plants her spear firmly into the ground and blocks all of Wol's thread attacks. The elderly master then breaks through the chaos and taunts Wol, asking if that's all he's got. Wol replies to find it out. He sends his soul-reaping thread snaking through the ground, confusing the elderly master. Just then, Wol grabs a hold of Rand's leg with his threads. Wol charges at him, dragging her leg stuck in the threads. The elderly master realizes she's really got herself in a bind because Wol's coming at her full force with his swift mind and black lightning move ready. He figures if he cranks up his thinking speed with swift mind and powers up his physical abilities with black lightning, he can move as fast as sound. Wol hits the elderly master with a crazy amount of strength, tossing her back. He stands over her, just watching as she lies there defenseless. Seol cries out for her master while crawling on the ground. The old master is totally lost about what just went down. She didn't even see Wol's attack coming. It's hard to believe she got taken down in one hit. Now she's wondering if it was really just a fluke that he was able to hold his own against Zhong, the Qingcheng warrior. She can't help but think about what kind of monster they created. At this rate, she's pretty sure she'll end up meeting the same fate as Zhong. The elderly master calls over Seol and the Black Cloud Corps captain, telling them to take out Wol. They definitely look nervous about it, but there's no way they're going to say no to the elderly master. Wol points out how messed up this is and accuses her of trying to throw two people under the bus just to save herself. He challenges her, asking if she really thinks he's going to let this chance slip away. Wol then charges at her again and pushes past Muryang, heading straight for Seol and the elderly master, who's clearly scared for her own life. Muryang tries to sneak up on Wol from behind, but he catches her move and uses his soul-reaping thread to throw a dagger right at her. It clips Muryang, but she just brushes it off like it's nothing serious. However, more daggers quickly follow this time, and Muryang is hit as the daggers pierce through his body. He drops to the ground as Wol charges at Ran. Seol jumps in to help, trying to attack and telling Wol to stop. Wol easily dodges her move. She swings at him again, yelling for him to halt, but he slips right past her while giving her cheek a light graze. Instead of fighting back, he just takes off running past her. Seol stands there, completely shocked as she tries to figure out why he just ignored her. Wol finally makes it to elderly master and looks down at her. While she's lying there, she calls him a bastard. Seol feels the tension and begs Wol to back off. In a final wild move, Wol turns into a snake and wraps himself around Ran completely. When elderly master opens her eyes, she's greeted by a bunch of snakes surrounding her. She shoots a glare at Wol and bitterly says that Sichuan could have been hers if it weren't for him. Wol then drops down, ending Ran's life. Standing over her lifeless body, he questions if that was everything she had to say before she went. His final words to her are a request for her to just vanish from his life for good, marking the long-awaited payback from the Blood Phantom group. Seol and Muryang are left hanging, not really sure what's going to happen next. The Qingcheng sect's disciples are still stunned over their fallen master, struggling to believe he's really gone. Everyone is just standing there, caught up in the shock, and the fighting suddenly stops. People start mumbling about who Wol really is and where he came from, wondering if he's even human since he took down Ran so easily. Wol notices all the eyes on him and rolls his eyes at the disciples. Fear starts spreading among them, and they can't help but think about how they're supposed to handle him. When he turns his gaze towards them, one disciple panics and bolts. He is convinced they don't stand a chance against Wol. Seol knows they're all at Wol's mercy now. That assassin whom everyone hated took down the leaders of both the Emi sect and the Qingcheng sect in no time and completely takes over Sichuan. Seol can't help but think about what's next for the Emi sect. As she weighs their options, Wol suddenly turns to her and their eyes lock. Seol starts to say his name but gets cut off by a loud shout. The toughest fighter from the Qingcheng sect, Zhong, has come back and he doesn't look quite alive. Fueled by anger, Zhong is ready for a rematch against Wol. Both Seol and Wol watch as Zhong transforms into some kind of beast mode. The other disciples try to check in on him, but his terrifying new look sends chills down their spines. The energy coming off of Zhong feels demonic and the disciples are freaked out, worried he might have dabbled in some forbidden dark arts. Zhang charges at Wall with a speed and smoothness that feels strangely familiar. Wall notices that Zhang's technique has really improved and can sense the dark energy surrounding him. The other disciples are begging Zhang to stop, but he totally ignores them. Wall realizes that Zhang is faster now, and there are no gaps in his attacks. Feeling the demonic influence affecting his mind, Wall stays alert and on guard. He uses his soul-reaping thread to shoot daggers at Zhang and actually ends up catching him. As Zhang is about to strike Wall, the daggers pierce through his body. Even with his new strength, Zhang falls down and coughs up blood. Again, he's no match for Wall and ends up collapsing. A member of the Qingcheng sect comes up to Wall, telling him to back off. Sage Mu rushes over to Zhang, who's coughing a lot but manages to say a few words. Sage Mu jumps in, wanting to know why Zhang turned to demonic magic. Zhang's last words reveal he did it for the Qingcheng sect. He starts fading fast and eventually passes away. Sage Mu is heartbroken over Zhang's foolishness, feeling that the sect's reputation is now ruined. He regrets that Zhang took the Book of the Nine Demon School from the underground cave. With both the elderly master and Zhang gone, the remaining disciples are completely lost. They're shocked that despite Rand's sneaky moves and Zhang's dark powers, they couldn't even take down one assassin. The power dynamics in Sichuan have totally changed because of one guy, Wol. As everything settles down, Wol takes in the aftermath. Sage Mu is speechless as he looks down at Zhang, while Seol realizes she has to step in and approaches Wol. She asks for permission for the Emi sect to get their fallen leader's body. Even with her disciples pushing back and saying harsh things, she insists they need to let go of revenge if they want to survive. Sage Mu stands up and backs her up, asking if they can take Zhang's body. Even Sage Mu, who's usually all business, lowers his head, knowing that continuing this fight would be the end for both groups. Wall questions if they can really be trusted not to go for revenge. Seol promises that the Emi sect won't seek revenge, and Sage Mu backs her up on that. Wall is still skeptical and wonders how he's supposed to trust them. Seol insists she'll prove it to him, and Sage Mu agrees as well. Wall thinks it over for a moment and looks up at the sky before finally deciding to let them go as he wants a fresh start. This situation sends Sichuan into total chaos. The Emi sect and Qingcheng sect, who used to be rivals, pull back to regroup, and other sects follow their lead as they shut themselves in to lick their wounds. Even with all the destruction, nobody dares to hunt down Wol because he is the legendary Reaper who completely changed everything. One sunny day, Wol is just chilling on his sailboat, soaking in the sun. Suddenly, Sochu shows up on the shore and shouts out to him, but Wol barely lifts his head and goes right back to his relaxing mode. Then it cuts to this guy who's seriously struggling to wrap his head around the fact that one assassin took down the whole Sichuan Murim. He jumps up and decides he has to head to Chengdu himself. When he arrives with his buddy, that friend seems super pumped to be there. As time passes, changes begin to occur in Sichuan again. The sun shines brightly over a bustling street. At the counter, a man announces a half-price sale to celebrate the store's reopening. Handing out goods, a guy proudly says they offer the best quality and the most accessories. Only a stranger walks down the street. He approaches the entrance of a building, smiling as he nears a girl. She greets him and asks how she can help. He approaches and says he wants to meet the owner. Taken aback, she explains that it is difficult without an appointment. Raising his hand to her face, he does some sort of trick and shows him an inspection badge. She looks at his hand in fear, asking what it is. He reveals he is the head of the inspection squad. The story introduces the head of the inspection detachment of the Hao clan, Hong Yu. He asks her to be quiet and bring the owner with all documents about what recently happened in Chengdu. She quickly leaves, saying she understands. Hong imagines a corpse and wonders about the death of the branch manager, considering if it is related to the assassin who wreaked havoc in Sichuan. The guy's face clearly shows the dead intent of vengeance. A stranger in a cape walks through the shopping district. A tray of goods overturns. People are startled. A man in chains angrily asks how someone dares sell such items to him. Glaring at the merchant, he accuses him of treating him differently because of his hump. Kneeling, the frightened merchant denies it, insisting he meant no disrespect. Holding a pendant, Hunchback demands to know why they sold it for 3 silver yang. The merchant explains that, considering the high materials and labor, the price is already low. People gather to watch. Hunchback insists it be sold for 1 silver yang. The merchant begs for mercy, saying he is new to business. Hunchback calls him a fool. A stranger approaches, grinning at the scene. An old man interrupts, asking why the Iron Hunchback has returned and tells him to stop bullying the merchant. He offers to pay if necessary. The Hunchback turns furiously towards him and asks if the old man is Yu Xin and asks why he is there. The story introduces shadowless practitioner Xin and Li Soha. Smiling, Xin explains he is walking with his niece and accidentally meets him. Holding a fan, he tells Soha to show respect, noting the Hunchback's fame in Jianghu and Henan. Xin introduces the Iron Hunchback, Kyungwol, from the Hall of 7 Stars. Bowing, Soha respectfully greets him. Thoughtful, Shin offers to buy him an accessory if he wants one. Kyung-wol turns away angrily. The merchant catches the jewelry and Kyung-wol tells him to forget it, saying he is no beggar. As he leaves, he tells the crowd to stop staring and declares the show over. Watching him go, Shin remarks that since Kyung-wol is here, the arrival of the other 6 stars is only a matter of time. Standing in the street, he observes that something always happens in this place, and calls it a strange turn of events. The sun shines on the blue water and our boy sits by the shore. He narrows his eyes, focusing on a fish splashing in the water. He draws it out with his thread and catches it. But some birds fly above his head and he throws the fish into the water and walks towards the city. Back at the bustling city, Wol sits at the table. Hong stands opposite him and asks if he is Pyo Wol. Our hero continues to eat and confirms. Hong remarks with surprise that Wol is even more handsome than rumored and has a very beautiful face. Wol says that if Hong came to talk nonsense, he should leave. Hong apologizes while explaining that he was so surprised he forgot to introduce himself. He adds that he spent a lot of time and effort trying to find Wol. Hong introduces himself. Wol asks his name and comments that he has never heard of him before. Hong explains that it is not surprising since it is the first time he has introduced himself outside the Hao clan by his real name. Wol asks what questions the Hao clan has for him. Taken aback, Hong asks if Wol truly doesn't know. He explains that he will put it simply as he asks if Wol killed the manager of the Jianghu branch of the Hao clan. Wol admits that he did, if that man was indeed from the Hao clan. Hong is stunned and asks why Wol killed him. Our hero replies that the manager was collecting and selling information about him. Hong gets shocked and asks if that is the only reason and whether Wol understands what the Hao clan is. He asks if Wol thinks he can live peacefully after messing with one of them. He states that if he orders it, every member of the Hao clan in Chengdu will attack him. Wol replies that he doesn't care and warns Hong that his head would be on the ground before that happens, followed by the clan leader's head. Hong laughs as he wonders if he should kill Wol right there. Golden threads suddenly appear around Hong's body. A cut forms on Hong's face in the blink of an eye. Wol warns Hong with a serious expression not to show any intent to kill in front of him. Hong is stunned by the cut on his face. Our boy turns around and tells Hong to remember one thing. If they continue to get in his way, he will rip their heads off. Thick smoke rises from the chimneys of the houses. Sochu forges a blade and lowers it into the water as steam rises. He wipes sweat from his forehead as he works hard molding weapons. Wol asks if there are many orders. Sochu says Wol should have announced his presence. Wol calmly replies that he didn't want to distract him from work. Looking at the blades, Wol remarks that they look excellent. Sochu notes that he has been receiving more orders lately. He thanks Wol with a smile, saying that without him, he wouldn't have been able to open the forge. With a surprised look, Sochu asks what brings Wol there, and if the phantom blades are worn out. Wol replies that he wants to place an order in person as he needs something to protect his arm. Examining Wol's hand, he wondered if Wol was resting these days. However, he promises to make something light and durable for Wol, and it will take about 5 days, and he should see him after it. At night, Sochu enters a room while holding a lantern. Looking around, he is in search of some useful material. He imagines Wol and notes that no one would expect him to need vambrace. He emphasizes that even in battles with powerful martial artists, Wol never uses armor. He wonders if a grand battle is approaching. He examines a rack and notes he has found the materials he needs. His gaze falls on a dark bag slightly moved in the corner. He pulls the bag aside and asks who is there. A frightened boy covers his face. Sochu stares at the boy in shock. Few days pass and Sochu approaches his room and sets a tray of food on the doorstep. He says he'll leave it there so the child can eat whenever they want. The child sits in a corner inside the barn covered with a sack. He gazes at the child, unable to count how many days have passed. He tells the child he won't ask who they are or why they're here, but they must eat to avoid starving. As he begins closing the doors, he mentions he has to go somewhere today and will return in the evening with something tastier for dinner. After he goes, the child peeks out from under the sack and stares at the food. Wol sits by the window in his chambers when Sochu arrives with a bag. He says he brought the vambraces Wol ordered. Inside are sleek vambraces made from soft iron for easy movement. Wol puts them on as Sochu explains they can block most weapons if infused with eternal energy. Wol praises his work, but Sochu laughs awkwardly at the compliment, admitting he put a lot of effort into making them. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he hands Wol some silver threads. He explains they are made from leftover vambrace materials and boasts of their usefulness. Wol thanks him, while Sochu states his work is done and he must go home. When asked why he is leaving early, Sochu reveals he has an uninvited guest at home and wants to check if they are still there. Wol looks at him curiously. In the city, a blonde girl walks among the crowd, asking if there's any news. A man with a strange appearance assures her that someone has come to Chengdu, but he still cannot sense their presence. Turning her head, the girl complains about the difficulty in catching the kid and distrust in involving the Hao clan for doing their job, calling the situation problematic. The two walk past Sochu, who overhears their conversation, who mention about the presence of other folks including Hyo, but Sochu pays it no mind, continuing toward the market. Kyungwol's massive metal wool suddenly flies across the ground and shocks the people nearby. Kyungwol sits on the floor while Wool stands in front of him with bared teeth and shouts insults. Wool stares at him with a cold expression. Kyungwol gets up and asks if Wool knows who he is. Wool responds with a question about why he should. Kyungwol swings his chains and curses our boy as his fury grows in response to Wool's empty cold gaze. Using his ability, Kyungwol grabs the huge metal and swings it while charging at Wool and destroying everything in his path. Wool takes out the silver threads and wraps them around his hand. At that moment, the blue-eyed girl shouts for Kyungwol to stop. Kyungwol halts mid-attack. Wool turns in displeasure to see Seol-young and Hyo-kyung standing nearby from the Seven Stars Hall. Kyungwol yells at the leader to allow him to teach Wool a lesson, but Hyo warns him to notice the silver threads and says that if he had taken another step forward, he would have been torn apart. Wool holds the threads and says he regrets that Kyungwol did not continue. The leader questions Wool's harshness and says that attacking Kyungwol, his sworn brother, is the same as challenging the Seven Stars Hall. Wool glows with aura as he steps closer. Before the tension grows worse, Seol steps in and says Kyungwol likely started the fight himself. Her words make him grow more furious, though he does so begrudgingly. Seol apologizes to Wool on behalf of Kyungwol and introduces herself while asking for his name. Wool gives his name, and Seol smiles sincerely as she praises it and calls it beautiful. She promises him they will pay for the damages caused. Wool listens in silence but then turns sharply and walks away without saying a word. The trio watches him leave and Seol remarks on the gloomy atmosphere in Chengdu and sternly warns her companions not to engage in conflicts until they understand the situation, emphasizing their mission's importance. Somewhere else, a scared child sits down to enjoy a hearty dinner, munching away happily while Sochu watches with a gentle smile. At night at Suyeon establishment, Wool stands in front of Hong's desk and demands information about the Seven Stars Hall. Hong looks at him with clear displeasure, staying silent at first. Then he asks why Wool, who had previously threatened him against interference, is now so curious about the Seven Stars Hall. Wool coldly replies that Hong does not need to know the reason. Hong resists to reveal anything. Our boy leans in slightly and asks if Hong has a death wish. He laughs as he mocks Wool's threats and reminds him that the Hao clan cannot be easily manipulated. He pauses and admits the situation might be different. Hong offers a deal and says he will share the information if Wool answers his question. Wool agrees, and Hong asks about his true goal in mastering such powerful martial arts. Wool replies that he has no grand ambitions. This surprises Hong, who asks how someone with such skills could lack a goal and suggests ambitions like ruling Sichuan. Wool resumes reading and states that he learned martial arts only to survive and seek revenge. Now that his revenge is complete, he has no aspirations left. He adds that the only thing he still enjoys is reading books. Hong finds it hard to believe but feels relieved that Wool harbors no grand plans. He remarks that revenge is an interesting topic and suggests discussing it another time. He then asks what Wool wants to know about the Seven Stars Hall. Wool replies that he wants to know why they are in the area. Wool listens as Hong promises to investigate, explaining that the Hao clan is also curious about their sudden arrival. Wool picks up a few books and informs Hong that he will be staying in Chengdu for a while and should be contacted as soon as there is news. Hong bids him farewell. Wool sits reading and a young woman peels fruit beside him. She offers him a piece of apple, which he absent-mindedly eats while reading. She asks about the taste, mentioning it was specially ordered. Suddenly she collapses, murmuring that the fruit is fresh and delicious. Wool catches her just in time. As he places her on the bed, a voice comments on how her scent fills the room. An older man steps inside and asks how Wool spends all day in such a confined space. Wool glances at him and retorts that it is better than living in the mountains and surviving on vegetables. The bald man laughs, remarking that what feels like heaven to some can be boring to others. He then asks if Wool knows who he is. Wool replies that he does not know and does not care, because if he had shown any hostility, he would already be dead. He observes Wool and wonders aloud why Mu Zhong is so obsessed with him. Wool responds that it is no surprise Wool is from Qingcheng sect. Introducing himself as Mu Zhong's mentor, Go Yob, the swordsman mustachioed, who explains he is not here for revenge. Wool crosses his arms and asks why he has come. Yob recalls the destruction of the Qingcheng sect and blames Wool for its downfall. Wool calmly questions how it was his fault. Yob accuses him again, but Wool states that while he does not deny his involvement, the sect's ruin was self-inflicted. Zhong pursued demonic arts of his own will, and Wool insists the clan's reputation was destroyed from within. Goab admits he came intending to kill Wool to restore the clan's honor, but sensing no evil energy from Wool, he changes his perspective. Yob admires Wool's resilience, noting that appearances can deceive as not all bright ones are righteous, nor all dark ones evil. He believes everything has a purpose, including Wool's existence. Acknowledging the Qingcheng sect's downfall as a punishment for losing its purity, he vows they'll no longer interfere with Wool. Yob then asks Wool to promise that unrighteous people don't seize power, warning that such chaos could threaten not just Sichuan, but the entire world. Wool turns away, refusing to make a promise. He accepts his past, but insists he has no right to intervene. Yob urges World to live as someone who opposes evil and protects the deserving. As Yob disappears, Wool mutters that he will never pity anyone. Night falls, and we return to Sochu's barn. The frightened boy introduces himself as Xinwu. Sochu compliments and asks where he is from. Xinwu says he is from Hefei, a place thousands of kilometers away from here. Sochu gets puzzled as he marvels at how the boy traveled so far. Xinwu admits he does not know. Sochu asks if someone was chasing him. Xinwu looks up, recalling men in black suits. Before he can explain, a sudden strike from a katana slices into his shoulder. Xinwu's blood splatters onto Sochu, who freezes in shock. Tears stream down Xinwu's face as he weakly murmurs. Sochu is very scared, seeing Xinwu fall dead. The man standing right in front of Xinwu's corpse thinks maybe they should have brought him back alive after all. He is 7-star Hall Bloodsword Joe Sam. He looks at the dead man and the boy, and says he could get at least half the reward if he brings back his remains. But then he notices how Xinwu's hands begin to move. He looks at him with great surprise and wonders what is happening. At that same second, Xinwu's body begins to twitch violently, and he starts to scream. The brutally assaulted young kid just stood up right in front of him and gazed back at him. Sam looks at Xinwu, surprise filling his face. He then becomes happy and claps his hands together, saying he has no idea what just happened, but is glad that Xinwu survived. Sam grabs him by the head, saying he could get the entire reward if he brings him alive. Xinwu's eyes are clouded as Sam holds onto his hair. At that moment, he grabs Sam's hand, squeezing it with all his might and lifts him and slams him into the ground with force. The impact is so strong that blood flows from Sam's mouth, and Sochu looks on in shock. Sam rises from the ground and thinks this was supposed to be an ordinary child who didn't know any martial arts. So what kind of strength does he have? He looks at the place where he had wounded Xinwu and realizes that, despite his strength, Xinwu was able to completely heal his wound. Sam grins wildly, realizing this mission isn't ordinary. He says the high pay now makes sense. Stabbing his sword into the ground, he radiates an aura and declares he won't hold back since Xinwu won't die easily. He taunts Xinwu to keep fighting, vowing to see if he survives after losing all his limbs. But then Sochu appears right behind him. Taking Sam in his grip, he yells at Xinwu to run away. Hearing this scream, Xinwu returns to his normal state and begins to understand what is happening. Sam looks at him with displeasure and shouts to Sochu to let him go. Xinwu is still confused and doesn't know what to do. Sochu frantically shouts at him to stop standing like a pillar and immediately run away. Sam gets enraged and begins calling Sochu names and strikes him, throwing him far away. As he turns his head, he notices that Xinwu has managed to sneak away. Sam gets ready to find this kid once again. From the force of the blow, Sochu crashes into the wall and gets unconscious. In the chamber, Hong mentions the Hall of 7 Stars is searching for a skinny 15-year-old child. Curious, Wool asks why, but Hong admits they don't know yet. He adds that the secretive Hao clan is already involved. Suddenly, there are loud knocks on the door and shouting to let them in. A girl with black hair enters and informs him that a guest named Sochu is trying to break through. Before she finishes speaking, 2 guards bring Sochu into the room. Wool asks what happened. The guards let him go and he falls to his knees, grabbing Wool and begging for help. He repeats his plea, asking if Wool will help him. Wool tells him he will help if he can. Sochu recalls the events and says a child was hiding in his workshop when martial artists broke in and tried to kidnap him. His pupils narrow with fear as he explains there was something strange. He remembers how Xinwu stood up from the ground after being severely wounded in the shoulder by a sword. The wound was so serious that it seemed the blade had cut through bone. Yet Xinwu did not die and instead started squirming strangely before he jumped to his feet fully healed. Hong mentions that the martial artist was likely Sam, the youngest of the 7 Stars Hall. Hong speculates that since Xinwu survived the sword strike, he might have come back to life. Imagining a demonic figure looming behind Xinwu, Hong suggests there could be a connection with the Demon King. They say the Demon King is a guy who lived over 10 years ago and stirs up a lot of drama in Jianghu with his insane ability to heal. No matter what kind of martial artist he faces or how messed up he gets, he always comes back to life. It's something nobody can figure out. A rumor is spreading through Jianghu. Whoever figures out the secret of the Demon King will live forever. Everyone's reaching out, trying to grab a piece of that hope, and many are looking to Xinwu for answers. He looks scared and totally overwhelmed by all this buzzhuke as people get excited about solving the mystery of the Demon King. Then it cuts back to reality, where a huge fire is destroying a village. People are rushing toward the blazing houses, screaming for help because there are still folks trapped inside. Seol made her way to the fire, grumbling under her breath that the kid must have gone this way. She looked around, realizing they couldn't stick around Sichuan for too long since it wasn't their turf. If the Hao clan had really gotten involved, they should have caught him by now. It was hard to believe they'd let him slip away. At that moment, Jung, a member of the 7-Star Hall, shows up behind her and calls out. She says she's looking for a kid. Jung points out that the kid's probably already gotten away. She realizes she's just wasting her time. Jung asks why she started a fire in Chengdu and what they'll do if the local clans show up. With a sly grin, she replies that they won't dare step in because Wool has them too scared to act outside their turf, cause his name alone sends chills down their spines. Jung scoffed at the stories about the martial artists across the street in Chengdu being terrified of a nameless master. He drew his katana with a smirk and declared that if he ever crossed paths with Wool, he would take his head off with his blood wool sword in a single swing. There would be no chance to react. Seol walked beside him through the smoldering ruins and said she looked forward to the day his head fell instead. Jung laughed at her words and promised she would be the first to witness it when he took Wool's head. The two seem completely unhinged as Seol casually mentions how the sound of people screaming always brings her comfort. Out of nowhere, silver threads snap around Jung's neck and yank him upward in an instant. Seol spins around in a panic but sees no one. When she looks up, Jung's body is dangling above the building, his neck trapped in 2 silver threads. He thrashes and claws at them, but they only tighten, choking the life out of him. Seol shouts his name, but before she can do anything, his neck snaps. His head hits the ground with a sickening thud, and blood splatters everywhere. The scene shifts to a bunch of panicked villagers running away from their burning homes. Some are just standing there, shocked at the destruction. Soho watches in disbelief, struggling to wrap her head around everything. When Shin comes over, she asks him what's going on. He admits he has no idea but senses something really bad is happening. As the fire rages on, tearing through buildings, Shin remembers hearing about a similar disaster in Chengdu that involved fire too, which makes everything feel even more alarming. As they turn their heads, they spot a blindfolded guy named Gam, the bamboo swordsman from the 7 Stars Hall, with scars peeking out from under the blindfold. He walks by them without saying a word and turns a corner. Soha and Shin decide to follow him, feeling the heavy tension and the intense bloodlust around him. Shin asks Soha how she picks up on it so easily. She replies that when the urge to spill blood is this strong, there's no way to ignore it. Shin stares at her in disbelief as Soha insists they should keep following him. The two make their way through the burning village, searching for Gam. They glance around, trying to figure out where he might have gone. Shin starts to wonder if Gam noticed they were trailing him. Soha shakes her head and says a swordsman like him wouldn't just disappear that fast. They turn a corner and stop dead in their tracks, eyes widening at the sight of a massive bloodstain on the ground. Both of them freeze when they see Gam's lifeless body sprawled out, drenched in blood. Shin looks at the scene and wonders how this even happened. Soha, noticing she lost sight of Gam for just a moment, can't believe it and questions if it's even possible. She says she just can't accept that a master like Gam was defeated so easily. He stares at her in disbelief and says that the world has killers at this level. He turns to Soha and wonders if he's talking about Wall. Soha nods and mentions that he's the guy who recently caused chaos in Chengdu. She adds that Wool is the one who's rumored to have taken down all the sects in Sichuan province by himself. Shin admits he thought it was just some wild gossip, but now he can't brush it off. He's worried that something huge is about to go down in Sichuan province. As sunlight pours over the city and leaves swirl through the air, Shinwoo clutches the ground with bloody hands. His clothes are drenched in blood as he struggles to crawl forward. Sam walks behind him, taking in the scene with a grin and casually commenting on Shinwoo's impressive. Sam grips several blades in his hand and launches them into Shinwoo's back. Shinwoo cries out in pain and stops crawling, collapsing in defeat. Sam steps over him, looking down at the wounded Shinwoo and telling him to take a good look. A red aura starts to radiate from Sam as he explains that no matter how skilled someone is in martial arts, nobody can survive after losing that much blood. He smirks, admitting he finally understands why they wanted him to capture Shinwoo alive. Tears roll down Shinwoo's face as he sobs, admitting he was wrong and desperately begging for help. Sam smirks and tells him he didn't do anything wrong, but adds that in Zhonghu, even if you're innocent, you can still end up dead. Sam looks down at Shinwoo and says he has no idea how he ended up with a body like that, but his client will tear it apart to figure it out. Every vein and piece of bone marrow will be studied. Smirking, Sam adds that no matter how immortal Shinwoo might seem, he will still die. Immortality might be a dream for many, but for that dream, Shinwoo will lose his life. A totally shaken dude rushes in, yelling for his older brother and freaking out about some major trouble. Sam turns around and asks what's up. The guy still in shock tells him that Il-hai, their 6th brother, is dead. Sam's face drops when he hears that, The guy adds that the shadowless practitioner Shin just found the body. Through the burned rooftops of houses, Kyungwol walks down the street with a grin on his face, muttering that he is in serious trouble. He wonders how that guy dared to humiliate him in front of Seol. He vows that the next time they meet, he will definitely kill him. Seol suddenly jumps off a rooftop and starts leaping between buildings. Kyungwol looks up in surprise and recognizes her. He's taken aback and wonders where she's in such a rush to go. He watches her move quickly along the rooftops, dodging the gaze of people below. Ki starts to feel worried, thinking there might be something going on in the city. As he sees her disappear from view, he decides he has to catch up to her. A sharp dagger suddenly slams into Kyungwol's shoulder. Blue threads tighten around his neck and veins bulge on his face. He grabs at the chains and struggles to breathe. In a burst of rage, he throws an iron wool and blasts apart a nearby building. Dust rises from the impact. Wool steps out of the fog and just stares at Kyungwol with his chill red eyes. Kyungwol yells that this is Wool. Wool raises his hand to the black chain and just stands there facing Kyungwol. Kyungwol's anger boils over as he shoots Wool an intense glare. Thick smoke rises into the sky while vultures circle above the buildings. It is no surprise that the Iron Hunchback's bloody body lies sprawled on the ground in a pool of blood. Sokka is shocked and yells for her uncle while pointing at the body. Shin stares at Kyungwol's dead body and wonders if it's an Iron Hunchback. He's starting to think the killer might be aiming for the 7 stars on the down low. Soha is surprised and asks Shin if he thinks the killer has a grudge against them. She wonders if an alliance of ghosts might be behind it. Shin says the 100 Ghosts Alliance has never worked in Sichuan. He thinks it's probably that infamous killer causing trouble. Shin looks at Kyungwol's corpse and says he does not believe it is the work of an ordinary killer. Sokka asks who this monster could be and where it learned to kill like this. Shin says witnesses describe the killer as young and handsome. Sokka gets angry and asks how someone so beautiful could commit such terrible acts. Shin says the killer is really determined to keep going. Sokka wonders if they are getting involved in other people's business, but adds that he can't just stand by and watch disasters unfold. He points out that even though the 7 stars are a bit strange, they are part of the legit organization and can't ignore this mess. Sokka agrees, and Shin looks at the distant fire wondering how far it is spreading. Hyo warns the rest of the 7 stars who are trying to escape into the thick forest to stay alive. He keeps reminding them to stay sharp, knowing the killer could appear at any moment. He feels guilty for not taking out Wool when he can do so during the fight with Kyungwol. He thinks about the lost members and realizes he stayed quiet to avoid trouble with Ching Cheng and the Amy sect, but it cost him 2 younger brothers. He isn't so sure the others would have done any better. Sam asks why Wool is coming after them now, thinking it might be because of the recent fight. Sanwi believes that if that were the case, Wool would have acted sooner, so he wonders if it has something to do with Shinwoo. He tries to calm him down, saying it's never too late to get back at someone. Sanwi suggests they hand over the boy to get some backup and then deal with Wool later. Hyo is determined to get rid of his shame by sending Wool to hell. Seol notices they are being a bit careless but thinks it's fun. Hyo looks around and feels like something isn't right. Seol asks what's wrong, amazed by his reaction, while Hyo notices the forest getting darker. They suddenly stop and Sanwi looks confused as he wonders what's happening. Suddenly something pulls him into the darkness. Hyo and Seol gasp in shock and shout his name as they start running after him. Sam is freaked out trying to figure out what's happening. Then something hits him from the shadows and he almost dies. Hyo and Seol sprint as fast as they can towards Sanwi. Up ahead they see him getting dragged into the darkness with his face glowing yellow. He warns them to stay back and explain what's happening, but he vanishes into the shadows. Darkness wraps around Hyo and Seol. Hyo wonders about this strange situation he's never faced before. He looks around and asks where the youngest member is. Seol, who is usually calm, is now confused and admits she thought the kid had rushed ahead. Hyo can't believe the youngest might also be dead. She says they went through so much to save the child and now the youngest is missing. Sanwi is tied up and bleeding as he calls out weakly to his older brother. The group looks at him in fear while he hangs above them with injuries all over. He whispers "Big brother," but before Hyo can do anything, Sanwi is cut to pieces right in front of him. Hyo cries as his brother's head lies just inches away. The battle of shadows is coming to an end as our threat finally shows up. Seol is shaking with fear. Hyo's so mad that he glows with this yellow aura. He starts yelling and unleashing his energy like crazy. He charges at Wool like a shark ready to attack, but Wool stands there totally relaxed and ready for him. Hyo jumps off the ground and throws a punch at Wool, sending out a blast of yellow energy. Hyo is filled with anger and yells in frustration, unleashing a flurry of powerful hits. He is confused and wonders what's happening as every hit misses Wool despite aiming for the right spots. He takes another swing and sees his fist wheezing right by Wool's face, realizing it feels like he's just battling a ghost. Wool easily dodges again. Hyo starts gathering energy in his fists to deliver a serious punch. When he finally lets it loose, a huge explosion shakes the area. Dust flies up everywhere, making it hard to see. Wall takes cover behind the thick cloud. Hyo is caught off guard when Wall suddenly appears right before him. Hyo is really frustrated by this. Wall is dodging his moves like he knows what Hyo's about to do. Seol is watching the fight when she calls out to her older brother, who catches Wall's attention. Blades fly from his hand straight at her. She panics and raises her hands to shield her face just in time to dodge the dagger. Blue mana surrounds her as she sprints toward Wall. But before she gets close, Hyo is trapped in Wall's deadly threads. Wall grabs Hyo and demands to know why they kidnapped Shinwoo. Seol realizes Wall is after him because of this situation. Wall grips Hyo's head tightly as he keeps pushing for answers. Hyo spins around and replies that he doesn't know anything because he was told to go after the kid. Wall tightens his hold even more. Seol steps in with an upset face and tells Wall to hold on for a second. She asks him to chill and tries to talk things out without being so scary. With a little grin, she says they don't really know much and pleads with him to stop the killing. Wall looks at Seol for a moment before letting Hyo go. Hyo is waiting for the perfect moment to strike, and he quickly flips the script to catch Wall off guard. But instead of landing a hit, he is left stunned by Seol's final scream as Wall's blade delivers the fatal blow. Talk about a harsh lesson. Wall just teaches them why you shouldn't try to deceive him. Hyo totally loses it and bursts into tears. He goes on about his family and swears to take down Wall. The dude's aura is leaking out of every pore. He charges at Wall again. Wall keeps a close eye on him and starts to transform. Hyo's eyes widen as Wall charges up and delivers a crushing blow that sends a hole straight through his chest. As Hyo falls to the ground, he locks eyes with Wall and calls him a Reaper. Wall scoops up Shinwoo and walks away. He leaves the 7-star grace to become a relic of the past. Wall walks through the dark forest with the kid on his shoulder and thinks about how they actually call this child the Demon King. Just a moment ago, Shinwoo seemed to be on the brink of death, but now his breathing is finally starting to steady. Wall can't help but wonder if there are still people like this in Jianghua. Wall believes that Shinwoo will eventually die because he is a man, which is simply how things are. He isn't sure if it's even possible to change that rule and wonders what it would cost if it could be done. Out of nowhere, a guy shows up in front of Wall but raises an eyebrow because he doesn't recognize him. Even though the man is right there, Wall feels he has no presence, and it is strange because he has never experienced anything like that. He carefully puts Shinwoo down on the ground. Suddenly, strong gusts of wind whip around him and he strangely feels them as if picturing a dragon flying above. Wall can't help but wonder if the stranger will start attacking, and if he'll actually be able to stay calm. White snakes start flying alongside the dragons. Wall shoots a fierce look at the guy who just showed up. The stranger smirks as he steps closer and easily takes out the snakes. Wall raged as the stranger commented that this was just a copy of another incredible technique. A dragon floated above while the guy called Wall was clueless. Caught off guard, Wall realized this dude wasn't just some regular person. Wall reaches out his hand and makes it clear that if he cannot kill the stranger, he will end up dead. His soul will break free and tear through the thread. The stranger blocks Wall's hit with a strong burst of mana and doesn't even flinch. Then he strikes back as a swirl of green energy gathers above him, and his mana spreads out all around. Wall is blown away by the intense energy waves of anger and dodges to avoid getting hurt. Scrapes show up on his hand, and he ends up with a cut on his face. Golden energy wraps around him as he gets ready to break through. An aura surrounds his whole body. The guy smirks and asks if Wall is up for it. He remarks that Wall has turned from a peace-loving herbivore into a fierce predator in no time. As he watches Wall, he cannot help but be surprised by how strong his defense is. Wall radiates vibrant energy while the stranger grins and asks if he's finally helped the kid tap into their potential. Wall is wrapped in a storm of wild mana with energy crackling in his hands. The stranger watches him closely while the green mana swirls around him as if it is alive. Energy radiates from Wall as the air around him buzzes with tension. He tilts his head a bit to brace himself against the wild winds created by his magic. The stranger grins and mentions that the longer they let this go on, the more fun it becomes. With a casual flick of his wrist, he calls forth a giant dragon whose ghostly form is descending toward him. He warns that if they wait any longer, he'll get himself destroyed. The dragon's mouth opens wide and its teeth are just inches from the stranger's face. The battlefield shakes as their powers clash and send shockwaves through the ground. The stranger focuses and keeps his eyes locked on Wall's attack. At the same time, mana rushes through Wall and lights him up from head to toe. He releases a massive energy beam that slams into the ground with explosive force. The stranger moves closer to Wall, feeling uncertain and dread. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices a golden glow and looks down to see a shiny thread from Wall's hand wrapped around his leg. Panic kicks in as he tries to figure out what's happening. Before he knows it, the threads lift him off the ground, and he finds himself floating completely at the mercy of Wall's energy attack. He stares at Wall and realizes he underestimated him. He admits that Wall is way more impressive than he thought. Wall slumped over. totally drained and covered in blood. The stranger couldn't believe that Wool had survived the attack and tried to fight back. The stranger thinks this is his first time against someone like Wool. He wonders what would happen if Wool had a bit more time. As he considers taking out Wool now, he realizes it's the perfect chance. But then he notices Wool's eyes are red, but there's no fear. The stranger figures Wool is the kind of person who'll do whatever it takes to win. He toys with the idea of going for the kill but knows it could backfire on him. He thinks that he's too old to mess with his health. Shinwoo is lying on the battlefield, feeling dazed. Suddenly a stranger offers a hand and says, "Paradise is something we can't get." The boy is lifted off the ground with the flick of some magic. The stranger warns him that he might regret this later on. Wool yells angrily for him to freeze and pounds his fists on the ground, causing cracks to spread. He wants to know why the dude is taking the kid. The stranger cradles the child and says he's just trying to save him. Our hero questions why they should bother saving the kid. The stranger replies that he really can't put it into words. He says it wouldn't click for Wool. Wool grits his teeth, firmly stating that the stranger can't just take the kid without an explanation. The stranger laughs and says he doesn't need Wool's permission. He admits he has no clue how the kid ended up on the battlefield, but insists the kid doesn't belong there. If the child sticks around, Sichuan is done for. He nods to Wool's skills but insists he can only look out for himself. Wool asks how he's supposed to trust what the stranger is saying. The stranger turns his back and says he doesn't need to earn Wool's trust. He makes it clear he's not backing down because he isn't scared of Wool's power. He even calls Wool by name. Wool shoots him a glare and insists on knowing his name first. The stranger introduces himself as Wind Sovereign. He lifts off the ground with Shinwoo, his face disappearing into a glowing portal. Wool sits on the battlefield as the sun goes down. He mumbles that when the sword of the slaughtered shows up at dusk, the sky will turn a bloody red. The world must watch out for the evil coming from the other side. Our guy realizes he's been played. At Suyan's place, Shin is fuming as she looks at the bodies of the 7-star members. It is hard to believe that 7 of them could die in a single night. She notes that these 7 dead stars were famous martial artists from Hunan province. It is surprising that a group of 7 could gain so much attention, especially with all the larger sects in the area. Shin believes the killer finished everyone off very quickly. She acknowledges Wool's skills but points out that there's always someone better out there. Those who stand out too much often cause disturbances. She instructs her assistant to examine the bodies and identify the techniques that were used. While strolling with her assistant, she finds out about Wool. The assistant mentions that he is in the workshop, which is run by someone from the Tang family. She quickly tells her assistant to look into what's happening between Wool and the Tang family heirs. Shin figures probably cannot control Wool, but if they collect useful information, they might gain a big advantage. Wool is at Sochu's place and explains that Wind Sovereign took Shenwu under his wing to protect him. Sochu is stunned by everything that happened last night. Apparently Yuseol from the 7th Star Hall started a fire that destroyed part of the slums and plunged Chengdu into chaos. Sochu finds it hard to believe the 7th Star Hall would do something like that just because of Shindu. He wonders what kind of secret Shindu holds that could draw the attention of such powerful figures, including Wind Sovereign. When Wool heard that, he asked Sochu if he knew who Shindu was. Sochu replied that he did and explained that Shindu was one of the strongest martial artists, ranking at the same level as the top 2 trio sets, the trio manners, and the 3 rulers. Even children had heard of him. Wool felt a bit confused and realized he did not know much about Jiang Hu. He asked Sochu to explain, but Sochu shrugged and said he did not know where to start. Sochu explains that the Berserk martial sect was founded by Great Li, who ended the Great Demonic War and made the sect extremely powerful as a result. The current leader is Li Cheng, the son of Li Guok. The heavenly martial master Zhang Chunhua is well known for defeating the leader of the celestial demon troop who created chaos in Jeomgu. With their immense wealth, the sect is able to draw in some of the most skilled martial artists. Next to them are the 3 well-known sects that are Shaolin Temple, Wudang sect, and Mount Hua sect. They earned their reputation during the Great Demonic War. And then there is the trio of manners, which are Divine Moon Manor, Phantom Sword Manor, and Rain Sword Manor. Even though they have a relatively short history, they pack a serious punch in terms of power. Lastly, there are the 3 rulers, which are the Dragon Heaven Gorge Martial Sword Troop and the Water Heaven Society. They used to be part of the 10 rulers, but only these 3 made it through the war. Together with the 8 stars and the 3 sovereigns, they essentially run Jianghu. The Wind Sovereign is one of the 3 sovereigns, and the other 2 are Martial Sovereign Yom Bul and Sword Sovereign Han Yu. When Wool asks about the 8 stars, he is told to check with someone else. He realizes there are over 20 folks who are as strong as the Wind Sovereign. It hits him just how huge and packed with talent Jianghu really is. He feels like a frog stuck in a well. Wool takes a moment to clear his head and thinks about getting Shinwu back, but he is told it's unnecessary. The Wind Sovereign has taken him, and honestly, it might be better for Shinwu. The guy feels bad about Wool getting hurt, but says it reminds him of his younger days. Wall just brushes it off and calls it a good learning experience, but deep down, he's determined not to lose next time. The next day he puts on some clothes that make him look like a disciple to blend in and avoid drawing too much attention. He realizes he needs to bulk up so no one can mess with him, but first he has to shake off the Hao clan's watchful eye. He feels pretty sure he can keep himself hidden but knows his plan isn't foolproof, so he figures he'll find a way to stay under the radar while gathering some info. Thinking out loud or having a conversation with his memories. Alter the sentence in such a way that does not need any commas and dashes. He walks into Ezru Wind Manor mumbling about a secret stash of cash and throwing shade at the leader of a shadowy group. It feels like he's either thinking out loud or having a conversation with his memories. Wall strolls along the bushes when a stranger walks by and mentions that there's a well in that direction. As he keeps walking, he thinks about his friends. He can see their spirits having a blast by the well, splashing water on him while another buddy lays back on the grass. Wall remembers how his friend used to stand right behind him. He's standing in front of his imaginary girlfriend, just taking it all in. As he strolls past some bushes covered in cobwebs, he glances around the old building and figures no one really cares about it anymore, especially after the Blood Shadow group went down. He reminds himself that the whole reason he came here is somewhere inside. Wall remembered how obsessed his boss was with money. Resting his hand on a box, he wondered if the head had used secret assassins to stack up all that cash. Looking up at the ceiling, he recalled there had to be jewelry stashed away in places where tomb robbers wouldn't look. He shot his threads into the ceiling and tore out a chunk of it. Spotting the hole, Wall jumped right into the dark space. A red chest sat there just waiting for him. Slowly he opened it and pulled out a book from inside, feeling convinced he had seen it before. A little stranger strolls by Wall, humming away. He stops by the door and spots a guy sitting on a throne in front of him. Wall calls him by name. Chiang freaks out and dashes away from the seated Wall, shouting that he has no clue who this guy is. He yells outside to see if anyone's around. Wall just laughs and says no one's coming. Meanwhile, the tired Fatsu stands there among a bunch of hanging corpses, totally lost about what's going on. Wall looks pretty pleased and tells him he's got a ton of wealth now. Chiang kneels down in front of Wall and asks if he's the Dark Moon. Chiang falls into his lap and tells him he hasn't heard anything about Wall in ages. He asks Wall to forgive him. The assistant starts crying, feeling like Wall's interest has faded away. He can't figure out why the Dark Moon has shown up again after not being seen for 7 years. He bows to Wall and insists he's never forgotten the kindness he received back in the day. Chiang mentions they've gathered a bunch of riches to hand over to him. He glances at the bars and realizes Wall has dipped out. Wall is up on the roof of the village, and Chiang can't believe his eyes, saying he'll have to cough up a ransom for him every single year. Wall thinks about how the tricky rabbit has a bunch of hideouts. He knows Jiang has split everyone up to cover different spots. Looking out over the city at night, he figures he's going to be busy chasing down cash. Back at the burnt houses in Jianghu, Han is frustrated with himself for not stopping the 7-star hall. Soha tries to comfort him, saying it's not his fault. Going up against the 7 stars without knowing their moves is tough. She respects her uncle's honor and the old man's straightforwardness. Han glances at the workers and says he's sticking around in Chengdu to figure out Wall's abilities and see if Wall poses a threat to Jianghu. Soha looks shocked and pushes back, not getting why he's sending her away. The old man tells her to take his advice. He insists she shouldn't be picky because Wall is really dangerous. He's firm about not wanting to put her in harm's way. Soha seems a bit down but says she'll take his advice. The old guy says sorry for not showing her Jianghu, and she tells him that next time she'll see everything. She mentions she's heading home but promises to come back, says goodbye, and tells him to take care. He nods, and then Shin jumps in, saying he'll look after himself. A group of guys makes their way up the steps, each carrying a coffin. They walk through the Thunder Temple archway and set the coffins down. The warriors drop to their knees, begging the Watcher of Death to help them escape their unfair situation. Inside the temple, Blood Buddha asks if they're the disciples sent to Sichuan. One of them kneels and explains that they were following their former leader's orders to head to Jianghu. Buddha wants to know why they came back instead of establishing a base. The disciples bow down, pleading for mercy, and tell Buddha that they lost their masters to the Qingcheng sect and were pushed out without them. They're desperately asking Buddha for help. Buddha is really angry, saying that his group let things get out of hand, and it's not something they can brush off. He promises to send Hukam after revenge. He tightens his jaw, thinking about Wool, and insists that the Qingcheng sect will seriously regret what they've done. Qin thinks back to previous seasons. People are walking around the market, chatting about how tough and snowy this winter has been. They're thrilled that it's finally warming up. One guy can't wait to get back to trading. Meanwhile, Shin is strolling down the street, grumbling that Wool is nowhere to be found. He walks past people thinking maybe Wool left Chengdu because it was too quiet there. A guy with red eyes gives him a curious look. A chariot rolls by as Soha pops around the corner and gives him a hug. He's caught off guard and asks her how she's been. Soha tells him she came to find him since it's been a while, and she's just really glad he's okay. Shin asks how she managed to get through the snowy roads. She explains that she was with a friend, who steps out of their cart. Won Ga-young introduces herself, and Shin wonders how she knows his niece. He realizes that his niece's friend is a disciple of the Sword Sovereign, the direct student of Han Yu. She looks at her uncle and insists that she's known his niece for a long time, adding that this is their first time traveling such a distance together. Shin stands in front of them and says she's there because of his niece. He apologizes to her friend for the trouble he caused. One shrugs it off, saying it was no big deal since they needed to get there anyway. She mentions that the Golden Heaven clan meeting is happening there. Shin looks surprised to hear that a bunch of young practitioners are gathering in Chengdu. Soha says she will be too busy to have dinner with Shin because there will be so many people. Meanwhile, a guy watches them meet. The story then moves to a bar where a guy named Pyong sits in a chair and calls out to Soha and Won. They chat and say it's been a long time since they last saw each other. They also ask him if he went to the brothel first. He replies that the girls in Jianghu are good. Soha asks where their other friends are. Other friends come over, including Sowoon and Jeomwoo, the leader of the Golden Heaven Society. Jeom looks at the table and says they haven't seen each other for a long time. Suddenly Jeom's face tightens. One looks at him and asks what is wrong. Jeom says he feels someone watching him. They laugh and say everyone in the bar is looking at him. A stranger sits at a nearby table while Wool hides his true identity and observes the Golden Heaven members closely. Masked Wool stands at the meat counter, his empty eyes showing a hint of sadness as he gently pets a cow. An old man walks up and mentions that the boy has always been on time before. He asks if Wool feels up to handling the day's work. The boy says he can do it, but adds that he wants to leave after today. The old man gives a smile and asks if something's bothering him. Wool replies that nothing's wrong, and the old man, understanding that everyone has their reasons, decides not to pry any further. The old man remembers thinking the kid was just tough until he saw how easily he took down cows without making a fuss. He noticed the boy had this red aura and figured he was just built with killer instincts. As he was about to head out, he let the kid know he could come back anytime. While slaughtering cattle, Wool discovered he could cause instant death by finding the life and death acupoints in living beings. Now he's ready to test if he understands the pattern. He charges his fist with aura and gets ready for the final strike, muttering an apology to the cow before landing a lightning-fast blow. The cow closes its eyes as its life slips away. The boy looks at the dead animal and proudly says his work is finally done. Next, we see Hong in his room at night, grumbling about being stuck in Jianghu and feeling like he's getting nowhere. It's seriously frustrating. A girl comes in and tells him someone is here to see him, but it's someone way beyond the current head's ability to deal with. Hong perks up and asks about the visitor, his eyes going wide when she mentions it's Jin Gyeomwoo, the Iron Blood martial arts master. Hong quickly says sorry for the wait and introduces himself. Jeom, staring intensely, introduces himself in return. Hong nervously laughs when Gaeom asks if he's really the branch leader. Jeom points out that Hong's vibe is different from other branch leaders. Hong brushes it off, saying it's just because he's newly appointed, but he can't help feeling a bit impressed by Jeom's fierce gaze. Jeom is on the lookout for someone connected to a major event that went down last year in Chengdu. The Qingqing and Emi sects took some serious hits and basically went into hiding. He remembers the wild destruction vividly and thinks that one person is behind it all, so he's asking Hong to help track them down. Hong is curious about why the Golden Heaven Society cares about this person. He recalls how Wool, the prime suspect, managed to stay off the radar, even though he was in the same city, and he had already taken out the entire 7-star hall with Hong's help. He tells Gaeom that tracking down Wool is tough. Jeom puts a sack of gold coins on the table and says that the Hao clan is great at finding hard-to-locate people. He offers the gold up front, pushing Hong to go after the target. Hong, who was already thinking about looking for Wool, takes the money with a grin. He promises to live up to Jeom's expectations. Jeom is the grandson of Jeom Wool, one of the 7 stars and a total martial arts whiz. Even with his skills and a bunch of followers, ever since he turned 15, there's been a lot of mystery around him, almost like he's on the run from something. Back to the kid from the butcher shop. He's asking a guy about the visitors in Chengdu, and the man gives him a sign. He's sorry he doesn't have more info right now because he's busy. He tells the guy to figure out their motives, and then we switch to a busy fair. Quan, the butcher boy, is asked if it's his turn to speak today. One admits it is, but he's stressing about not having the skills. His buddy tries to calm him down, pointing out how much he's improved. In the crowd, Juan catches a glance at Quan, but Gaeom pops up in between and calls him over. Jeom checks in about the others and finds out some are keeping an eye on the street while the rest are just hanging out. She asks how his search is going, and he confesses it's tough but thinks that ruling out options counts as progress. They chat about a guy who's kind of suspicious, and he isn't so sure about him but feels like he needs to clear up any doubts. The girl suggests taking a break to boost their moods and brings up this cool spot called the Hall of 1,000 Melodies that has daily performances. Jeom thinks it's a good idea, so they decide to step away from their tasks for a bit of fun. A bunch of people are sitting on benches, soaking up the performance. Kwon is playing a nice tune with others jamming along. Jeom and the girl are watching, and she thinks the technique is nothing special. But there's some serious power in the music. She glances at Kwon and says that if he had started playing earlier, he could have been an awesome musician. Jeom feels tense as he notices that Kwon's energy seems more like a swordsman's than a musician's. The chi feels like that of a warrior, which makes Geom wonder about Kwon's swordsmanship skills. The girl sees Geom's reaction and asks why he is so curious. Geom says he just wants to know more. She smiles and agrees to find out information. As Geom watches Kwon, he finds that Kwon's energy feels strangely familiar, similar to what he sensed at the bar. He grows more suspicious. His playing becomes so skilled that it's hard to see it as just music. The audience is amazed and cheers loudly. One keeps plucking the strings beautifully and ends with a hand wave, playing the final note. The crowd bursts into applause and cheers. The wand tells Geom that she found out who Kwon is. His name is Lim Kwon. He is a smart businessman from Chengdu who increased his inherited wealth. Later, he pursued his dream of becoming an artist. When Geom asks if she is certain, she replies that she checked with several people, so it is likely accurate. Geom steps forward to confirm something himself. He approaches Kwon and compliments the performance, introducing himself. Kwon thanks him for the kind words. Geom apologizes for coming up so suddenly and asks if Kwon would like to have tea together. Kwon thinks about Geom's intentions. Their conversation was short, but Kwon notices Geom's sharp gaze. As he walks past a pillar, he becomes wool and reflects on their meeting. He believes Geom's invitation to enjoy the performance is just a cover. Wall remembers Geom saying he enjoyed their talk and hoped to meet again. Kwon decides to keep Geom close to find out his true motives. Wall gets to the gate and runs into this old guy holding a stone tablet. Wall calls him the city's manager and asks what's going on. The guy shows him the tablet, which shows some weird movements from the Thunder Clan. Wall thinks back to when he took out their leaders and figured they were done for. But this new activity definitely catches his interest. The scene shifts to a crowd gathering with torches in hand. At the center stands Kyun, the Thunder Clan leader, vowing he won't rest until the Chingcheng sect is destroyed. Haunted by his past, he remembers the shame of failing to give his clan's head a proper funeral and the bitter years he spent imprisoned by the Chingcheng sect. The fact that they never apologized still eats at him. With tears in his eyes and his teeth bared, he swears to get his revenge. He looks away and remembers why he called a man to Jianghu. Hyuk stands in front of him, marked by battle, and tells Kyun to meet him at Kang Mountain in 3 days. Kyun is shocked and asks if it will only be the two of them. Hyuk walks away and doesn't explain his plans. Another clan member runs over and calls out to Hyuk for being so unclear. Hyuk's anger is clear as he vanishes in an instant and reappears behind the shouting man. Grabbing the man's head, his glowing eyes make the other freeze in terror. The man's vision blurs as his capillaries bulge and he collapses while screaming and clawing at his face. Hyuk's eyes burn white as he says that insulting him is the same as insulting the elder, and that is something he will never forgive. Pyong is playing a board game in a large hotel complex. 2 other people are sitting at the table. One man asks why Pyong is here. He replies that he came to the training camp because today he can play like this, and he wants to enjoy it as much as possible. The man in the gray kimono adds that it will be sad to say goodbye to him. A girl in a red dress walks past Pyong, surprising him. The bald man says she is Su-young, who is the manager of the 1,000 Fragrance Pavilion. Pyong stands up and grabs Su-young's hand, which makes her nervous. With a nasty smile, he asks if she is the manager. Su-young confirms this while still looking frightened. Pyong steps closer and tells her she is different from the others, and very beautiful. She reluctantly thanks him for the compliment, but asks him to let her go. He ignores her request and invites her to drink with him, but she says no. His eyes glow white as he tells her that he treats his allies well and his enemies cruelly. Su-young replies that his words won't change her mind, and asks to leave. His expression turns wild as he warns her that if she rejects him, it will be the last day for the pavilion. Su-young looks scared, struggling to understand his madness and what to do. Suddenly Wool approaches and calls out to her. Pyong lets her go after hearing from her that the owner of the pavilion is calling for her. Su-young hides behind him while Pyong asks about the owner's name. Wool tells him it's none of his business. Pyong gets very angry and says no one has upset him like this in a long time. He starts using magic to float objects in the building and claims he will show the difference between their powers. Our boy just watches calmly as Pyong charges at him with his fist raised. Pyong's fist goes right through Wool and he stops when he realizes he felt nothing. Wool appears behind him and mocks him for trying to destroy someone else's property. Wool asks Pyong if he is ready to risk his life. Pyong panics and begs Wool not to do it, but Wool doesn't back down. He punches Pyong in the stomach, sending him crashing through the wall. Pyong lies injured as Wool approaches and plants a foot on his back. Terrified, Pyong realizes how powerless he is. Wool wraps him in silver threads and snaps his bones with a flick of his wrist. He orders his men to take Pyong away and walks off, leaving him broken. The scene changes to a small house by a pond. Su-young takes off a mask from Wool's face and thanks him for saving her last night. As Wool rests on her lap, she worries about Pyong's friends causing more trouble. Wool agrees and says they have visitors who should be let in. Meanwhile, Won walks up to the guards and says she is a friend of the slacker who was recently embarrassed. With a big smile, she asks to meet the owner of the pavilion. When Won enters Wool's room, his confident invitation to come in catches her off guard. She pushes the door open and stares at him in stunned silence. Wool looks back at her, and that is when she sees the gigantic white snake looming behind him. She asks him if he owns the pavilion. Wool explains that Su-young runs the place and is helping her. She introduces herself and asks if he has heard of her. Wool says he has not. She smiles and remarks that she needs to spread her name more because she thought she was well known in Jianghu. But not everyone seems to know her. He has never left Sichuan, but his skills are so impressive that he easily puts Shimen in this situation. This surprises her especially after what happened in Chengdu. She asks if she can know his name. Wool looks at her and begins to say knight, but stops. Remembering Seong's advice, he tells her to call him the Night Master. She says she is not there because of one clueless person, but because of the entire group. She then asks if he is the same killer from the Sichuan tragedy. Wool wants to know why she is looking for him, and she explains that she has something to ask the killer. When Wool asks what's on her mind, she replies that she will only ask when they meet face to face. Wool says there is nothing more to say. Before leaving, she says they might cross paths again someday. At Qingcheng sect, a man runs into the main hall shouting that something terrible is happening. The sect leader asks why he is freaking out. The man explains that the Thunder Clan is outside. Both of them look frightened and quickly leave the hall. A bunch of people in matching uniforms walks over to them. Kyun hangs out with his squad and says he is the new leader of the Thunder Clan. The sect leader introduces himself as Mu Ryong. Kyun feels confused and scared, not really knowing what to do now. He recalls what Hyuk said about climbing Qingcheng Mountain in 3 days and handling what he told them to destroy. He is not sure what to say to stall for time. Ryong asks if he is all right and remembers the murder of those 2 people. He says he is here to demand that the Qingcheng sect take responsibility for the death of their former leader. Ryong's advisor yells that the real culprit is already dead. Ryong asks what they expect them to do about it. Kyun says they lost their leader, so the Kang clan needs to repay that loss with someone just as important. Then he drops the bombshell that the leader of the Qingcheng sect has to take his own life. When Ryong heard that, he paused for a second. The members of the Qingcheng sect were really fired up, yelling that it was disrespectful to their elders. Kyun started to panic, feeling unsure and scared. He thought about Hyuk's promise to take care of things while they created a distraction, but now he was totally lost on what to do next. Suddenly, a man steps in and tells everyone to stop. He introduces himself as Lee Pyong, the head of the High Heavens Martial Academy. Ryong is surprised and wonders why Mr. Lee is here, thinking it must be pretty embarrassing for him to see this mess. Ryong figures Lee stepped in because the Qingcheng clan and the academy have been closed for a long time. He thinks Lee could not just stand by and watch them handle these demands even if they messed up. Lee grins like a maniac and says the Thunder Clan leader's request makes total sense. Ryong is shocked and does not know what to say. Suddenly, another guy in the crowd yells out that he's Lu from the Clan of True Warriors and backs up what Lee said. Kyun is watching all of this with fear, as the 2 of them push for the Qingcheng sect leader to take responsibility by ending his own life. Ryong feels completely crushed inside after hearing that. Under the bright midday sky, ruined buildings with shattered windows stand tall. Hong and a monk stare ahead at the wrecked village surrounded by lifeless bodies. Hong asks what happened. The main street is covered in corpses with blood soaking the ground and tools scattered everywhere. Hong scrunches down to check the pulse of a body and asks if there are any survivors. The monk in black says there aren't any. Curiously, Hong asks who did this. The monk explains they found the scene this morning but still don't know who the culprit is. Looking a bit anxious, he adds that they might never figure out who was behind it. The monk points out that all the dead are holding weapons, and it looks like the villagers turned on each other. Hong stares at the dead body and is shocked. He wonders out loud if the villagers fought each other, and that nobody made it out alive. He jumps up, unable to wrap his head around what went wrong here. The scene jumps back to a flashback just moments before the deadly fight, where one of the sect leaders is pushing Ryong to end his own life. Behind Ryong, a guy with dark hair is chatting with his brother about how weird the sect leaders are acting. Ryong chimes in and agrees that he has noticed something off too. Chung pushes through the crowd, yelling that he has something important to say. Ryong wants to know what's going on with him. Chung is shaking and Ryong really takes a good look at him. Suddenly some spit drips from Chung's mouth and he lowers his head. Out of nowhere, a sharp knife slips out of his sleeve. Chung swiftly grips the knife and plunges it into Ryong's stomach with force. Ryong coughs up blood and looks at Chung in shock and terror. The mustachioed man catches Ryong as he collapses and panics at him. Ryong's hands tremble as he starts to pull the knife out. The mustachioed man yells at Chung in a rage and demands an explanation. Chung looks just as wild as everyone else and keeps repeating that mistakes have consequences. The group of armed monks moves forward while chanting in unison. The man with the mustache carefully places their injured leader on the ground. He watches the wild crowd with a nervous expression. The monks stand together in a line to protect their leader. The enchanted crowd suddenly rushes forward with red eyes and yells loudly. A young monk steps up with a sword, ready to face his uncle and determined to keep the leader safe. Ryong starts to fade in and out. The leader of another sect is watching the whole thing closely. Along with the other commanders, the High Heaven sect leader orders his disciples to attack the Qingcheng sect. The crowd works up a frenzy and charges forward with weapons ready. Kyun shakes his head, struggling to understand the mess. He spots a dark figure of a guy chilling on a rooftop. Hyuk is just sitting there, quietly watching the Thunder Clan. Hyuk remarks that fighting among themselves can take down even the most popular sect. He points out that the Qingcheng sect isn't any different. Ryong and his brother are watching the chaos unfold, unaware of the weird energy coming from Hyuk that's messing with all their opponents. The group of warriors is watching the weird behavior of the birds. Jin spots it and suddenly gets a bad vibe. He says it's time to rush over and see if something's up. They take off running toward the castle behind the forest. In the heat of the battle, the monks block the attacks and shout at everyone to calm down. Mustachio clenches his teeth as he realizes he is wrong to assume that only other groups are acting strangely. If this is some form of witchcraft, they might be under its influence too, which he finds hard to believe. Their followers are not used to fighting for their lives, and he fears they will not survive if this continues. The warriors suddenly swoop down over him and crash onto the tiles with a loud thud, knocking everyone back. A group of knights lands hard next to the Qingcheng sect leader. Jin turns to the sect leader's brother and introduces himself, saying that the whole scene seemed a bit off, so he decided to jump in and apologize for coming off as rude. Mustachio looks at him in shock and thanks him for the help. Jin asks what went down and the mustachioed man says he is not sure either. Ryong slowly shuts his eyes, looking pretty glum, while the mustachioed man adds that they seem to have fallen into some kind of magic, but have no idea who did it or why. Jin glances around, carefully mumbling something about magic. Ning crouches to take a closer look at the fallen enemy. She notices the dark blue veins swelling on their temples and says it's Juyuang poison. Mustachio's face twists in horror as he hears about Gu's poison. It's a deadly toxin from South China that is made by forcing venomous creatures to fight until only one survives and is packed with concentrated venom. He pauses before asking if everyone is affected by it. Kyun looks around at the people near the sect leader and his eyes widen as he wonders how this could even be possible. Ning thinks she might be onto something. If she is right, someone nearby must control everything. They need to track down and stop the sorcerer. She looks at Jin and tells him not to worry. They will handle things while he goes to find the sorcerer. Jin agrees with Ning and starts using his magical energy to look for the sorcerer. A wave of energy spreads out, turning everything around him into weird negative colors. A moment later, Jin notices something and shoots into the sky for a better look. He flies over thick bushes and stops above a small clearing where he pulls out his sword. With a powerful swing, he chops down the treetops, revealing a dark space below. Red glowing eyes and a shadowy figure start to appear. Hyuk asks how Jin tracked him down. Jin lifts his sword and wants to know what Hyuk is up to. Hek chuckles softly and says he has no clue. Jin tells Hyuk he will break the curse by force if he does not get an answer. He spreads his arms wide and creates an intense wind before grabbing his glowing sword and swinging it with full force. A massive red wave of energy blasts toward Hyuk, but Hyuk does not move or react. The attack crashes into a rock behind him, leaving Jin completely stunned. Before Jin can act, Hyuk appears behind him with smoke coming from his eye and says it is not too bad. Jin turns quickly to strike again, but Hyuk transforms into a spirit and vanishes into the sky. Jin lowers his sword and looks at the empty sky, frustrated that he has lost him again. Jin figures out what he needs to do. He faces the city and remembers this guy Kyun, realizing there are still a few things left to take care of. He takes Kyun to Mustachioed, who is sure there's poison involved. Kyun is sweating and staring at the ground, looking scared. Jiam glowers at him and tells him to spill who put him up to this. Kyun yells that he doesn't even know. Jiam presses him, asking if he's really that clueless, and warns him this is the last time he's gonna ask. Kyun, clearly freaked out, finally admits that the sorcerer is from the Thunder Temple. Jiam thinks that the Minor Thunder Temple could be where the Thunder Clan originated from. If that's true, then it's likely that the person who used the Juyuang poison is a martial artist from that clan. When one asks about what the sorcerer looks like, Guillaume recalls Huek's look but says it's tricky to describe since he was all wrapped up in black cloth. However, he's pretty sure the sorcerer comes from the Thunder Temple. Moments later, Kayun's veins swell and turn purple as his eyes glow. He screams loudly, and everyone watches in horror. He coughs up blood before falling to the ground and begging for help. After he says that, he collapses to the ground. One rushes over to him and checks for a pulse, but soon realizes he's dead. As she looks at the Thunder Clan guy's body, it hits her that she can't trust anyone, not even her own people. Tracking down the killer is going to be tough. She mentions they need to make sure he's really from the Thunder Temple before they reach out to other sects for help. Mustachioed says his group is too weak to fight right now. His monks are knocked out, and the ones who are still standing are pretty banged up. He's not sure how long it'll take for everyone to heal. He asks for forgiveness, admitting he won't get involved. This takes Guillaume by surprise, but Mustachioed reminds them that it's never too late for revenge. He emphasizes that for the Thunder Sect, even if it takes 100 years, it'll still be worth it. They'll take their time to recover, and at some point, they'll get back at those who humiliated them. Guillaume suddenly bows and says that if that's what he wants, there's nothing more to say. He then wishes him good luck with bringing the Qingcheng sect back. Mustachioed thanked him for it. As the three warriors head down the stairs, Guillaume mentions they need to find the sorcerer, who's a serious threat since he can control other people's powers. They can't let him get out of hand. Sowoon points out it's been a while since he got away, so tracking him down might not be easy. She spots some blood from the nasty sword wound she gave him, a wound no regular doctor could handle. They figure he'll likely go to Chengdu to seek help from the top-notch physicians there, so they decide to reach out to the Hao clan for backup. Sowoon says she will take care of that, while Wan adds that she will inform Soha and Sir Shin, hoping they will help as well. Guillaume believes everything is settled, but the others feel it is too much work for too little reward. They think Guillaume is stubborn, yet they still respect his strong sense of justice, even if it has dragged them into this situation. Su Yang wishes Wool a safe trip as he walks down the empty quiet street. Suddenly, Wool gives Guillaume a suspicious look before Guillaume smiles and introduces himself. He asks Wool if he owns the fragrance pavilion. Wool responds by asking if Guillaume needs anything. Guillaume says he's looking for some help, and all of a sudden, the protagonist's eyes start glowing red. Guillaume feels like they've met before, but he remembers the face looking different back then. He realizes he's not sure which face is the real one since there are so many. So he just asks Wool to show his true self. Wool asks Guillaume what he thinks he is. Guillaume says that before he got here, he heard a wild story about a killer who took out all the clans in Sichuan province by himself. He admits he didn't really believe it at first because it sounded too crazy. Then Wool asks why Guillaume is even looking for him. He says he's on the right track. Wool rudely questions why he is needed at all. Guillaume mentions he's been keeping tabs on a group for a while now and wonders if Wool might be part of it. Wool then asks what Guillaume would do if he is indeed connected to that group. Guillaume replies that he'll fight him until the end to get to the bottom of it. Guillaume wants to know if he can answer now. He asks if he's the musician Quan from the Fragrance Pavilion, or the killer who caused all that mess in Sichuan. Guillaume is serious, wanting to get to the bottom of his true identity. Wool removes his hat to reveal his identity and asks if Guillaume is ready to talk, since the person he has been searching for is standing right in front of him. Guillaume flicks a coin with a smirk and agrees. Wool catches it in midair and runs his fingers over the dragon design. Guillaume leans in, asking if he's heard of the 9 dragons. Wool asks what's going on. Guillaume explains that a bunch of people using the same sign was recently found. He points out that even though there's no real link between them, they all have the same symbol. They show up everywhere, messing with different areas of interest. This group is nothing like the usual organizations. They don't care about their reputation and are only out for themselves. Wool thinks of it as a trading or organization. Guillaume points out that they differ in who has the real power. He then asks if Wool is part of this organization. Wool says no and wonders if Guillaume believes him. Guillaume responds that he does because he can read it in Wool's eyes. He reintroduces himself as Jin Jeomwoo and asks for Wool's actual name. For the first time in a long while, Wool finally shares his name with someone. Guillaume makes a sarcastic comment about wanting to be friends, saying that real friendships can happen no matter who you are. Wool dismisses him rudely, walking by and acting like Guillaume thinks he knows everything about him. Guillaume responds that he might not know a lot, but he trusts his instincts. He believes Wool's a good guy, and surprisingly asks him for some help. He remembers Huke and mentions that there's a dangerous guy hiding out in the capital. People believe he is linked to the Thunder Temple, and if they fail to handle it properly, things might spiral out of control. He asks for help to track this guy down. After they wrap things up, they should catch up and chat to get to know each other better. Wool responds, saying it all sounds like just talk. Guillaume can't help but think about the bloodshed incident. It's crazy how everyone knows about it, but not many bothered to find out why it happened. From what he figured out, Wool was actually the one who got hurt in all this, Jiam thinks about how Wool has a reputation for the brutal massacre he caused in Sichuan, and he's aware that a lot of people are curious about what really drove him to do it. He comes to the conclusion that Wool isn't actually evil at his core. As he heads out, he calls out that they'll cross paths again. The scene shifts to a room covered in blood with a candle casting Hyuk's shadow on the floor. He sits on a pile of bodies and growls how dare he and vows to make him regret it. Pyong sits at the table, his face all tensed up with anger as he thinks about his fight with Wool. He can't wait to get back at him once he's feeling better. He yells at the waiter to hurry up with his drink and accuses him of making fun of him, then turns away in frustration. Out of nowhere, Hyuk shows up next to him, clearly not impressed. He grabs Pyong by the hair, and Pyong has to struggle to pull his arm away, yelling to find out who this guy is. Hyuk spits out a black clot from his mouth. Everyone around stays unaware of the masked man in strange clothes. Hyuk pushes the clot into Pyong's mouth as he struggles but swallows it in the end. The villain speaks in a strange language and Pyong clenches his teeth while drooling. His eyes turn purple and veins swell on his temples. Hyuk says it's time to chill and the others chime in, vowing to get back at someone. Hyuk just laughs and says that revenge feels pretty great. The next morning, there's a bunch of cries for help. A crowd with violet eyes is rampaging through the city, wrecking everything in sight. One guy steps up and tries to stop them, yelling out to ask what they've done wrong and pleading for some kind of explanation. The crazy guy stops and says it's too noisy. The man drops to the ground, screaming and trying to protect himself. The madman picks up a wooden club, shouting at him to stay out of this. He swings hard and knocks the guy out cold. Out of nowhere, Jium shows up behind the attacker. He can't believe what's going down and figures it has to be Hyuk. Poison-crazed people attack civilians and bite their necks as a mob armed with clubs rushes toward screaming women. Jium looks at the unconscious victims and blames Hyuk, accusing him of not being satisfied with harming the Qingcheng sect and now throwing Chengdu into chaos. Sowol is curious about why Hyuk decided to make a move now after keeping quiet for so long. Jium thinks all this chaos isn't really what Hyuk is after and believes Hyuk is just acting out of frustration because they're starting to corner him. One rushes over and tells him that Pyong headed to the Divine Fragrance Pavilion. The squad hears shouts about a fire and sees a huge blaze at the far end of the city. Someone screams that it's the Hall of Divine Aroma. The whole place is engulfed in flames, and smoke is billowing into the sky. People are freaking out, yelling for water and running everywhere. A girl is staring at the fire, shouting that Su Yang is still inside. The room is thick with smoke and flames. Pyong is hunched over dead Su Yang, coughing and shouting in anger, demanding to know why she turned him down. His friends burst in, shocked, as Pyong turns to them with drool hanging from his mouth and wild eyes. Jium quickly figures out that the Juyuang poison has a grip on Pyong too. One yells at Guillaume to focus on saving Pyong before the fire spreads. Jium spots the dagger sticking out of the girl's chest and figures she's already gone. He decides to help Pyong first and tells him to ditch the girl and come over. Pyong yells that it's all Wool's fault. He goes off about how everyone looks down on him, feeling like it's all his mess. Jium and the crew can't believe their eyes when the main character steps out of the burning room. Wool glares at Pyong and walks toward him. Wool moves swiftly as his deadly threads wrap around Pyong's neck in an instant. His head is cut off and hits the ground with blood gushing non-stop from his neck. Jium watches from a distance as Wool beheads Pyong in an instant. The three of them stare in shock, unable to recognize him. So-woon, furious, demands to know who he is and how he dared to kill Pyong. Wool ignores their questions and kneels beside Su Yang, lost in memories of their time together. He remembers lying on her lap while she asked if he had achieved what he wanted. She mentioned how he always fulfilled others' wishes but never his own. Wool tells her about his dream of creating a world free from darkness and asks about hers, pointing out that she never seems to want anything for herself. She reluctantly admits that her dream is out of reach. Even though it won't happen, she thinks it's enough just to look at him. Trying to shake off those painful thoughts, Wool wraps his arms around Su Yang and says that while she was doing her best to help him reach the dream he wanted, she was also trying to make the world better. Wool suddenly bursts out in anger, insisting that she won't just die here all alone. The Geom group stands there looking indifferent, but Geom feels a chill run through him. Out of nowhere, one pulls out two katanas and gets ready to fight. One kicks in his power White Moon 18 strike. In response, Wool sends a ton of blades flying at him. One swipes them away with his sword and zooms forward like a bullet. A few blades barely miss his back, but he manages to dodge most of them and keeps charging ahead. One sees the situation and immediately rushes in to help, leaving Guillaume behind, who's in a tough spot. She cuts through anything that gets in her way. One goes after Wool with everything she's got, but Wool manages to block every hit. She's really trying to keep up with those fast and tricky blade moves, but it's tough to predict what they'll do next. Wool is just sitting there calmly in the flames, holding the Su Yang. So-woon charges in for one last attack, arms wide open and swords blazing with energy. Wind starts swirling around her as she strikes, but Wall just stays put, saying his silent goodbyes to her. No matter how hard she tries, her attacks just bounce off because Wool's energy is protecting him. One throws a dagger to help, but Soo-won panics and shouts for everyone to fall back immediately. One fights hard against the blade attacks. She turns, fear flashing in her eyes for a moment, as blood sprays across the room. A dagger cuts through Won's shoulder, and she screams in pain. Wool's thread suddenly wraps around So-won's neck. Someone wrapped up Won's neck, which just made her feel more scared and hurt. So-won was fuming but felt totally helpless to do anything. Wall tied our hero's hands with his threads, leaving them stuck. They couldn't wrap their heads around how Wool had caught them without even moving, just using his blades. One was frustrated because they had easily lost to someone who just stood there. A blade inches toward Won and So-won's face, ready to cut through their eyes. Out of nowhere, Gaeom pulls out his sword, sending out red waves that shimmer around him as his eyes blaze with a fierce light. He goes for his 9-ring heavenly sword and launches the third move, soul-blinding blow. A bright red beam shoots towards Wool, so hot that Won and So-won flinch, and her injured shoulder starts to throb even more. However, Wool stays indifferent and keeps holding the girl right before them. Won grabs his sword, realizing he could have lost his eye or even his life without Gaeom. He's never faced such a strong opponent but knows he can't give up. Gaeom suddenly interrupts, saying this must end and needs to retreat. So-won protests angrily, insisting they must avenge Pyong. Won urges them to listen to Gaeom, surprising So-won, who looks at Won in disbelief. Won quietly says they have already seen enough and are no match for Wool. So-won turns away from her, thinking about her reputation as a disciple of the Supreme Sword Han, known for her skill and resilience. He is shocked that she now suggests retreating. So-won falls to his knees as he gives up too. Gaeom suggests putting their fight on hold. Wool asks why he should bother. Gaeom explains that Pyong started it but wasn't bold enough to go this far. He adds that the real culprit is someone controlling others, as shown by signs in past victims. He further suggests that this recent incident is a mere distraction, and insists they must catch the real villain. He warns that the perpetrator may have already left Chengdu, potentially causing more harm elsewhere. Wool asks what happens if he refuses. Gaeom replies that he will fight Wool with everything he has. He adds that if Wool fights him, he will never catch the true killer of Su Young. He asks if Wool is willing to accept that. Wool turns and leaves the burning building. Moments later, the house collapses, charred by flames. Su Hyang lies on a cloth, surrounded by grieving people who call her name in disbelief. Wool turns to one of the girls and lets her know he'll be gone for a bit, leaving the fragrance pavilion in her hands. He asks her to make sure Su Young gets a nice, sunny spot for her burial. The girl promises she'll handle everything. Without saying much more, Wool walks off. Gaeom asks Wool if he's ready to track down the real culprit. Wool says he's not interested in helping. Gaeom insists it wouldn't be too hard to find the bad guy, but he's more focused on finding the one who's really behind all of this. Gaeom grips his sword and gets ready for a fight, but Wool brushes off the idea and mentions the Minor Thunder Temple as a possible lead. A girl moves quickly between the houses, her mind racing about Gaeom meeting Wool and So-won handling Pyong's schemes. Lost in thought, she accidentally bumps into a man and quickly apologizes. But when she looks up, it's Hook, whose piercing gaze sends chills down her spine. Hook reaches out his hand and uses his magic to put her to sleep. Before long, Won falls under his spell and drops to the ground. He scoops up the girl, calling her a great catch, and says he's taking her to the Minor Thunder Temple to turn her into the strongest puppet. Black smoke swirls around them as they teleport away, with Hook excitedly shouting that he can't wait to see Gaeom's tears. Meanwhile, Wool tells Sochu to grab some stuff he needs for a trip to Tibet. Sochu is taken aback and points out that it'll take a month to get there. He asks if this is about what went down at Fragrance Pavilion, and Wool just nods. Sochu hands Wool a suitcase and explains it's got a windbreaker in there that's been treated with some special oil to keep water out and handle a bit of fire. Then he pulls out a small bag tied with string. Inside is a bit of white phosphorus fire, a cool creation from the Tang clan that makes a candle burn forever. He warns that there's only a tiny amount and tells Wool not to use it unless he really has to. As dawn breaks, Gaeom tells Wool that his friend Won is missing. He insists that Won wouldn't just disappear after hurting Wool. Wool mentions he hasn't seen her since their last encounter. Gaeom clarifies he's not blaming him but thinks the same person who took Won is behind this. Gaeom thinks Hook is behind Pyong and is stealing Won to get back at him. He asks if Wool would help out. Wool responds that he actually killed Pyong and tried to take out his crew, so he's not really interested in lending a hand. He reminds everyone that Pyong wrecked their estate and hurt their people first. Wool tells Gaeom not to waste time and suggests they can chat more later. The enemy's at the Minor Thunder Temple, and he needs Wool's help to track him down. As they're heading out, Gaeom checks if Wool can really find the bad guy. Wool says to stick close but keep out of the way, adding that Gaeom will be fine as long as they're both breathing. He declares that no one will escape from him. In a blood-stained room, Wol and Guillaume find corpses. Guillaume can't believe what's happened and is pretty upset about it. Wol checks out the bodies and puts his hand on the ground, talking in riddles about the house. He thinks the guy behind this might track them down, but warns that he's been keeping an eye on them, especially if the culprit is looking to get back at them. Wol can't stop thinking about the enemy who's been watching Pyong, who's hurt and all alone away from the group. Guillaume looks out the window while Wol checks out the floor. He spots some bits of iron, leather, and cotton lying around. As he picks up a piece of leather that's all oily, Wol thinks out loud that the enemy is probably making their way through the Western Highlands. While he examines the leather, Guillaume asks if it's really smeared with oil. Wol explains that treating leather like this is good for humid weather. Guillaume figures that must mean the enemy is heading toward the snowy areas. Wol says the Western Mountains are the only snowy spots between Sichuan and Tibet. Guillaume and Wol start walking, with Guillaume moving ahead of Guillaume. Guillaume decides they must head to the Western Mountains and confirms this with Wol. As they stroll along, they stumble upon a dead horse and a guy, both bleeding out. Guillaume looks around and agrees with the guy that the enemy probably made a getaway by boat. Getting closer, the group sees tracks leading into the water. Wol takes a closer look at the prints, trying to figure out as much as he can. Wol shares 2 bits of news. The good news? One is still alive, which puts a smile on Guillaume's face. But then Wol adds the bad news. The enemy knows they're on their way. The boy hands Guillaume a blanket and says it'll help with the snow. Guillaume asks how about him, and the boy opens a small box, saying he has something special before putting a veil over himself. In a snowy forest, Hugues trudges through, leaving heavy footprints. While holding Juan, he pauses, sensing someone really skilled is tracking him. He looks around, wondering who in Sichuan could be that tough. Hugues turns and remembers how someone stopped him from using the Pyong to pit the Guillaume group against each other. He realizes that even though he's trying to hide his true self, Wol sees right through him. Wol is also a shadow dweller like Hugues, but he's way stronger and more dangerous than he seems. Has Wol picked up on Hugues' presence? Hugues figures he could totally escape if he were on his own, but he has to move quicker with someone needing protection. Once he gets to Tibet, he's heading straight for the Minor Thunder Temple. Wol and Guillaume trek through the snow and finally reach Tibet. Guillaume admits he wouldn't have braved this cold without Wol. Guillaume thinks that after traveling with Wol a little, he observes that their only common interest is martial arts. Still, they are entirely different, as Wol's senses are as sharp as blades. What is the level of the person who single-handedly destroys the Qingqing and Aimei sect? Guillaume remembers the crazy fight he had with Wol and figures he probably knows a ton of techniques he hasn't even seen yet. It kind of freaks him out, but he's also curious about what else Wol can pull off. Wol mentions that something's headed their way. Suddenly, a group of armed warriors shows up in front of them. Guillaume recognizes them as those notorious mountain bandits known for robbing and killing without mercy. He grabs his katana and says they're about to clash. Wol tells him to take care of it. Wol steps aside and mentions that the strong winds can easily cover the tracks, so he's leaving a trail for Guillaume to follow. Guillaume, ready to go, tells Wol to head out and promises he'll catch up soon. With that, Wol takes off running at full speed. Meanwhile, Guillaume starts walking toward the bandits to kick things off. Back in the city, So-woon is grinding his teeth, remembering his fight with Wol, feeling like there's nothing left he can do. Someone knocks on the door and asks if they can come in. It's Sir Shin with Soha, and they check in to see how he's doing. They tell him not to bother sitting because they are here to introduce Hong Yushin from the Hao clan. He is watching the current clan members in Chengdu. So-woon gives him a nod. Hong says he's got something important to share, so he swings by late. So-woon asks what's so crucial. Hong goes on about the assassin Wol, who's traveling with Mr. Guillaume. He mentions that Wol is really dangerous. They try to dig up some info on him but come up empty-handed. Hong explained that they wanted So-woon's help to deal with any potential threat that Wol might bring. He brings up that So-woon got seriously hurt by Wol and asks if he can spill the details. So-woon agrees to help but isn't sure how helpful he'll be. When Hong presses him, So-woon admits he's confused about how he ended up losing to Wol. One wakes up in Tibet and looks straight ahead, trying to piece together where it all went off course and how she can push back. To her, Wol seems more like a force of death than an actual person. She glances at Wol, surprised he's still sticking with her. Hoke suddenly halts, picking up on the girl's breathing and heartbeat speeding up. He looks around but sees nothing unusual, just an empty stretch of land. He wonders if he's missing something. Deciding to take a tougher route, Hook hopes to force Wol to show himself. Wol catches sight of several pictures of Hugues carrying a girl and can't figure out how that's happening. But he decides to make his own move. The girl is impressed by how Wol seems to anticipate Hugues' every move. She realizes that as Wol keeps up with him, Hugues takes one step but never seems to lose sight of him. The girl thinks Hugues can't see Wol, as no one can see behind them. Though Wol's steps seem ordinary, Hugues still can't spot him. Frustrated by the feeling of being followed, Hyuk stops and uses magic to force Wool out of the shadows. Hyuk can't help but wonder why this guy is slowly tailing him. If it's about that Hall of a Fragrance pavilion thing, he could have made his move by now. He figures Wool is probably more interested in the woman he's holding. Hyuk tosses her up and, seeing the fear in her eyes, gathers energy in his hands. He yells that they'll find out how long Wool can stay hidden, then prepares to unleash a demonic fire palm strike. Suddenly, a sharp blade cuts through his hands and blood pours out. He didn't even realize where the daggers came and went. The girl collapses in the snow, and Hyuk looks down at his bloody hands, feeling a wave of fear as he realizes the situation is serious. He knows he needs to act fast and takes off running toward the Thunder Temple through the snow. Wall walks over to the girl and takes the bandage off her mouth, noticing how exhausted she seems. She asks why he's there, and Wool isn't sure if she'll last until Jeom shows up. He apologizes before leaning in to kiss her. A rush of energy passes between them as she pulls back, confused and warm, asking what he's doing. The girl tumbles into the snow, and Wool mentions that he shares some of his energy. It's supposed to hold her over until Jeom shows up. She looks at Wool, curious about who he is and why he's here. Meanwhile, Hyuk makes it to the big tower and stands at the gate. A voice calls out from inside asking who's there. He answers that he's from the Minor Thunder Temple and has some info for the tower's owner. He drops the owner's name, Yul Mok, and asks again. The tower gates swing open, and a girl in a stunning dress with a fancy pendant steps out. She asks if he's really from the Little Temple of Thunder. Hyuk bows and tells her his name. She laughs and says she's heard about him, the amazing hunting dog raised by a senior monk. She wants to know why he's come to see her. Hyuk replies that someone is after him and will be there soon. He warns her that the pursuer is skilled and good at sneaking around, so they must get ready. Mok chuckles, finding it hilarious that a hunter is going after a hunting dog. Hyuk reassures him that there's no need to stress. She mentions that even the senior monk who raised him couldn't make it through this tower without causing a mess. She jokes about doing him a little favor to keep him in her debt, then adds that a scared dog like Hyuk should hide out here. He nods and says he's cool with staying for the night. Later that night, Hyuk is lying in bed with his eyes shut. He notices 2 bloody bracelets next to him, and when he opens his eyes and sees them, he freaks out. He grabs the bracelets and remembers they used to belong to Mok. In a flashback, we see Wool standing in front of the tower. Someone inside calls out to see who's there, but no one replies. One guy looks through the gate, looking confused, while another asks if someone went by. The first guy insists he heard someone at the door, but there's nobody around. Suddenly, Wool emerges behind them and pulls off that creepy bloody bracelet. Fast forward a bit, and Hyuk nervously looks at his bangs, thinking it's too dark and quiet now. He can't see anything. As he tries to make his way out, he realizes the hallways feel way smaller than he remembers. Definitely not this cramped before. Hyuk walks forward, holding a bloody bracelet in his hand, and tries to focus on finding its owner. Suddenly, his eyes widen in horror when he sees a smiling man in front of him who falls to the floor and bursts into flames. He sees men in the passage, all facing Wool as a circle starts to burn. Confused, he darts away from the flames closing in on him. All around he spots guys who look like they're just standing in line, but they're dead. It makes him think about the tower, and he can't shake the feeling that everyone there is gone too. Hyuk's eyes widen as he runs forward, confused by what happened. Bloody bracelets fall to the floor as he sees Mok's bloody body on the throne, surrounded by a pool of blood. He wonders why Wool killed everyone in the Crimson Tower but left Mok's bracelets for him. Why not just kill him? What does Wool gain from toying with him? UK jumps from the burning Crimson Tower, thinking it's about to come down. Wool throws a dagger, hitting Hyuk in the shoulder as he runs for it. Hyuk doesn't notice the injury and keeps charging ahead, convinced that his only chance to survive is to reach the Minor Thunder Temple. Wool just stands on the tower, watching Hyuk dash away. The scene shifts to the forest, where Hyuk strolls among the trees, holding his bleeding shoulder, and starts laughing. Wool is sneaking behind him, curious about where he's headed. Hyuk slipped away right before Wool could grab him. He could feel Hyuk's breath and warmth just a moment ago, but now he vanished. Wool picks up on some weird vibes and starts wondering if this is a setup, or if he's been in this place before. Eventually, he turns around and admits he lost him. Wool stands by the forest's edge but decides to avoid it. He can't shake the feeling that the forest is unfriendly, and almost seems to want him gone. Wool senses spells meant to mess with a traveler's mind. He feels strong energy from a nearby temple, likely the Hidden Thunder Temple, an important yet elusive place in Tibet. Wool figures if he keeps exploring, he'll eventually uncover its secrets. Moving away from the forest, Wool reflects that this is his usual approach. He finds himself in a small town, wandering the street and scanning for hints about the Thunder Temple. As Wool walks, he notices the townspeople staring but keeping their distance. The streets are oddly quiet, like they're avoiding outsiders. Suddenly a boy sneaks up behind him with a rock, darts around a corner and throws it hard. Without even looking, Wool catches it effortlessly. The boy yells at him to leave their town. A crowd gathers behind the boy, yelling for their friend Myung. A man rushes forward and kneels while bowing his head, asking Wol to forgive his son. Everyone in town gets down on their knees begging for mercy from Wol. The boy lifts his head and shouts that he's not scared of Wol. Wol tells his son to chill out and that he doesn't have to prove anything like his brother did. The boy insists he's not afraid, even though they turned his brother into a freak. Wol then asks about the people who took his brother. The boy jumps up and yells that he doesn't know, but thinks it's folks like Wol from that Thunder Temple. Wol's expression changes when the boy mentions the Thunder Temple. He urges him to keep talking. The boy accuses Wol of coming to take his family, saying he might as well just take him. Wol steps closer and promises he won't, but the boy calls him a liar. Wol responds that he never intends to kidnap anyone, but he prefers to kill outright if necessary. The terrified kid asks Wol if he's from the Thunder Temple. Wol calmly says no. When the kid asks again, Wol warns that if they keep asking, he'll kill them all. The townspeople are really sorry about what's happened because of the Thunder Temple. One guy talks about how their lively town turned into a ghost town. Even though they live close to the Thunder Temple, it's not like they had anything to do with it. He remembers a time when the streets were safe and full of life. Then one day, the monks came along and took all the kids without even saying why. Only his son Myung was left behind because he was out of town that day. Years later the kids returned, but the townspeople uncovered a horrifying truth. Wol revealed that the temple forced the kids into deadly fights, threatening to kill their parents if they disobeyed. Worse, the families of those who lost were also slaughtered. Wol goes on to explain how the temple broke the children, turning them into unrecognizable monsters who didn't even know their parents anymore. While weeping, he confesses that his own son went so far as to cut off his arm. Our hero asks why they're still hanging around this place. The guy explains that their kids are here too, and if they try to leave, they could end up in serious trouble. He adds that their kids don't even recognize them anymore. Then, the guy why Wol is so interested in the Thunder Temple. Wol just glares at him and says he's there to destroy it. The guy looks totally confused at that. He then promises to share everything he knows about the Thunder Temple. The guy talks about the Thunder Temple's leader, the sage monk, known as Blood Buddha. He's a martial arts master, said to have perfected the legendary Heavenly Dragon arts. Blood Buddha commands 10 top fighters, the 10 Blood Thunder monks, and around 300 demon blood monks who make up the temple's main force. There are other groups involved too. The kidnapped kids are being trained as weapons for various purposes. The guy admits he doesn't know exactly where the temple is but believes Wol will find it. Wol notes how much the man knows for someone who's never been there. The man says it's just the instinct of a father searching for his child. Wol reflects on how the temple uses these kids, finding it disturbingly familiar. He realizes if he hesitates, the temple will prepare for him, so he decides to act quickly. Myung nervously walks up to Wol and pleads with him to save the kids if he comes across them. He admits he couldn't do it himself. That day haunts him as he can still hear the screams of the children being taken. Hiding in an alley, he felt afraid as he listened to his brother's cries. He shares how his brother Soma was calling out to him but he was too scared to budge. His dad tries to comfort him and tells him that it's not his fault for being afraid in such a terrifying moment. He reminds Myung that it would have ended badly if he had been caught too. As the boy starts to cry, Wol suddenly cuts in and says he can't promise to help them out. Shocked, Myung asks why not. Wol explains that he can't know what's happening inside the temple. He mentions that there's no way to get in through the front and admits he is there for a completely different reason, which is not to save anyone. But then Wol makes them a deal. He'll kill every bad guy in the temple. Next we jump to a dark forest. Wol strolls by a river while scanning the area. He thinks the magical setup around him is working perfectly. He realizes that even the best magic can't hide everything, like how the water flows. He studies it closely and figures it would be tough to fake how it feels. Suddenly he spots a lot of fish in the river. Seeing so many, he guesses the area must be polluted with food and waste. As the water rushes past his feet, he finds a drain pipe. He notices a dark aura from the pipe, spreading throughout the forest. He realizes that his eyes have tricked him, but this time he's sure he's on the right path. He takes a few steps forward and stops trusting what he sees, focusing instead on the stream's flow and how things feel. He follows the stream until he spots something ahead. A big grate, and the dark energy behind it feels even stronger. He can see the Thunder Temple beyond that, realizing he's at the edge of their base. Our boy pushes through the strong current and grabs one of the grate bars. He then steps toward the temple, and someone warns that nobody approaches their headquarters without an invite. Wol stands firm, overhearing a couple of monks chatting at the entrance. One talks about how their headquarters has a history of keeping outsiders out. Just then, their commander shows up and urges them to stay alert, and the monks nod nervously. In a tall tower, Sage Monk questions Hook about being chased by an assassin. Hook, keeping his head down, apologizes. The sect leader gives Hook a hard time about his failure, saying he should have spotted the assassin's face. Hook begs for another chance, promising he can take care of it if given more time. A monk jumps in to back Hyuk up, saying he deserves another shot. He suggests they send out hunting dogs or start some patrols, but others brush off the threat, thinking anyone could unlikely reach their headquarters. Hyuk disagrees as he figures he can't depend on anyone else and resolves to deal with the situation alone. The story shifts towards three monks who are having a chat. They're wondering if there's anything to discover and keep saying they haven't seen anything. One of them figures it's pointless to keep searching the forest and thinks Hyuk might have steered them wrong. The second monk grumbles that Hyuk always acts so superior. The third monk jokes about how Hyuk ran like ghosts were after him. The first one then suggests they head back to discuss what to do next. Two of them start walking back toward the temple, but the first monk hangs back in the clearing, watching them go. A few days earlier, that monk from the temple came home and crawled into bed. He then wondered how they'd track down an invisible assassin. He accused Hyuk of having no clue about what they went through all day. Through the haze, Wool appears on the ceiling, watching him. He unleashes his soul, reaping threads that start to pierce through the monk's body. Wool completely paralyzes his body. Terrified, the monk stares at Wool. Wool leans in, and the monk calls Wool a monster. He realizes too late that Hyuk was right. Now that monk is going up the stairs from the woods to the temple. Two other monks spot him, wondering if it's senior disciple Young Mok and what he's doing back from the forest. They ask if he's done with the search. Young Mok says this is the last place to check out. He thinks there's nothing special to report and he's just here to share the news properly. The monks bow as he moves further into the temple. Young Mok catches a whiff of a strong, bad smell that seems to be coming from somewhere specific. He figures this must be some kind of research area. He ends up at a particularly foul wall. When he takes a closer look, he finds a gap. This is where the stench is coming from. Wool, disguised as Young Mok, finds this stench familiar and wonders if it is poison. He then forces open a hidden door that leads down into a green mist. In this secret lab, a gray-haired man is experimenting over a guy tied to a chair who is breathing heavily. He walks over to them and says he's just finished a tricky concoction. He takes off the gag and warns the prisoner not to drink too much, mentioning that just one drop is all it takes. He pours a single drop into the prisoner's mouth. Wool writhes in agony, coughing blood. He screams in pain before collapsing lifelessly. The gray-haired man beams, thrilled by his success, and marvels at the poison's strength, saying one drop could kill 10 men. Young Mok steps out of the shadows, startling the alchemist, who asks why he's there. Young Mok asks about the poison, and the man proudly explains it's so deadly that even skilled fighters wouldn't make it past 7 steps. Young Mok suggests naming it 7-step soul-destroying poison. The alchemist agrees, laughing at the aptness of the name. Young Mok extends his glowing finger, and energy threads ensnare the alchemist. Blood sprays across the room as the alchemist collapses. Dead. Young Mok declares he now has a useful weapon. Inside the temple, the sect leader rages as he learns all the mad blood monks have been killed. The assistant leader nervously reports that the murderer is likely hiding within the temple. The sect leader demands to know how the killer bypassed their defenses. The assistant leader reveals that Young Mok's body is missing. They search the entire area, but neither Young Mok nor his body could be found. He suggests the killer might be Young Mok himself. The sect leader slams his fist into a sofa and destroys it. He orders his monks to capture Young Mok before further harm befalls the disciples. The sect leader growls that he will personally tear the intruder limb from limb. In the temple, the monks are packing up the bodies of their fallen comrades. They can't believe that one assassin managed to take down so many of them without getting caught or killed. The assistant is furious about how their temple has been brought to this state by just one guy. He starts thinking about how to report this disaster to their leader, Blood Buddha. When he asks about Hyuk, someone tells him Hyuk has locked himself in a room and hasn't come out. This makes the assistant even angrier that Hyuk is hiding away when he's the one who brought the assassin into their midst. Furious, he orders someone to drag Hyuk out and bring him to the leader. When Hyuk finally gets dragged in front of the sect leader, he claims he has a plan to handle the assassin. The sect leader isn't impressed. He's angry that Hyuk was missing while their monks were being slaughtered. But curiosity gets the better of him, and he asks about Hyuk's plan. Hyuk explains that he has gone to great lengths to lift the restrictions placed on the orangs. These are children taken from a village and trained in the corrupt Guanyin demonic arts. This technique is a twisted version of the Shaolin Temple's sacred arts, designed as an experiment. The problem with this demonic art is that while it gives the user unlimited potential, unleashing its full power causes the brain to start melting. To protect itself, the brain imposes a limit and restricts the user from fully tapping into the art's abilities. Hyuk is really good at messing with people's minds. He says he's figured out how to lift the restrictions, and the results are impressive. He's totally convinced these kids can take down the assassin, but the sect leader isn't so sure. He reminds Hyuk that he's got a lot at stake, especially since he's already messed up before. Feeling a bit humbled, Hyuk can't shake off the embarrassment of being chased by the assassin. He vows to give it his all this time and asks the sect leader to bring everyone together. After thinking it over, the sect leader agrees and calls all the disciples to meet at the lunar pavilion. Once everyone is gathered, Hyuk introduces 3 kids from the village named Gui-an, Yoon-yo, and Soma. He thinks the assassin is hiding in plain sight, disguised as one of them, and he feels pretty sure the assassin is among the gathered crowd. With all the disciples present, Hyuk believes they can take him down with the help of their martial masters. The sect leader asks how Hyuk plans to find Wall. Hyuk explains what the kids can do. Gui can see energy flows, so she can spot anyone who doesn't have the usual energy from martial arts. On the other hand, Yoon might be blind, but her other senses are super sharp and enables her to sense lies. The sect leader is pretty happy. With Gui and Yoon on the job, they can finally figure out Wool's disguise. Then he asks about Soma's skills. Hyuk admits he's not totally sure but says Soma has this crazy bloodlust and really loves to kill. Even though Soma's made it through the lifting of restrictions, Hyuk doesn't have a clue what his real abilities are. The sect leader brushes off Soma's bloodlust as nothing special since every member of the Thunder Temple has it. Still, he thinks Soma might have something more to offer and tells him to help find the assassin. However, Soma doesn't seem to be interested in anything. Meanwhile, Gui and Un start looking for Wall. Gui checks out all the disciples but can't spot Wall anywhere. This surprises everyone, especially Hyuk, who can't believe his plan is falling apart. The other disciples are just as shocked. The sect leader gets really mad and asks Hyuk if he can guarantee they'll catch Wall. Hyuk argues that the kid's abilities can't be wrong and suggests Wall might be hiding out somewhere else. Just then, Soma confidently jumps in and says Wall is right there in the pavilion. He rushes over and points at someone, revealing that he is right. Wall has been disguised as the sect leader's assistant this whole time. Soma asks if he can kill Wall. His bloodlust is at its peak and he is ready to strike. Soma pulls out all his weapons and goes all out against Wall, who's still pretending to be the assistant. But he's totally shocked when none of his hits connect. Hyuk starts to get the feeling that Wall is actually the owner of the Thousand Fragrance Pavilion. Soma feels unsettled because no matter what he does, he cannot land a hit even though Wall does not move at all. Gui watches in confusion and starts to realize that Wall isn't just sitting still. He's actually using some kind of thread-like energy to dodge every single attack. Meanwhile, Wall stays super calm and effortlessly avoids all the chaos around him with his soul-reaping threads. He looks completely unfazed while everything around him is going nuts. Wall asks Soma what his name is, and Soma's a bit thrown off but finally tells him. Then Wall brings up Soma's brother, Myung, which totally surprises Soma. He can't believe Wall knows his brother. Wall explains he ran into both Soma's brother and their dad in the village where Soma grew up. When the sect leader catches wind of this, he gets really mad. He furiously calls Wall a bastard and shouts for everyone nearby to kill him. Wall becomes angry, as he is clearly irritated by being interrupted during the conversation. He tells Soma to jump and then prepares an attack aimed at the disciples. In a split second, he lets loose a fire attack that sets the whole place ablaze and triggers a huge explosion. The disciples freak out as the heat becomes unbearable. Chaos erupts as some try to take on Wall, while others scramble to put out the flames. The sect leader yells at them to douse the fire, totally overwhelmed by the heat. He can't believe how Wall managed to pull off such an insane fire trick. He curses himself for letting Wall stay right under his nose. Soma is super excited to hear from Wall that his parents are still alive. Suddenly, a flood of memories strikes him as he recalls the moment his dad lost his arm. He thinks about how his dad toughened it out through the pain and acted like he was dead so he wouldn't worry Soma. Soma gets that his dad only lost his arm because the monks would have killed him otherwise. Soma asks Wall how he plans to get out of here, but Wall makes it clear that he isn't trying to escape or save Soma. Instead, he is here to kill all of them. At first, Soma feels a bit lost because there are so many people around. But when Wall reassures him about the plan, Soma gets more and more pumped up. His bloodlust kicks in and he's fired up to join Wall in the fight. Hyuk steps up to Soma, blasting him for what he sees as betrayal. Soma fires back, reminding Hyuk that he was never really with them in the first place. He tells Hyuk they were just slaves to the monks. Gui and Yoon also chime in, saying they want to back Wall too. They don't remember their families like Soma does, but they're not going to forgive the monks for all the crap they've been through. Hyuk gets really mad and looks ready to attack, but Wall is quicker and uses his threads to tie up Hyuk's hands, leaving him completely frozen. Wall coldly tells Hyuk that it's just not his turn yet. The sect leader watches the chaos, his monks screaming for help as flames engulf them. Monks burn alive before his eyes. One of them mentions that the sect leader should probably make a run for it, saying the fire is getting way out of hand. The leader refuses to leave without the assassin who has deceived them and slaughtered their disciples. The monk is freaking out, saying they need to get out now or they'll all get burned alive. He argues they can always go after Wall later, but first, they have to survive this. The sect leader is getting more and more furious as he thinks about how the kids turned on him, even after Hyuk said he had them under control. Watching the chaos happen right in front of him is too much to handle. He decides he won't just sit by anymore. He decides he must kill them all. He launches a massive attack, sending a huge wave of energy straight at Wool. Wool just stands there watching as the blast comes in. It wrecks the entire pavilion, leaving serious marks on the ground. But when the dust settles, neither Wool nor the kids are anywhere to be found. The leader begins to wonder where they could have gone. His disciples are just as confused and start looking for any sign of them. One of them throws out the idea that the leader's crazy strong attack might have turned them to dust, leaving nothing behind. But the leader is convinced that Wool is still out there and tells his disciples to keep searching for him. Meanwhile, Wool and the kids run toward a specific location, and Wool carries the corpse of a dead monk. Blood drips from the body, leaving a trail behind them. The sect leader and his crew follow the blood trail, which leads them straight to the law pavilion. A monk starts to guess that Wool and the kids must have been hurt pretty badly by the leader's earlier attack and hid out there. He tells the leader that a team has already gone inside, but the leader decides to go in himself. Hook suddenly figures out where they are and remembers why the law pavilion is important. It's the spot where the crazy blood monk used to mess around with poison along with his guys. Hook warns everyone not to go in, but it's too late. As the inside disciples stroll down the hallway, thick poisonous gas bursts out from a door and spreads like wildfire. Anyone who breathes it in drops dead in seconds. When the sect leader arrives, his disciples are already down for the count. The poison keeps spreading, throwing the remaining monks into chaos. Everyone's shouting not to inhale it. The sect leader jumps into action, using his powers to trap the poison. Thanks to him, the other disciples get a moment to catch their breath. But just as he stabilizes the situation, a sudden deadly attack strikes and cuts through the air, taking the heads of several of his disciples. The sect leader stands speechless as he looks around in confusion. Soma and his friends finally face him, ready for the moment Soma has waited for his entire life to take revenge. Earlier, Wool and Soma walked with the kids to the pavilion. Soma grew impatient and eager to start killing. However, Wool urged him to stay calm and obedient. Carrying the corpse, Wool deliberately left a trail of blood to make the monks follow, and believe the blood was his. Wool mentioned that he didn't want to let the monks just die without a fight. Instead, he had this plan to draw them into the pavilion and make sure they'd meet their end with some poison. Soma complained in disappointment, because he couldn't kill them immediately. Wool assured Soma that not everyone would die from the poison and told him to save his energy for the real fight. He promised Soma could go all out once the weaker ones were dealt with. Fired up by this, Soma's bloodlust grew. Now Soma, Gui, and Yoon are more than ready for revenge. Soma doesn't care if he dies as long as he gets what he wants. Gui and Yoon are fired up, while Soma savors the chaos around him. The sect leader is putting all his effort into keeping the poison under control. Once he gets a grip on it, he decides to use the Samadhi divine fire to burn off the toxic mist. With the poison now under his command, he prepares a devastating attack and declares that it's time for all of them to perish. A huge explosion goes off, turning the pavilion into a pile of rubble. The force of the blast leaves a big crater in the ground. Hook, watching from a distance, is shocked and wonders what just happened. He spots his leader standing in the middle of the chaos and tells the other disciples to jump down and help him out. They leap into the pit, thinking their leader has taken care of the bad guys. This attack shows just how powerful the sect leader is, and he figures his enemies have been wiped out. Still, he can't shake off a feeling of unease. His instincts prove right when Soma suddenly pops up from the shadows. With unparalleled speed, Soma rushes past the leader and slices through the necks of nearby disciples before dashing toward the remaining ones. The disciples try to fight back, but Soma's speed and intensity make him a total powerhouse. Gui and Yoon jump in, slicing through enemies with serious determination. Even with their help, they're still facing a ton of disciples. In his bloodlust, Soma relishes the chaos and cherishes every moment of vengeance. The sect leader is fuming as he looks over the battlefield. Wall sees his chance and tries to bind the leader's neck with his soul-reaping threads, but the leader just rips through them like they're nothing. Daggers come flying at him, but he flicks his arm and deflects them without breaking a sweat. He taunts Wool, asking if that's all he's got. Hiding in the shadows and invisible, Wool just watches quietly. But the leader senses him and rushes in, claiming he knows exactly where Wool is. He throws a massive punch, but Wool, cool and collected, easily blocks it. Wool gets his daggers ready for another go. The leader sees it coming and thinks it's too obvious. He grabs the daggers right out of the air and crushes them to dust. Without missing a beat, he charges at Wool, who pulls out his weapon, which is a windbreaker given to him by Sucho with secret blades inside. Wool starts to spin the windbreaker, creating a strong gust, and charges at the sect leader. The weapon whirls out in a deadly move, but the leader holds his ground, deflecting Wool's attack and hitting back hard. In one smooth motion, Wool breaks the windbreaker into pieces and launches his counterattack. Wool shows off his skill with the Ching Cheng secret art, specifically the 72 sword waves. He unleashes a powerful storm of razor-sharp waves aimed straight at the sect leader. Even with this intense attack, the sect leader stands his ground and is ready to take on every hit. When the dust clears, he comes out unscathed and reveals his true form. He's impressed by Wool's strength but doesn't back down. He gets ready to take on Wall in his prime. Wall gathers himself for the fight. Both warriors launch at each other at the same time, moving so fast it's hard to keep up. Finally, Wall has met a worthy opponent. Wall starts by thinking about the Wind Sovereign, this incredible fighter he had to face once. The skills he picked up so far just didn't cut it against someone so tough. To take down an opponent like that, he needed to come up with a whole new approach. After a lot of hard work, he finally developed a new fighting style that perfectly suited assassins. When he goes up against the sect leader, Wall tries to hit him with a quick attack, but the leader blocks it like it's nothing. Wall realizes that trying to overpower the leader won't work. Instead, he decides to dodge the leader's moves by a tiny amount. This strategy lures the leader into bad positions. But he knows that this is a risky strategy. The closer he gets to the leader, the more dangerous it becomes. The leader's enhanced aura can shatter bones and rip through flesh even with a graze. A direct hit could end Wall's life. Even with that, Wall moves in a bit and uses his soul-reaping threads to fake being vulnerable. He tricks the sect leader into thinking he's actually landing some hits, even fabricating the sight of blood loss. Wall knows the sect leader isn't going to be easily tricked because this guy is a seasoned martial artist and can feel when something's off. But Wall hopes that if he keeps feeding him little lies, the lines between what's real and what's fake will start to blur. He lands a punch on the leader's face, but it's pretty weak. The leader laughs it off, saying that Wall's out of gas and his attacks are just sad. He insists that in the end, Wall's just a lowly assassin. But Wall isn't bothered by the insults. He's actually enjoying how his plan is unfolding. The leader is totally stepping into his trap. Feeling overconfident, the sect leader gets ready to unleash his biggest and most powerful move. Wall sees it coming because it is the kind of attack that reveals a fighter's weak spot. The predictable strike that happens when someone believes they have already won. Dodging swiftly, Wall closes the gap and drives his bare hand into the sect leader's chest. The leader asks Wall what he thinks is going to come out of such an attack. Wall responds by activating his body demolition technique, unleashing a force that begins to burn the sect leader from the inside out. Wall explains that while the leader's aura can protect his exterior, it cannot defend against destruction from within. The flames consume the sect leader's body entirely. The powerful monk has finally been taken down, and his students are left in shock, unable to move. The silence ends quickly as they surge forward with the determination to kill Wall in their leader's place, because they believe he is too exhausted to defend himself. Soma is pumped and yells out, asking where everyone thinks they're headed while clearly loving the chaos and itching for more action. Out of nowhere, a figure drops down from the sky and puts up a barrier that blocks the way for the disciples. It's Guillaume. He checks in on Wall, asking if he's okay. Wall looks a bit surprised and asks what he is doing there. Guillaume explains that it was tricky to track down Wall since his trail just disappeared out of nowhere. He only found him by following the tower and that huge explosion. Even though he wishes he could have gotten there sooner, he's glad he made it in time. He points out that while Wall has done a lot already, there are still some things he could help with. Guillaume turns to Wall and asks if he can still go for it. Even though he's wiped out, Wall says he owes Guillaume for having his back. Guillaume says it feels great to finally be fighting together. Even though their leader is down, the fight isn't over yet. Wall and Guillaume are ready as the last of the enemies gear up to attack. Hugh watches in shock as the chaos unfolds below. Wall and his crew have taken out the last of the disciples with scary efficiency. Guillaume tells Wall that the job's done and calls him a friend, but Wall quickly shuts that down, saying they're definitely not friends. Guillaume is not bothered by Wall's refusal and reveals he saved Wan and sent her to Chengdu. Wall is surprised and asks how Guillaume managed to find him without leaving tracks. Guillaume admits that tracking is not his strength, but says he tried to copy Wall's methods and is just glad he arrived in time. Noticing how worn out Wall looks, Guillaume comments that he seems pretty drained. If he had been any later, Wall might not have made it, and they'd still have that debt hanging over them. Guillaume can't help but be amazed by the power of that sage monk and wonders just how strong Wall really is. Guillaume suggests they head back to Chengdu, but Wall says he's not done yet. They end up setting the whole temple on fire and just watch it burn to the ground. Meanwhile, Hugh runs for his life and tries to escape as fast as he can. He's totally panicked, thinking about where to go next. With the Thunder sect gone, he remembers Patala Palace as a safe spot and figures that Wall wouldn't come after him there. As he weighs his options in a frenzy, he suddenly feels something behind him. When he turns around, he sees Wall's threads zooming toward him. Freaking out, Hugh tries to duck behind a tree and feels a moment of relief, but the threads wrap around him anyway, pinning him down. Now he's stuck and completely helpless, starting to feel really sorry for himself as tears fill his eyes. He begs Wall for death. The threads tighten, crushing him mercilessly. As his life slips away, Hook mutters that he's finally free. When the sun rises behind the mountains, Soma, Gui, and Yoon take in the incredible view. Yoon turns to Gui and asks who she thinks would win in a fight between Wol and Guillaume. Gui thinks it would be Wol, but Yoon argues that Guillaume with his solid strength like an iron tower would be tough to beat. 6. She says Wol is like a sharp needle while Guillaume is like a heavy hammer. Over on the other side, Guillaume asks Wol if he's ready for what's coming. Wol says he's in top shape. Guillaume then points out that no matter how it goes down, this fight will settle their score about Pyong. Wol shrugs it off, saying he couldn't care less if Guillaume remembers the debt or not. Guillaume really isn't a fan of leaving debts unpaid. He gives a nod of thanks to Wol for agreeing to sort things out this way, but Wol just shrugs it off, saying he's only on board because he's got something he wants to figure out. Soma and the others are watching with excitement as both warriors get ready to go at it. Without wasting a moment, Wol and Guillaume charge toward each other, and their duel will definitely shape up to be epic. The streets of Chengdu are buzzing with activity as vendors shout out to customers, haggling over their goods and creating a lively scene. An old innkeeper is handed a bunch of books by a passerby, and he's so grateful that he invites the guy to chill at his inn. Not far away, a yellow-haired guy listens in on their conversation, but he is not interested in the book and is only looking for some fun. He walks away in annoyance, grumbling that he just wants to enjoy Chengdu. As he's wandering around, he spots a young woman named Yoon, and his mood shifts as he watches her. Curious, he decides to follow her to see where she's going. Yoon walks with a clear aim until she reaches a nice-looking house. She opens the door and steps inside. The yellow-haired guy, still intrigued, checks out the place and notices it looks fancy. Seeing there are no guards around, he climbs the wall and sneaks in. In the courtyard, he's surprised by how little security there is until Soma pops up behind him. The guy freezes in shock as he realizes Soma must have been watching him. Soma coolly asks who he is, but there's a dangerous sparkle in his eyes. The guy nervously asks if Soma lives here. He nods, then wants to know why the guy is trespassing. When Wol brings up the girl he saw coming in, Soma's mood changes to angry. He grumbles about how annoying it is that pests always show up whenever Yoon goes out and gets ready to deal with the intruder. Later that evening, Soma waits eagerly for dinner as his stomach growls with anticipation. Outside, guards are quietly carrying away the yellow-haired guy's lifeless body. Wol watches Soma and suggests he be patient, asking how he feels about their situation. Soma grins and says that this place feels more like home than even his family ever did. Hearing this, Wol feels glad to hear that. Soma notices a letter in Wol's hand and jokingly remarks that it might be from the person at the Iron Tower. Wol opens the letter, reads the beginning, and starts with a message to a beloved friend, but quickly closes it. Soma grows curious and asks him to read it out loud, but Wol brushes it off, not really interested. Instead, he changes the subject and mentions that dinner tonight will be a special freshwater fish dish made by the chief steward. Soma's face lights up at the thought, and Wol tells him to eat as much as he wants. While Wol stays pretty reserved, Soma is enjoying the moment and feeling thankful. Before heading out to grab Gui and Yoon for dinner, Soma turns to Wol and sincerely says thanks for saving him and his friends. He admits that now he gets why Guillaume thinks so highly of him. Wol downplays it and calls Soma's words nonsense, but underneath his tough exterior, there's a quiet recognition of the bond they've built. It was often said that the martial world could not truly be called such if it were without blades and bloodshed. In the Jianghu, deaths on the street were a daily occurrence. What captured people's attention was never the fact that someone had died, but rather who the victim was, and who had struck the fatal blow. One morning at the Crimson Corpse, Pio Wol sat silently at a table, reading a letter with a solemn expression. The letter was addressed to a beloved friend. When he reached a certain passage, he frowned in displeasure, shut the letter, and muttered that the sender never seemed to tire of writing, and that he himself had no desire to be anyone's friend. At that moment, Soma entered, asking if Pio Wol had been making a call. Noticing the letter in his hand, Soma exclaimed in surprise that yet another letter had arrived. He remarked that Iron Tower often sent correspondence. Pio Wol laid the letter down, rose from his chair, and asked Soma whether he wished to accompany him to the workshop. Soma responded with excitement that, of course he did. The morning sky was clear, sunlight streaming onto linens hung out to dry. As they walked, Soma remembered something and, munching on a candied fruit skewer, mentioned that he had just met Guian and Yunyo. He explained that Guian was buried in books within a damp basement, muttering about merchant guilds entering the capital, while Yunyo had continued to practice the zither, though, Soma commented, it had been a complete disaster. He added that it seemed both of them had found pursuits to follow. Suddenly, both Pio Wol and Soma stopped. Pio Wol sensed something and furrowed his brow, asking what was happening. Soma, chewing his candied fruit, could only grunt in response. In the next instant, the space before them twisted. Elsewhere in a nearby alley, Sochu was seized by the throat, struggling to breathe as an assailant demanded that he hand over the Tang clan's secret manual. Trembling, Sochu asked who had ordered such an attack, but the masked man snarled that he had no right to ask questions. Without warning, Pio Wol appeared and drove his weapon into the attacker's ear, so swiftly the man did not even realize it. Pio Wol coldly remarked that he was curious to see how long the man would manage to remain silent. Later, back at the Crimson Corpse, Sochu scratched his head awkwardly and said he had troubled Pio Wol. Pio Wol noted that Sochu's workshop never seemed to have a peaceful day, which left Sochu resigned. Pio Wol then suggested that he stay for a while. Grateful, Sochu agreed, though he lamented that a branch family of the Tang clan had hired the 100 Spirit Troop to kill him. He explained bitterly that he had long severed ties and established his own faction, and yet, since the troop had failed, more assassins would surely come. He bemoaned the misfortune of barely finding stability only to become a target once again. Soma cheerfully said he was glad Sochu had come, since it meant they could spend more time together. Sochu forced a smile and replied uncertainly. Pio Wol reassured him to wait and trust him. When Sochu asked what he intended to do, Pio Wol only smiled faintly and said that he would see in time. Their conversation was interrupted by hurried footsteps in the corridor. It was Gui An, who anxiously urged Pio Wol to go see Yunyo. Hearing this, Pio Wol frowned with concern. As the evening's exercising glow of sunset fell over Thousand Fragrance Pavilion, Soma asked a man where Yunyo was. The man explained that she was in the guest chamber, which puzzled Soma, since she normally would have been in her own villa. When the door opened, Yunyo called out to her elder brother. Pio Wol asked if something had happened at such an hour, while Soma greeted her cheerfully. She explained that in the adjacent room there was a guest from Henan province, and that she had overheard troubling news. A young prodigy, highly regarded by the Jianghu, had died under mysterious circumstances. The man's name was Jin Gyeomwoo. The revelation stunned Pio Wol, who repeated the name in a chilling tone and asked if she truly meant that Jin Gyeomwoo was dead. Soma called to him in worry, but Pio Wol gave no reply. He turned and hurried down the corridor until he reached the guest's room. When he entered, the guests shouted angrily at his discourtesy, but Pio Wol lowered his head and demanded an answer. Was Jin Gyeomwoo truly dead? His presence and voice terrified those inside. Night soon fell, a full moon glowing against the dark sky. Alone, Pio Wol reread a letter written by Yu to a beloved friend. In it, the writer spoke of 2 months passing since their journey to the burial site, and how he had wandered since through places such as Yunnan province, never finding even a trace of the dragon's head. The writer confessed his exhaustion, wondering if he had been chasing only an illusion, and admitted he wished to see his companion again. He dreamed of one day retiring from the martial world, living freely on the western grasslands with family, and spending days in carefree debate and practice. He spoke fondly of Soma, Gui An, and Yunyo, wondering how much they had grown, and expressed his longing to see them. When he finished reading, Pio Wol whispered bitterly, asking if the man had truly died in such a meaningless way. He admitted he had thought that perhaps one day they might truly understand one another, and that he had once hoped to call him a friend. He remarked that such heartfelt words had been spoken too easily. His hand trembled violently as he stared at the moon outside the window. With a surge of power, he released threads of steel wire, the wire severing the table before him. Pio Wol grew so enraged that streams of powerful aura radiated from him. He swore to himself that the one who had killed Jin Gyeomwoo would pay dearly, that the man would be made to suffer for daring to murder the brother he valued most. In the corridor of the Thousand Fragrance Pavilion, Pio Wol and Soma appeared in new attire. Sochu explained that what they were wearing was the Shadow Dragon robe, dyed with a special tincture that would change color once inner energy was infused into it. He added that he had also hidden several kinds of concealed weapons inside. Pio Wol gave him quiet thanks. Soma, looking delighted, cried out in excitement, but then quickly turned sulky, asking why he had received nothing. Sochu laughed and told him to check inside his robe. He explained further that he had filled Soma's robe with the dried meat he loved so much, prepared by Administrator Go in its finest quality, since Soma preferred food over weapons. When Soma opened it, he was overjoyed. Clutching the meat in his hands and shouting his thanks to Administrator Go, Sochu, lowering his voice, admitted that he felt guilty for leaving the heavy burden of responsibility to Pio Wol. Pio Wol replied calmly that it was of no concern. The investigation into Jin Gyeomwoo's death was necessary anyway, and along the way it would be convenient to deal with the 100 Spirit Troop. Afterward, he and Soma prepared to depart. Pio Wol bid farewell, saying that he would be leaving, while Soma smiled broadly, waving his hand and calling for Sochu, Gui An, and Yunyo to take care. Sochu waved back, wishing them a safe journey. Their figures gradually disappeared into the distance. The scene then shifted to a city gate, where a merchant caravan was entering. The man on horseback was Wu Jangrak of the Seoul Transport Merchant Group. He frowned inwardly, thinking that their task had been only to deliver Buddhist scriptures to the Shaolin Temple. He turned to glance at the little demon behind him, wondering why he had to travel with such people. A cold fear crept through him, sweat beading on his face, for in Chengdu there was no one who did not fear that figure, and now the little demon was with him as well. Jangrak recalled the words of an old man who had once said that since Master Pio was setting foot into the Jianghu for the first time, Jangrak should look after him until he grew accustomed to the outside world. The memory only deepened his dismay, for how could he possibly not pay attention to such a man? As they traveled, Soma munched on his dried meat and asked what kind of place the Jianghu really was. Pio Wool told him that one would have to see it for oneself. When Soma pressed further, asking if he too did not know, Pio Wool curved his lips into a faint smile and asked if Soma was disappointed that he lacked the answer. Soma grinned and said he was not, remarking instead that if they simply kept walking, the meaning would reveal itself in time. Elsewhere, in a certain house, a man was flung against a wall. Soma approached him slowly, crouched down, and regarded him with puzzlement. Then, smiling brightly, he turned to Pio Wool and asked if he could kill the man, adding that perhaps he should, since it was tiresome to be disturbed during meals. One of the assailants, brandishing a blade, shouted angrily, demanding if they knew where they were. Another added that he had already intended to go easy on them. In the next moment, the group charged together, declaring that the intruders would taste their blades. Pio Wool simply called out Soma's name and permitted him to act as he pleased. Suddenly, an unfamiliar man appeared, crying out and falling to his knees before them. He kowtowed, begging forgiveness on behalf of his subordinates, pleading that the great hero show mercy to ignorant fools. The subordinate holding a blade looked at his leader in confusion and demanded to know why he was humbling himself before unknown wanderers. The man turned on him furiously, shouting for him to be silent and demanding if he understood whom they were trifling with. Then, groveling again before Pio Wool, he declared that all responsibility lay with him and begged for pardon. Soma, thrilled yet confused, asked Pio Wool once more if he should simply kill them all. Pio Wool gave no answer, remaining silent. After a moment, he asked instead if it would cause any inconvenience should he decide to stay at this inn from that day forward. The man instantly promised that there would be none, vowing to arrange everything perfectly so that the hero would not be disturbed. Soma pouted, lamenting that there would be no killing. Pio Wool brushed past the man and told him coldly to deal with it himself. The man prostrated again in gratitude, thanking him profusely. When Pio Wool left, his men rushed to lift him from the ground. Soma clicked his tongue in annoyance at the sight, then skipped merrily after Pio Wool. At the same time, on a rooftop overlooking the scene, a young woman with pink hair observed everything. She murmured in dismay at how frightening and chaotic the Jianghu seemed. This woman was Mok Gai, and beside her stood Shin Mugeom. Frowning, Gai wondered aloud if they too would become entangled in such troublesome affairs. Mugeom gently placed his hand on her shoulder and reassured her that she should not worry, for he would protect her. He asked how he could possibly allow someone about to become a bride to face danger. His words soothed her heart, and she turned to call him Mugeomka. A little later, as the crimson light of dusk spread across the sky, Gai stood beside the well, lost in thought. She wondered silently if Mugeom would truly feel at ease escorting her himself to Silver Heaven Manor. She questioned inwardly whether he would feel sorrow upon seeing her enter the bridal palanquin. At that moment, Soma slowly approached her. Upon spotting her, he let out an exclamation of surprise. Seeing him, Gai widened her eyes in fear. She recognized him at once as the boy who had spoken those terrifying words the day before. She recalled his chilling question about whether he should simply kill everyone. Soma came closer and greeted her cheerfully, addressing her as a beautiful sister. Gai, still frightened, stammered a response, her voice trembling as she returned the greeting. She asked if he had come to bathe and offered that he could go first. He leapt onto the edge of the well and told her that since she had come first, she should go ahead. She quietly answered in agreement and thought to herself that she must finish quickly and leave at once. Determined, Gai plunged her face into the basin of water, splashing it everywhere until it even struck Soma's face. He called out to her, making her startle and hastily ask what was wrong. With water dripping down his face, Soma told her there was no need to be in such a hurry and assured her that he would not kill her, even if hunger gnawed at him. She faltered, thanking him and apologizing for her earlier behavior. She then nervously asked if he truly was hungry. Suddenly, Soma grew listless. Holding his stomach, he explained that it was not real hunger, only that all the snacks he liked had already been eaten, leaving him with a hollow feeling. Guy frowned slightly at his words, then gave an awkward smile, remarking that that was the case. The next morning, deep within a forest, Soma was happily chewing on dried meat. Between bites, he exclaimed to Pai how delicious it was. Pai, noticing another piece in his mouth, questioned why. Since Soma had supposedly finished all the dried meat at the start of their journey, Soma only laughed and explained that a lady at an inn had left it for him, saying she had prepared it herself. He even asked if Pai wanted some. Piowol coldly refused, telling him that he had no need. Holding the meat in his hand, Soma wondered aloud if he might meet that kind lady again, and if he did, he would certainly ask her to teach him how to make dried meat. Meanwhile, on Mount Kamgo, Guy and Mujom were suddenly ambushed by a group of attackers. Mujom stepped forward to shield her and demanded to know who they were and who had sent them. Speaking quietly to Gay, he warned her that it was dangerous and urged her to stay behind him. She clutched tightly onto the treasured sword in her hands, while the men with fierce faces eyed her greedily. Their leader sneered that Mujom need not know the details, only that the object they sought was the sword she carried. He revealed that it was the Gongbu sword, confused. Mujom demanded to know how they had discovered that they were carrying it. The man threw off his cloak with a cold snort and said that there was no need for words. Mujom clearly had no intention of handing it over. He declared that they would never give up their pursuit of that blade. The reason soon became clear. The Gongbu sword was one of 3 legendary blades forged jointly by Uyezi and Ganjiang. It was the only surviving sword of the 3, the least known among them, and, to everyone's surprise, had ended up as the heirloom of a seemingly insignificant family. Their leader smirked darkly, remarking that the client who had commissioned this mission had indeed spoken the truth. With that, he ordered his men to seize the weapon. The attackers rushed forward in unison, and Mujom had no choice but to fight. Dozens of strong men lunged at him, determined to claim the sword. With no path of retreat, he could only stand his ground. He unleashed his inner force into the blade, striking in a wide arc that exploded with power. Those nearby were thrown into the air as if by wings they did not possess. Their leader admitted grudgingly that it was impressive, though not nearly enough to make them retreat. Deciding at last to fight himself, he charged straight at Mujom, thrusting forward with a blazing sword. Guy cried out in fear, but Mujom reacted swiftly, dodging to the right. Regaining his balance, he launched into a duel with the man. They exchanged blow after blow, evenly matched in strength, though the advantage gradually tilted toward Mujom. With a final burst of energy, he drove a crushing strike into his opponent's chest, forcing him back. The man staggered, panting, yet his face showed a spark of admiration. He admitted to himself that Mujom's cultivation was formidable, too strong to overcome alone. Resorting to cunning, he shouted to his men that they should all target the woman instead. One subordinate hesitated, pointing out that she was trapped between the cliff behind and Mujom before her. How could they possibly reach her? But their leader struck the doubting man in the stomach and mocked them, asking if they were afraid. He assured them he had already planned everything and demanded that they charge. Wave after wave of attacks followed, with men wielding daggers, swords, even crowbars, whatever weapons they could grab. Mujom, alone as a man, was forced to endure them all. Finally, their leader released a terrifying aura and declared that he would take action himself. Channeling his energy into his sword, he unleashed a devastating surge that tore through the air with overwhelming force. The blast hurtled straight toward Guy. Mujom, entangled with his enemies, could not reach her in time. The violent energy struck her side, piercing her body. Blood poured forth, and she collapsed to the ground. Horrified, Mujom shouted her name and desperately drove away the attackers, rushing to cradle her in his arms. He begged to know if she was all right. Their leader only sneered triumphantly and demanded once again that they surrender the Gongbu sword. On Mujom's side, he continued to reassure her, urging Guy to wake up. But Guy, weeping, thought that with him both protecting her and fighting, his chances of victory were slim, and that she herself was only holding him back. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, wondering aloud why the flock of birds was so noisy. She immediately recognized that voice. Soma approached with a bright smile and told her that they were meeting again. Tears welled in Gay's eyes as she stared at him. But Soma seemed to care only about food, asking whether there was still any dried meat left. Trembling, she tried to keep her composure as she explained that she had already given it all away and had not made much to begin with. Soma reacted with disappointment, his shoulders slumping, which made Guy cry even harder. She then hurriedly promised that she would make more for him, pleading that if only he saved them, she would prepare dried meat for him. Soma made her promise again, and when she confirmed it, he could not help but drool. At that moment, the gang leader stepped forward and told Soma to get lost, saying that the adults were talking. Curling his lip, he dismissed the boy, but Soma merely smiled, released the seal on his neck, and in a flash severed the man's head. He tore the corpse apart with frenzied delight, leaving trails of blood with every step. He skipped around in excitement, ripping his enemies apart one after another. His weapon was soaked with sticky blood of all kinds. When it was over, he turned with a squinting smile and reminded Gay to make plenty of dried meat for him. Stammering, she agreed. Mujam, meanwhile, was in disbelief. How could everything have ended in the blink of an eye? He wondered who this child really was, for Soma seemed no different from a demon. It was then that Pio Wol slowly approached. The young boy Tio Ma happily greeted him as his elder brother, but Pio Wol, with a grave expression, remarked that he had heard the wardens mention the Gongbu sword earlier and asked if that sword was truly the Gongbu sword. He requested to come closer to Gai to examine it, begging her for permission. Tears continued streaming down her face. Faced with his request, Mugeom spoke on her behalf, expressing deep gratitude for Pio Wol's intervention. Yet Gai stopped him, saying it was fine, since they could not protect the sword by their own strength anyway. Ignoring Mugeom's hesitation, she handed the Gongbu sword to Pio Wol. Unwrapping the cloth, Pio Wol examined the blade, wondering to himself whether they had been trying to protect it or conceal it. In terms of hardness and sharpness, there was nothing to criticize, but the blade was unusually short. Weapons of this kind were rarely crafted anymore. Holding the finely honed sword, he recognized its excellence but thought it impractical in real combat, more suited for display, and tossed it back to Gai. Soma then asked why. Since to him it only looked beautiful, Pio Wol explained that in battle, a single-edged weapon was generally easier to handle than a double-edged one. Of course, he added, judging the sword's usefulness could not be based on that alone. At this point, Gai lightly touched the blade. She reflected that from ancient times, swords had been regarded as weapons connecting heaven and man. For that reason, each sword was given a name and considered a token, and this one was no exception. Mujeom bent down to wrap the sword again, his face dark with sorrow, silently lamenting that it was precisely because of this sword that they had suffered so many troubles, and he feared what further misfortunes Gai might face. Curious, Pio Wol asked where they intended to take the sword. After hesitating, Gai finally revealed that they were heading toward Silver Heaven Manor in Enshi. Mugeom tried to interrupt her, but she continued firmly, explaining that the sword was part of her dowry, as she was on her way to attend her marriage with Hua Yucheon, the manor master of Silver Heaven Manor. A moment later, another figure appeared. Peng No-san, the outer hall master of Silver Heaven Manor. Introducing himself, he asked whether she was Lady Mok Gai. She confirmed her identity. No-san, relieved, said they were fortunate she had reached safety. He explained that upon hearing of the attack on Lady Mok, the manor master had immediately dispatched them to escort her. Apologizing for not having protected her from the beginning, he expressed his shame. He then asked whether the Gongbu sword was still safe and requested that they entrust it to him for safekeeping. Gai immediately refused, insisting that the Gongbu sword was the heirloom of her sect and that she had to take full responsibility for it. Her uncle, seeing her determination, frowned slightly but still kept a smile on his lips, remarking that it would be up to her choice. He then mentioned that he had heard she had been rescued when attacked. At this, she glanced to the right, admitting inwardly that without their help, they would have faced a great disaster. It turned out that she was referring to Pio Wol. At that time, Janggrak was also with them. The moment No-san spotted him, he hurried over, almost tearful with emotion. Janggrak, however, immediately grew cautious, remembering the warning he had once received, that he should be careful not to let Master Pio get dragged into unnecessary troubles. Cold sweat broke out on him as he realized that trouble had already come. Though he still had to pretend friendliness so as not to give himself away, No-san greeted them with a practiced smile, introducing himself as Peng No-san, the outer hall master of Silver Heaven Manor, and explained that he had come to express gratitude for their assistance to Lady Mok. Hearing this, Janggrak felt somewhat relieved, realizing that it was not just some young lady accompanied by guards, but rather people from Silver Heaven Manor. He forced a modest laugh, brushing the matter off as a small thing, but No-san laughed heartily, stating that to them it was not a small matter at all, which was why he wished to invite them to Silver Heaven Manor to repay their kindness properly. This left Janggrak feeling awkward, unsure of how to respond, since they had not truly done anything extraordinary. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man bowed before a voluptuous woman, reporting that the plan had failed. Not only had they failed to seize the Gongbu sword, but the entire pursuit squad had been annihilated. That woman was none other than Iron Sword Hermit Yeo Hua-young. Sitting upright, she asked whether their opponents had truly been strong enough to wipe out the pursuit squad. The man, drenched in sweat, explained that the situation was not that simple and that it seemed the three great powers had intervened in the matter. Hua-young then ordered that the Hao clan investigate who those forces were, and the man immediately obeyed. Still, he dared to raise the question of whether they should entrust this matter to someone else, since if things continued this way, the Gongbu sword would surely fall into the hands of Silver Heaven Manor. Once in their possession, the Manor Master of Silver Heaven Manor would undoubtedly send the sword to the Rain Sword Manor, with whom he shared close ties. Yang Pyongsan, the Manor Master of Rain Sword Manor, was infamous for his madness in pursuit of swords. If he were to acquire the Gongbu sword, he would certainly devote himself entirely to supporting Silver Heaven Manor, and in turn the standing of Verdant Blade Hall in Enshi would be shaken considerably. Looking down calmly, Hua-young replied that she had already invited a master capable of restraining the Manor Master of Rain Sword Manor. This revelation startled the man, who wondered aloud whether such a martial artist even existed. Someone strong enough to suppress Jiang Pyongsan. At the very least, that person would need to be on par with the 8 stars. But would someone of that caliber truly be willing to face Jiang Pyongsan? Hua-young, however, stated firmly that it was an acquaintance of hers and assured him there was no need for concern. If she had asked, that person would certainly help. Her eyes revealed unwavering confidence, making it clear she was certain of what she said. Later that evening at Silver Heaven Manor, Mei Bulgoon, the chief steward of the manor, came forward to welcome Lady Mok and her distinguished guests. He introduced himself warmly and expressed his gratitude that they had come. After acknowledging the long journey they must have endured, he invited them first to rest and informed them that a banquet would be held that night. Jangrak responded with a friendly smile, thanking Lord Mei for his hospitality. Mei Bulgoon led them in with cheer, expressing his own gratitude for their acceptance of the invitation. He explained that quarters had been prepared for them in the guest wing, and told them they could rest there until the banquet. He added that Lady Mok's room had been arranged separately. But before he could explain further, Guy quickly interrupted, firmly declaring that there was no need for such special arrangements. She cast a meaningful glance toward Pio Wall and insisted that she would stay in the guest quarters along with the others. Bulgoon was visibly confused, pointing out that the Manor Master had ordered her to receive special care. Yet Guy, frowning slightly, clarified that since she was not yet a member of Silver Heaven Manor, it was only appropriate for her to stay with the others. She felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort around Bulgoon and preferred to remain with those who had saved her. Although irritated, Bulgoon ultimately had no choice but to yield, saying that if Lady Mok wished it so, then it would be decided that way. He added that should she experience any inconvenience, she only needed to call for him, and he would come at once. Guy bowed and expressed her thanks. Once he left, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Mugyom, noticing her troubled expression, asked gently if she was all right. Guy reassured him that she was fine. At that moment, Soma came running over, asking with childlike curiosity if her elder sister was feeling uneasy. Despite the bright smile on Soma's face, her words carried a sharp edge, as she cheekily suggested that she could take care of that troublesome old man for her sister. The sky gradually darkened, yet Pyo Wol wandered alone, observing his surroundings. The city was indeed quiet. As he looked toward a brightly lit house, he calculated his next steps, thinking that since he would be staying at Silver Heaven Manor for some time, it was necessary to gather information about the place. At that moment, a young woman approached and asked if he intended to go inside. Remaining cautious, Pyo Wol cast her a guarded glance and saw before him a figure in tight-fitting clothes. It was none other than Hua-young. The two faced each other in silence. Realizing that Pyo Wol would not speak, she simply acknowledged him with a nod before stepping inside. Even Pyo Wol could sense that she was not an ordinary person. Composed, he too entered the tavern. The place was filled with martial artists, eating and conversing in groups, while Pyo Wol chose to sit and eat alone. From a nearby table, he overheard that Silver Heaven Manor had recently become a power to be feared. At this rate, it was said, they were about to defeat Verdant Blade Hall and dominate the region. Some remarked that no one suffered more than Lady Yeo Hua-young of Verdant Blade Hall. If only the Manor Master had been healthy, Verdant Blade Hall would not have been forced into such a desperate state. The listeners claimed that his gentle nature, unwilling to oppose anyone, had allowed Silver Heaven Manor to rise unchecked, and his prolonged illness had brought calamity for unclear reasons. In the end, they concluded, Lady Yeo was the one who endured the greatest hardship. Pyo Wol reflected on what he heard. So it seemed that Silver Heaven Manor was rapidly expanding its influence, suppressing even the once powerful Verdant Blade Hall. The situation was so dire that even the smallest markets and towns could not withstand the pressure. Thus, he reasoned, the pursuit squad targeting the Gongbu sword must have been dispatched by Verdant Blade Hall. Taking a sip of hot tea, he considered how the sword had nonetheless ended up in the hands of Silver Heaven Manor. He wondered what strategy Verdant Blade Hall would employ next. Suddenly, a strong, murderous aura filled the room, and Pio Wol's senses sharpened as he looked toward its source. A tall, broad man entered, carrying a heavy sword on his back, clearly well used. The man grinned excitedly, as if thrilled about something, before glancing toward the upper floor. This man was none other than Ok Chusan. Following his gaze, Pio Wol looked upstairs and then quietly asked the attendant if he could change to a room on the second floor. The attendant bowed apologetically and explained that the entire second floor had already been reserved. At once, Pio Wol recalled Huayong, who had disappeared after entering earlier. He surmised that she must have been the one who had rented out the whole upper floor. Though curious about her identity, he decided there was no need to trouble himself, and simply stood up to change seats. At that moment, the sound of many heavy footsteps echoed as a group entered the tavern noisily. Their stamping clearly meant to draw attention. Intrigued, Pio Wol glanced over and saw a band of young men, the one at their head wearing an expression that invited a beating. This young man was none other than Hua Oki, son of the Silver Heaven Manor Master, Hua Yucheon. He scanned the tavern until his eyes locked onto Pio Wol's unflinching stare. Irritated, he thought that no one dared meet his eyes so boldly, and yet this stranger did. He wondered to himself who this man could be. At that moment, a voice called from above, and Hua Oki's expression brightened as he saw Huayong descending together with Chusan. He greeted her with a smile, addressing her as Lady Yo. Huayong coldly inquired why Lord Hua had come to such a place. Ogi confessed with unconcealed infatuation that he had heard of her presence there, and thus came himself. Inwardly, Huayong was displeased, for she had told no one of her visit. The realization that Silver Heaven Manor's influence had spread so widely filled her with unease, leaving her wary of everyone around her. Oki then added that he in fact had some business he wished to discuss with Lady Yo. Huayong, feeling weary and troubled, said that she had nothing to speak with the young master about and excused herself, which made him frown with displeasure. Suddenly, another man appeared before her, exclaiming that he had not finished speaking. His body looked massive, weighing perhaps 120 kilograms at the very least. Yet, even when standing before such a monstrous figure, Huayong did not waver. She wondered aloud who he might be, and it was revealed that he was Huang Bo, the man who, according to rumors, had refused the invitation to join Silver Heaven Manor. After a brief hesitation, he admitted that he had no choice, for the benefits Silver Heaven Manor offered were far greater. Cold sweat broke out on Huayong's brow as she asked if the great hero did not understand the meaning of honor. He, however, replied with the look of one who had long seen through the vanity of the mundane world, saying that he no longer lived for honor, that he was merely a wanderer. Qin Zhao, trying to feed his family. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Huayong realized she could not dissuade him any further. He then fixed his eyes upon her, releasing a murderous aura, and declared that the young lady was not allowed to leave without Lord Hua's permission. Huayong, straining her words, tried to reason, but the great hero would tolerate no such jest. At this point, Chusan began to feel provoked, declaring that it was enough, for a man ought to know to display strength against the proper opponent. He glared at the brute and mocked Verdant Blade Hall for being so desperate for men that they would even recruit an old man. Chusan, already prepared, drew his weapon and retorted that age was no flaw. The atmosphere within the tavern was so tense that it seemed certain the establishment would be torn apart. Thus, Chusan beckoned the brute outside, declaring that the old man would be the one to face him. Standing before such a formidable presence, the massive man could not help but drool nervously, recognizing that this elder was truly a master. He clasped his hands in respect and introduced himself as Huangbo Qisheng, politely asking to know the senior's name. The old man burst out laughing and revealed that he was Ok Chusan. At the mention of this name, Qisheng froze in realization, asking whether it was Ok Chusan of Lion Island. Chusan stepped protectively in front of Huayong and explained with some amusement that he owed a debt to the girl's master and had come for that reason, though he had not expected matters to turn out this way. Hearing this, Qisheng already felt the urge to withdraw, addressing him respectfully. But before he could say more, Huaoki stepped forward, introducing himself as a member of Silver Heaven Manor. He explained that the matter concerned Lady Yo and asked the senior to wait for a moment. Chusan, however, looked at them with disdain, mocking their cowardice and asking if they had all gathered here only to declare that the matter should be settled by two individuals alone. Huaoki faltered, unable to speak. At that moment, Another reckless man rushed forward, shouting insults and calling Chusun a mad old fool for daring to insult the young master. Chisung tried to calm him, but Chusun's pride was already stirred. He demanded to know what had just been said. The other man, oblivious to the danger, continued to hurl curses, and Chusun warned him to repeat his words if he dared. When Hua Oki shouted for enough, it was already too late. Chusan's blade flashed across the man's torso, splitting his body in two, blood splattering across the floor. Witnessing such terrifying martial skill, all were struck with horror and dared not move. Even Hua Oki himself could do nothing but watch helplessly. Pyo Wol, having seen Chusan's display of power, could not take his eyes off the man. Chusan then turned his sharp gaze as though ready to devour his prey toward Hua Oki's group. Seeing the danger, Chisung immediately stepped forward to protect the young master, urging him to leave at once. The young master hesitated, but Chisung warned him coldly that Chusan was already enraged. Chusan, like a rabid dog, then directed his words at them, demanding to know where they thought they were going. He declared that the mistakes of subordinates were the mistakes of their masters, and thus the young master must remain to take responsibility. Chisung answered firmly that the mistake had nothing to do with Lord Hua, and that he himself would take responsibility. Chusun smirked with amusement, remarking that Chisung was overestimating himself. He sneered that with just a little reputation in the martial world, Chisung thought he could stand equal to him. Chisung, however, maintained his composure, saying that he would never dare think such a thing, but only hoped the matter could be resolved through a duel between the senior and himself. Chusan chuckled coldly, saying that at least Chisung had some spirit, and that they would see if his ability matched his courage. The moment he finished, Chisung respectfully invited him outside, promising not to disappoint him. Chusan sighed and agreed, saying that it was worth anticipating. Others in the tavern, curious about the duel, rushed out to watch. When Chusun saw the circle marked for combat, he asked if they were to decide victory within it. Chisung confirmed that it was so. With a dismissive air, Chusun pointed his heavy weapon at the ground and mocked him, asking if Chisung thought he could not wield such a massive blade skillfully within such a confined space. Chisung quickly explained that he had no such intention, and that the measure was only to reduce collateral damage. Chusun sneered, accusing him of being lowly, since he was using murderous intent against someone not even half his age for the sake of a worthless master. Still, he said that if this was what Chisung wanted, he would oblige. From above, the spectators could not hide their excitement, wondering aloud who would win. Many argued that Chusan would certainly prevail, for although Huang Bo was talented, he could not compare to Lion Island. Moreover, his famed Heavenly King Triple Fist was still incomplete, leaving him little chance of victory. Wagers were made, with most betting on Chusan. Listening from behind, Hua Yung muttered bitterly to herself that she had never imagined the duel of two such men would be treated as a trivial gamble. She realized the situation was unfavorable for Huang Bo, yet admitted they had no other choice. She knew she must use this chaos to remind everyone that Verdant Blade Hall still existed. Soon after, rain began to fall, and villagers gathered anxiously to watch the confrontation. Gasps of surprise spread as blood splattered onto the ground. Though it was unclear whether it belonged to Chisung or to Chusan, even Pyo Wol could not hide his curiosity. Meanwhile, Hua Yung and Hua Oki were both left utterly speechless, their mouths agape as they struggled to comprehend what was unfolding before their eyes. A short while earlier, when their battle had just begun, Chusan had asked the young man if he wished to decide the outcome inside the ring. Huang Bo Chisung confirmed that it was indeed correct. The old man laughed and remarked whether the youth thought that in such a confined space, he would be unable to make full use of that heavy lump of iron he carried. The young man, sweat forming on his brow, quickly denied it and explained that his only intention was to minimize collateral damage from their duel. Chusan chuckled and commented that for someone who had just been pouring out killing intent at a boy not even half his age, merely for the sake of a worm-like master, he was surprisingly considerate. Still, he accepted the condition and agreed to go along with it. After a moment of hesitation, Chusan turned back and asked whether stepping beyond the ring would count as forfeiting. Chisung forced a smile, crimson aura enveloping his entire body, and told him that if he wished to step out, he could. The old man sneered and declared that he would see this through to the end while matching the young man's bravado. He added that if Chisung ever felt as though he were about to die, he only had to step outside the ring. The clashing pressure from their auras collided, weighing down the atmosphere and tightening the air around them. Their eyes locked like those of feral beasts before they charged at each other with a mad intensity. When the tip of the old man's blade thrust toward the youth, Chisung immediately caught hold of it, leaving the old man bewildered by such an unexpected move. Seizing the moment, the young man drove his fist powerfully into the old man's stomach, the shockwave visible even to the naked eye. Yet for a master of the old man's caliber, dealing with such an attack was effortless. He caught Chisung's punch and twisted the youth's strength against him, grinning with excitement as he prepared his counter. Chisung's eyes glowed a furious red as he attempted a second strike, but the old man evaded it easily. Lowering his stance, he drove his blade into the ground as a pivot, careful to adjust in the narrow space they fought in. Without hesitation, Chisung poured every ounce of strength into his massive frame, throwing relentless punches toward the old man, but none of them broke through, for the old man parried each blow with his sword. The young man's expression revealed the strain and determination consuming him, while the old man wore a delighted smile, as if nothing troubled him at all. At last, Chisung decided to leap high into the air. His entire body glowed a blazing crimson as he clenched his fist and brought it crashing down toward the old man. Recognizing the force behind the strike, Ok-Chusan finally grew serious, channeling his strength into his sword. When fist and blade met, the collision of opposing energies created a terrifying shockwave. To everyone's shock, the old man's blade shattered into pieces, blood scattering in the air. At that same moment, heavy rain poured down from the sky, as if sealing the fate of the duel. Chisung fell to his knees, collapsing in defeat, and the cost of his effort was an arm severed from his body. Meanwhile, Ok-Chusan emerged entirely unscathed. Hua Okji, stunned and unable to believe what he had just witnessed, cried out in disbelief, urging everyone to retreat quickly. Ok-Chusan, however, merely smiled, raised the shattered remains of his sword, and commented that the fight had been quite an entertaining diversion, truly impressive indeed. Leaving behind the defeated young man in the blood-soaked circle, he walked away. Yo Huayong stared at Chisung in disbelief, while the onlookers whispered among themselves, marveling that such an outcome was expected of the Lion Bladesman. They remarked that for the match to be decided in barely 20 seconds was nothing short of remarkable, and that no one could have guessed it would end so swiftly. Chisung, his face darkened with regret, muttered to himself whether the result might have been different if he had perfected the Heavenly King triple fist strike. In anguish, he cried out that if only he had restored the lost technique and chosen martial arts over money, things could have ended differently. He asked the man before him whether things would have turned out differently. Pio Wol in return questioned him if he was really going to give up just like that. Chisung, grinding his teeth as tears fell, demanded to know what Pio Wol expected him to do, saying he had already lost his arm. Pio Wol told him to start again from the beginning, pointing out that it was not as if he had lost all his martial arts and that, if he trained, he could adapt his techniques to be executed with just one arm. The young man tilted his head back and laughed loudly, exclaiming that it was easy for Pio Wol to say such things, but asked if that was even possible. Pio Wol's red eyes gleamed as he declared that, in the end, the one who decided whether to remain trapped in darkness or to break free alive was none other than himself. Hearing this, Chiseong burst into laughter, but then his expression stiffened. Bowing his head, he begged Pio Wol to help him, saying that Pio Wol must have spoken so because there really was a way. His desperate pleas echoed beneath the heavy rain. The next day, at the Silver Heaven Manor, the master of the house flew into a rage when he heard the news. He slammed his hand onto the table, his face darkening as he glared at his son. He cursed Hua Oki, rebuking him for abandoning someone like Huangbo Chisung simply because he had lost an arm, and demanded if he did not realize how his actions would appear in the eyes of others. He thundered that if a master discarded loyal subordinates so easily, no one would ever devote their loyalty to him again. Hua Okji, frightened, apologized and begged for forgiveness. But his father's fury did not subside. He overturned the table and shouted that he could not even bear the sight of him, ordering him to get out and forbidding him from returning until he brought back Huangbo Chisung. Terrified, Hua Oki quickly scrambled out of the room. The manor master then spoke coldly to Chief Mei, saying that his incompetent son would take some time to find Huangbo Chisung, and ordered him to inform the guests that the banquet had been postponed while ensuring they were looked after without the slightest lack. Chief Mei obeyed respectfully, answering that he understood. Meanwhile, Pio Wol had accepted Chisung's desperate plea. He thought to himself that Hua Oki would never be able to find Huangbo Chisung again, for Chisung had already set off on the path he had chosen. At that moment, Pio Wol was treating Chisung's wounds. He explained that he had blocked the flow of energy to Chisung's useless right arm and made adjustments so that all his strength could be concentrated into his left arm. Chisung tried channeling his strength into his left hand and, upon succeeding, broke down in tears. He bowed deeply, thanking Pio Wol profusely and swearing that he would repay this debt of gratitude. Pio Wol, however, looked at the young man and thought to himself that he had never had a reason to help him in the first place. It was only that, upon seeing his desperate struggle, an old face he had long forgotten had resurfaced in his mind. Afterward, he left, gazing up at the sky and murmuring that the seed had been sown, and now all he could do was wait to see what kind of tree it would grow into. At the Silver Heaven Manor, many people had gathered for an event. Among them, a man recognized an acquaintance and called out to him, Wu Jiangrak. A young man with a bright expression clasped his hands in greeting, introducing himself as Lim Temun from the Shindo Hall and saying it was an honor to meet him. Upon hearing the name, Wu Jiangrak was puzzled and repeated the words, "the Shindo Hall," to himself. Lim Taimun laughed and admitted that the name might sound unfamiliar, explaining that the Shindo Hall upheld the principles of the mystifying finger sect, so it was understandable that Jiangrak had not heard of them. Jiangrak replied that if it was the mystifying finger sect, then it must be the one that intentionally kept itself hidden from sight. The young man confirmed that this was true, adding that the Shindo Hall had once stood at the very front lines during the Great Demonic War, suffering devastating losses. As he was speaking, he suddenly noticed the attention of two strangers ahead, who turned to ask who the two people behind him were. When Jiangrak saw that it was Piowol and Soma, he gave a bitter smile and explained that they were his companions who would be accompanying them to Dongzhou. The young man then asked if Jiangrak might introduce them to him. Jiangrak only gave a half-hearted, vague response, his face drenched in sweat from fear. Taemin, noticing his strange expression, wondered inwardly what was wrong with that reaction and why he seemed so flustered because of them. He then took the initiative, saying that if it was burdensome for Jiangrak to make the introduction, then he himself would greet them. This only deepened Jiangrak's terror. The naive young man, showing no hesitation, introduced himself as Lim Taemin and suggested that since fate had brought them together at the banquet, they should at least exchange names. Hearing this, Piowol merely looked at him without speaking. Taemin, feeling insulted by the silence, demanded to know why he remained quiet and even accused him of refusing to speak with him. Behind him, Jiangrak trembled in fear, horrified by Taemin's reckless behavior. He tried to call out Taemin's name desperately, as if to stop him. At last, seeing Taemin's persistence, Piowol spoke and introduced himself as Piowol. Hearing the name, Taemin froze for a moment until Piowol calmly repeated that this was indeed his name. Upon realizing it, Lim Taemin mocked him, remarking with disdain that he wasn't mute after all, and that since he had been sitting there with his mouth tightly shut, he had thought perhaps Piowol's tongue had been cut out. Jiangrak, standing behind them, nearly lost his mind, unable to predict what might happen next. Just then, an announcement resounded through the hall, interrupting everything. The hall leader was entering. The hall leader appeared, elegantly dressed, wearing a friendly smile. Everyone present bowed and greeted him respectfully, declaring their reverence. The man raised his hand with a cheerful laugh, asking everyone to be seated. Meanwhile, Lim Taemin cast Piowol a contemptuous look before leaving. Seeing this, Jiangrak clutched his chest with relief, thinking that he was saved, that the hall leader had appeared at just the right moment. He cursed inwardly, blaming the near disaster on that one unexpected fool. Reflecting on the fact that Taemin was said to be a close friend of Hua Ochi, he concluded bitterly that with such a narrow mind, the boy would never live out his natural lifespan. Afterward, Soma leaned toward Piowol and quietly asked whether he should kill him. Piowol answered that they would do so if they met him again. Soma then grinned brightly, asking to confirm if he truly meant it. Jiangrak, walking ahead, overheard their entire exchange. His face turned pale, and he was too terrified to utter a single word. At the front, the hall leader smiled and thanked everyone for taking the time to attend even amidst such difficult days. He urged them to relax, yet his words were suddenly cut short when Mei Bulgun rushed in, urgently calling out for the hall leader. He reported that there was trouble, specifically concerning Lady Mok Gahe. Hearing this, the hall leader's face flushed red with rage, his features twisting as he shouted furiously, demanding to know what had been said and ordering that the woman be captured immediately. At that moment, the scene shifted to a nearby forest under the dim light of dusk. Mok Gahai was seen running desperately, panting heavily while clutching the gongbu sword in her hand. Beside her, Shin Mujeom asked with concern whether she was all right and if they should take a short rest. She firmly refused, saying that she could still endure a little longer and that if they rested, they would leave traces, making it easier for their pursuers. Even if she were to collapse from exhaustion, she declared, they must never rest. Seeing her determined expression, Shin Mujeom found himself unable to dissuade her. Mok Gahai then spoke with bitterness, saying that she had never wanted to become Hua Yucheon's concubine, and that she had only gone because of fear. She confessed that she had known everything, and had already resolved herself to accept it. She explained that she had never expected love from becoming Yucheon's concubine, but after facing them in person, she had realized how truly terrifying they were. To them, her life meant nothing as long as they possessed the sword. She cried out that even their promise to help her clan would be discarded like trash. Questioning her past decision, she lamented why she had abandoned her love and come so far to this distant place, and wondered aloud whether it would be all right if she chose to be with Shin Mujeom instead. Upon hearing this, Shin Mujeom exclaimed that he could not understand why he had not realized it sooner. Mok Gahye, confused by his words, listened as he continued, saying that he had believed the best he could do was to suppress his feelings and leave her side, protecting her will until the very end. He admitted that even though he had long known her feelings, now that she had found the courage, he too would no longer run away. He declared to her that he would never let her go. After pouring out his heart, the two of them continued running deeper into the forest together. That evening, under the glow of the crimson moon that illuminated the woods, a group of people stood on a cliff, watching the situation below. One of the men asked the others if they were truly certain about proceeding, warning that the damage would be considerable. At the same time, the forces of the Silver Heaven Manor were urgently hunting Mok Gahae, shouting among themselves that they must move quickly and find the Gongbu sword before the Silver Heaven Manor could claim it. Meanwhile, Yo Huayong gave her own order, stating that they had to take the risk, for if they were to retreat now, the Verdant Blade Hall would never be able to defeat the Silver Heaven Manor. As both factions searched for the girl, their scouts suddenly cried out that the forces of the Verdant Blade Hall had arrived, while others exclaimed that the Silver Heaven Manor's people were there as well. Without hesitation, the two groups clashed violently. Yo Huayong assessed that the Silver Heaven Manor was fully aware of their involvement, and because of that, they were staking everything on finding the Gongbu sword first. Therefore, she declared that they must match their enemies and respond in kind, commanding that all remaining forces of their hall be mobilized. Her subordinates answered clearly and obediently, affirming their loyalty. Beside her, Akchusan said nothing more. Watching her, he simply closed his eyes and judged inwardly that it was an act of utter foolishness.